Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Vampire Lestat by Anne Rice, narrated by Frank Muller. This work is copyrighted 1985 by Anne O'Brien Rice. This recording is copyrighted 1994 by Recorded Books, Incorporated. And now, Book 2 of The Vampire Chronicles, The Vampire Lestat.
Downtown Saturday night in the 20th century. 1984. I am the vampire Lestat. I'm immortal. More or less. The light of the sun, the sustained heat of an intense fire, these things might destroy me. But then again, they might not. I'm 6 feet tall, which was fairly impressive in the 1780s when I was a young mortal man. It's not bad now. I have thick blonde hair, not quite shoulder length and rather curly, which appears white under fluorescent light. My eyes are gray, but they absorb the colors blue or violet easily from surfaces around them, and I have a fairly short, narrow nose, and a mouth that is well-shaped but just a little too big for my face. It can look very mean or extremely generous, my mouth. It always looks sensual, but emotions and attitudes are always reflected in my entire expression. I have a continuously animated face. My vampire nature reveals itself in extremely white and highly reflective skin that has to be powdered down for cameras of any kind. And if I'm starved for blood, I look like a perfect horror. Skin shrunken, veins like ropes over the contours of my bones. But I don't let that happen now. And the only consistent indication that I am not human is my fingernails. It's the same with all vampires. Our fingernails look like glass, and some people notice that when they don't notice anything else. Right now, I am what America calls a rock superstar. My first album has sold 4 million copies. I'm going to San Francisco for the first spot on a nationwide concert tour that will take my band from coast to coast. MTV, the rock music cable channel, has been playing my video clips night and day for 2 weeks. They're also being shown in England on Top of the Pops and on the continent, probably in some parts of Asia and in Japan. Video cassettes of the whole series of clips are selling worldwide. I am also the author of an autobiography, which was published last week. Regarding my English, the language I use in my autobiography, I first learned it from the flatboat men who came down the Mississippi to New Orleans about 200 years ago. I learned more after that from the English language writers, everybody from Shakespeare through Mark Twain to H. Rider Haggard, whom I read as the decades passed. The final infusion I received from the detective stories of the early 20th century in the Black Mask magazine. The Adventures of Sam Spade by Dashiell Hammett in Black Mask were the last stories I read before I went literally and figuratively underground. That was in New Orleans in 1929. When I write, I drift into a vocabulary that would have been natural to me in the 18th century, into phrases shaped by the authors I've read. But in spite of my French accent, I talk like a cross between a flatboatman and Detective Sam Spade, actually. So I hope you'll bear with me when my style is inconsistent. When I blow the atmosphere of an 18th century scene to smithereens now and then. I came out into the 20th century last year. What brought me up were two things. First, the information I was receiving from amplified voices that had begun their cacophony in the air around the time I lay down to sleep. I'm referring here to the voices of radios, of course, and phonographs, and later television machines. I heard the radios in the cars that passed in the streets of the old garden district near the place where I lay. I heard the phonographs and TVs from the houses that surrounded mine. Now, when a vampire goes underground, as we call it, when he ceases to drink blood and he just lies in the earth, he soon becomes too weak to resurrect himself, and what follows is a dream state. In that state I absorbed the voices sluggishly, surrounding them with my own responsive images, as a mortal does in sleep. But at some point during the past 55 years, I began to remember what I was hearing, to follow the entertainment programs, to listen to the news broadcasts, the lyrics and rhythms of the popular songs. And very gradually I began to understand the caliber of the changes that the world had undergone. I began listening for specific pieces of information about wars or inventions, certain new patterns of speech. Then a self-consciousness developed in me. I realized I was no longer dreaming. I was thinking about what I heard. I was wide awake. I was lying in the ground, and I was starved for living blood. I started to believe that maybe all the old wounds I'd sustained had been healed by now. Maybe my strength had come back. Maybe my strength had actually increased, as it would have done with time if I'd never been hurt. I wanted to find out. I started to think incessantly of drinking human blood. The second thing that brought me back, the decisive thing, really, was the sudden presence near me of a band of young rock singers who called themselves Satan's Night Out. They moved into a house on 6th Street, less than a block away from where I slumbered under my own house on Prytania near the Lafayette Cemetery, and they started to rehearse their rock music in the attic sometime in 1984. I could hear their whining electric guitars, their frantic singing. It was as good as the radio and stereo songs I heard, and it was more melodic than most. There was a romance to it, in spite of its pounding drums. The electric piano sounded like a harpsichord. I caught images from the thoughts of the musicians that told me what they looked like, what they saw when they looked at each other and into mirrors. They were slender, sinewy, and altogether lovely young mortals, beguilingly androgynous, and even a little savage in their dress and movements, 2 male and 1 female. They drowned out most of the other amplified voices around me when they were playing, but that was perfectly all right. I wanted to rise and join the rock band called Satan's Night Out. I wanted to sing and to dance. But I can't say that in the very beginning there was great thought behind my wish. It was rather a ruling impulse, strong enough to bring me up from the earth. I was enchanted by the world of rock music. The way the singers could scream of good and evil, proclaim themselves angels or devils, and mortals would stand up and cheer. Sometimes they seemed the pure embodiment of madness. And yet it was technologically dazzling, the intricacy of their performance. It was barbaric and cerebral, in a way that I don't think the world of ages past had ever seen. Of course it was metaphor, the raving, None of them believed in angels or devils, no matter how well they assumed their parts. And the players of the old Italian commedia had been as shocking, as inventive, as lewd. Yet it was entirely new. The extremes to which they took it, the brutality and the defiance, and the way that they were embraced by the world from the very rich to the very poor. Also, there was something vampiric about rock music. It must have sounded supernatural even to those who don't believe in the supernatural. I mean the way the electricity could stretch a single note forever. The way harmony could be layered upon harmony until you felt yourself dissolving in the sound. So eloquent of dread it was, this music. The world just didn't have it in any form before. Yes, I wanted to get closer to it. I wanted to do it. Maybe make the little unknown band of Satan's Night Out famous. I was ready to come up. It took a week to rise, more or less. I fed on the fresh blood of the little animals who live under the earth when I could catch them. Then I started clawing for the surface, where I could summon the rats. From there it wasn't too difficult to take felines, and finally the inevitable human victim, though I had to wait a long time for the particular kind I wanted. A man who had killed other mortals and showed no remorse. One came along eventually, walking right by the fence. A young male with a grizzled beard who had murdered another in some far-off place on the other side of the world. True killer, this one. And oh, that first taste of human struggle and human blood. Stealing clothes from nearby houses, getting some of the gold and jewels I'd hidden in the Lafayette Cemetery, that was no problem. Of course, I was scared from time to time. The stench of chemicals and gasoline sickened me. The drone of air conditioners and the whine of the jet planes overhead hurt my ears. But after the third night up, I was roaring around New Orleans on a big black Harley-Davidson motorcycle, making plenty of noise myself. I was looking for more killers to feed on. I wore gorgeous black leather clothes that I'd taken from my victims, and I had a little Sony Walkman stereo in my pocket that fed Bach's Art of the Fugue through tiny earphones right into my head as I blazed along. I was the vampire Lestat again. I was back in action. New Orleans was once again my hunting ground. As for my strength, well, it was 3 times what it had once been. I could leap from the street to the top of a 4-story building. I could pull iron gratings off windows. I could bend a copper penny double. I could hear human voices and thoughts when I wanted to for blocks around. By the end of the first week, I had a pretty female lawyer in a downtown glass and steel skyscraper who helped me procure a legal birth certificate, social security card, and driver's license. A good portion of my old wealth was on its way to New Orleans from coded accounts in the immortal Bank of London and the Rothschild Bank. But more important, I was swimming in realizations. I knew that everything the amplified voices had told me about the 20th century was true. As I roamed the streets of New Orleans in 1984, this is what I beheld. The dark, dreary, industrial world that I'd gone to sleep on had burnt itself out finally, and the old bourgeois prudery and conformity had lost their hold on the American mind. People were adventurous and erotic again, the way they'd been in the old days, before the great middle-class revolutions of the late 1700s. They even looked the way they had in those times. The men didn't wear the Sam Spade uniform of shirt, tie, gray suit, and gray hat any longer. Once again they costumed themselves in velvet and silk and brilliant colors if they felt like it. They did not have to clip their hair like Roman soldiers any more. They wore it any length they desired. And the women, the women were glorious, naked in the spring warmth as they'd been under the Egyptian pharaohs, in skimpy short skirts and tunic-like dresses, or wearing men's pants and shirts skin-tight over their curvaceous bodies if they pleased. They painted and decked themselves out in gold and silver, even to walk to the grocery store. Or they went fresh scrubbed and without ornament. It didn't matter. They curled their hair like Marie Antoinette, or cut it off, or let it blow free. For the first time in history, perhaps, they were as strong and as interesting as men. And these were the common people of America, not just the rich, who've always achieved a certain androgyny, a certain joie de vivre that the middle-class revolutionaries called decadence in the past. The old aristocratic sensuality now belonged to everybody. It was wed to the promises of the middle-class revolution, and all people had a right to love and to luxury and to graceful things. Department stores had become palaces of near oriental loveliness. Merchandise displayed amid soft-tinted carpeting, eerie music, amber light. In the all-night drug-stores, bottles of violet and green shampoo gleamed like gems on the sparkling glass shelves. Waitresses drove sleek, leather-lined automobiles to work. Dock laborers went home at night to swim in their heated backyard pools. Charwomen and plumbers changed at the end of the day into exquisitely cut manufactured clothes. In fact, the poverty and filth that had been common in the big cities of the earth since time immemorial were almost completely washed away. You just didn't see immigrants dropping dead of starvation in the alleyways. There weren't slums where people slept 8 and 10 to a room. Nobody threw the slops in the gutters. The beggars, the cripples, the orphans, the hopelessly diseased were so diminished as to constitute no presence in the immaculate streets at all. Even the drunkards and lunatics who slept on the park benches and in the bus stations had meat to eat regularly, and even radios to listen to, and clothes that were washed. But this was just the surface. I found myself astounded by the more profound changes that moved this awesome current along. For example, something altogether magical had happened to time. The old was not being routinely replaced by the new anymore. On the contrary, the English spoken around me was the same as it had been in the 1800s. Even the old slang, "the coast is clear," or "bad luck," or "that's the thing," was still current. Yet fascinating new phrases like "they brainwashed you," and "it's so Freudian," and "I can't relate to it," were on everyone's lips. In the art and entertainment worlds, all prior centuries were being recycled. Musicians performed Mozart as well as jazz and rock music. People went to see Shakespeare one night and a new French film the next. In giant fluorescent-lighted emporiums, you could buy tapes of medieval madrigals and play them on your car's stereo as you drove 90 miles an hour down the freeway. In the bookstores, Renaissance poetry sold side by side with the novels of Dickens or Ernest Hemingway. Sex manuals lay on the same tables with the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Sometimes the wealth and the cleanliness everywhere around me became like an hallucination. I thought I was going out of my head. Through shop windows I gazed, stupefied, at computers and telephones, as pure in form and color as nature's most exotic shells. Gargantuan silver limousines navigated the narrow French Quarter streets like indestructible sea beasts. Glittering office towers pierced the night sky like Egyptian obelisks above the sagging brick buildings of Old Canal Street. Countless television programs poured their ceaseless flow of images into every air-cooled hotel room. But it was no series of hallucinations. This century had inherited the earth. in every sense. And no small part of this unpredicted miracle was the curious innocence of these people in the very midst of their freedom and their wealth. The Christian God was as dead as he had been in the 1700s, and no new mythological religion had arisen to take the place of the old. On the contrary, the simplest people of this age were driven by a vigorous secular morality as strong as any religious morality I had ever known. The intellectuals carried the standards, but quite ordinary individuals all over America cared passionately about peace and the poor and the planet, as if driven by a mystical zeal. Famine they intended to wipe out in this century. Disease they would destroy no matter what the cost. They argued ferociously about the execution of condemned criminals, the abortion of unborn babies, and the threats of environmental pollution and holocaustal war. They battled as fiercely as men have battled witchcraft and heresy in ages past. As for sexuality, it was no longer a matter of superstition and fear. The last religious overtones were being stripped from it. That was why the people went around half naked. That was why they kissed and hugged each other in the streets. They talked ethics now, and responsibility, and the beauty of the body. Procreation and venereal disease they had under control. Ah, the 20th century! Ah, the turn of the great wheel! It had outdistanced my wildest dreams of it, this future. It had made fools of grim prophets of ages past. I did a lot of thinking about this sinless secular morality, this optimism, this brilliantly lighted world, where the value of human life was greater than it had ever been before. In the amber electric twilight of a vast hotel room, I watched on the screen before me the stunningly crafted film of war called Apocalypse Now. Such a symphony of sound and color it was, and it sang of the age-old battle of the Western world against evil. "You must make a friend of horror and moral terror," says the mad commander in the savage garden of Cambodia, to which the Western man answers, as he has always answered, "No. No. Horror and moral terror can never be exonerated. They have no real value. Pure evil has no real place." And that means, doesn't it, that I have no place, except perhaps in the art that repudiates evil. The vampire comics, the horror novels, the old Gothic tales, or in the roaring chants of the rock stars who dramatize the battles against evil that each mortal fights within himself. It was enough to make an old-world monster go back into the earth, this stunning irrelevance to the mighty scheme of things, enough to make him lie down and weep, or enough to make him become a rock singer, when you think about it. But where were the other old-world monsters? I wondered. How did other vampires exist in a world in which each death was recorded in giant electronic computers and bodies were carried away to refrigerated crypts, probably concealing themselves like loathsome insects in the shadows, as they have always done, no matter how much philosophy they talked or how many covens they formed? Well, when I raised my voice with a little band called Satan's Night Out, I would bring them all into the light soon enough. I continued my education. I talked to mortals at bus stops and at gas stations and in elegant drinking places. I read books. I decked myself out in the shimmering dream skins of the fashionable shops. I wore white turtleneck shirts and crisp khaki safari jackets, or lush gray velvet blazers with cashmere scarves. I I powdered down my face so that I could pass beneath the chemical lights of the all-night supermarkets, the hamburger joints, the carnival thoroughfares called nightclub strips. I was learning. I was in love. And the only problem I had was that murderers to feed upon were scarce. In this shiny world of innocence and plenty, of kindness and gaiety and full stomachs, the common cutthroat thieves of the past and their dangerous waterfront hangouts were almost gone. And so I had to work for a living. But I'd always been a hunter. I liked the dim, smoky pool rooms with the single light shining on the green felt as the tattooed ex-convicts gathered around it as much as I liked the shiny, satin-lined nightclubs of the big concrete hotels. And I was learning more all the time about my killers, the drug dealers, the pimps, the murderers who fell in with the motorcycle gangs. And, more than ever, I was resolute that I would not drink innocent blood. Finally, it was time to call upon my old neighbors, the rock band called Satan's Night Out. At 6:30 on a hot, sticky Saturday night, I rang the doorbell of the attic music studio. The beautiful young mortals were all lying about in their rainbow-colored silk shirts and skin-tight dungarees, smoking hashish cigarettes and complaining about their rotten luck getting gigs in the South. They looked like biblical angels, with their long, clean, shaggy hair and feline movements. Their jewelry was Egyptian. Even to rehearse, they painted their faces and their eyes. I was overcome with excitement and love, just looking at them. Alex and Larry and the succulent little tough cookie. And in an eerie moment, in which the world seemed to stand still beneath me, I told them what I was. Nothing new to them, the word vampire. In the galaxy in which they shone, 1,000 other singers had worn the theatrical fangs and the black cape. And yet it felt so strange to speak it aloud to mortals, the forbidden truth. Never in 200 years had I spoken it to anyone who had not been marked to become one of us. Not even to my victims did I confide it before their eyes closed. And now I said it, clearly and distinctly, to these handsome young creatures. I told them that I wanted to sing with them, that if they were to trust to me we would all be rich and famous, that on a wave of preternatural and remorseless ambition I should carry them out of these rooms and into the great world. Their eyes misted as they looked at me, and the little 20th century chamber of stucco and pasteboard rang with their laughter and delight. I was patient. Why shouldn't I be? I knew I was a demon who could mimic almost any human sound or movement. But how could they be expected to understand? I went to the electric piano and began to play and to sing. I imitated the rock songs as I started, and then old melodies and lyrics came back to me, French songs buried deep in my soul, yet never abandoned, and I wound these into brutal rhythms, seeing before me a tiny, crowded little Paris theatre of centuries ago. A dangerous passion welled in me. It threatened my equilibrium. Dangerous that this should come so soon. Yet I sang on, pounding the slick white keys of the electric piano, and something in my soul was broken open. Never mind that these tender, mortal creatures gathered around me should never know. It was sufficient that they were jubilant, that they loved the eerie and disjointed music, that they were screaming, that they saw prosperity in the future, the impetus that they had lacked before. They turned on the tape machines, and we began singing and playing together, jamming, as they called it. The studio swam with the scent of their blood and our thunderous songs. But then came a shock I had never in my strangest dreams anticipated. Something that was as extraordinary as my little revelation to these creatures had been. In fact, it was so overwhelming that it might have driven me out of their world and back underground. I don't mean I would have gone into the deep slumber again, but I might have backed off from Satan's night out and roamed about for a few years, stunned and trying to gather my wits. The men, Alex, the sleek, delicate young drummer, and his taller, blonde-haired brother, Larry, recognized my name when I told them it was Lestat. Not only did they recognize it, but they connected it with a body of information about me that they had read in a book. In fact, they thought it was delightful that I wasn't just pretending to be any vampire. Or Count Dracula. Everybody was sick of Count Dracula. They thought it was marvelous that I was pretending to be the vampire Lestat. Pretending to be the vampire Lestat? I asked. They laughed at my exaggeration, my French accent. I looked at all of them for a long moment, trying to scan their thoughts. Of course, I hadn't expected them to believe I was a real vampire, but to have read of a fictional vampire with a name as unusual as mine, how could this be explained? But I was losing my confidence. And when I lose my confidence, my powers drain. The little room seemed to be getting smaller, and there was something insectile and menacing about the instruments, the antenna, the wires. "Show me this book," I said. From the other room they brought it, a small pulp-paper novel that was falling to pieces. The binding was gone, the cover ripped, the whole held together by a rubber band. I got a preternatural chill of sorts at the sight of the cover. Interview with the Vampire. Something to do with a mortal boy getting one of the undead to tell the tale. With their permission, I went into the other room, stretched out on their bed, and began to read. When I was halfway finished, I took the book with me and left the house. I stood stock still beneath a street lamp with the book until I finished it. Then I placed it carefully in my breast pocket. I didn't return to the band for 7 nights. During much of that time, I was roaming again, crashing through the night on my Harley-Davidson motorcycle, with the Bach-Goldberg variations turned up to full volume. And I was asking myself, Lestat, what do you want to do now? And the rest of the time, I studied with a renewed purpose. I read the fat paperback histories and lexicons of rock music, the chronicles of its stars. I listened to the albums and pondered in silence the concert videotapes. And when the night was empty and still, I heard the voices of Interview with the Vampire singing to me as if they sang from the grave. I read the book over and over. And then, in a moment of contemptible anger, I shredded it to bits. Finally, I came to my decision. I met my young lawyer, Christine, in her darkened skyscraper office with only the downtown city to give us light. Lovely, she looked, against the glass wall behind her, the dim buildings beyond forming a harsh and primitive terrain in which 1,000 torches burned. It is not enough any longer that my little rock band be successful, I told her. We must create a fame that will carry my name and my voice to the remotest parts of the world. Quietly, intelligently, as lawyers are wont to do, she advised me against risking my fortune. Yet as I continued with maniacal confidence, I could feel her seduction, the slow dissolution of her common sense. The best French directors for the rock video films, I said. You must lure them from New York and Los Angeles. There is ample money for that. And here you can find the studios, surely, in which we will do our work. The young record producers who mix the sound after, again, you must hire the best. It does not matter what we spend on this venture. What is important is that it be orchestrated, that we do our work in secret until the moment of revelation, when our albums and our films are released with the book that I propose to write. Finally her head was swimming with dreams of wealth and power. Her pen raced as she made her notes. And what did I dream of as I spoke to her? Of an unprecedented rebellion, a great and horrific challenge to my kind all over the world. These rock videos, I said. You must find directors who will realize my visions. The films are to be sequential. They must tell the story that is in the book I want to create, and the songs, many of them I've already written. You must obtain superior instruments, synthesizers, the finest sound systems, electric guitars, violins, other details we can attend to later. The designing of vampire costumes, the method of presentation to the rock television stations, the management of our first public appearance in San Francisco, all that in good time. What is important now is that you make the phone calls, get the information you need to begin. I didn't go back to Satan's night out until the first agreements were struck and signatures had been obtained. Dates were fixed, studios rented, letters of agreement exchanged. Then Christine came with me, and we had a great leviathan of a limousine for my darling young rock players, Larry and Alex and Tough Cookie. We had breathtaking sums of money. We had papers to be signed. Under the drowsy oaks of the quiet Garden District street, I poured the champagne into the glistening crystal glasses for them. To the vampire Lestat, we all sang in the moonlight. It was to be the new name of the band, of the book I'd write. Tough Cookie threw her succulent little arms around me. We kissed tenderly amid the laughter and the reek of wine. Ah, the smell of innocent blood. And when they had gone off in the velvet-lined motor coach, I moved alone through the balmy night toward St. Charles Avenue and thought about the danger facing them, my little mortal friends. It didn't come from me, of course. But when the long period of secrecy was ended, they would stand innocently and ignorantly in the international limelight with their sinister and reckless star, while I would surround them with bodyguards and hangers-on for every conceivable purpose. I would protect them from other immortals as best I could. And if the immortals were anything like they used to be in the old days, they'd never risk a vulgar struggle with a human force like that. As I walked up to the busy avenue, I covered my eyes with mirrored sunglasses. I rode the rickety old St. Charles streetcar downtown, and through the early evening crowd I wandered into the elegant double-decker bookstore called DeVille Books, and there stared at the small paperback of Interview with the Vampire on the shelf. I wondered how many of our kind had noticed the book. Never mind for the moment the mortals who thought it was fiction. What about other vampires? Because if there is one law that all vampires hold sacred, it is that you do not tell mortals about us. You never pass on our secrets to humans, unless you mean to bequeath the dark gift of our powers to them. You never name other immortals. You never tell where their lairs might be. My beloved Lewis, the narrator of Interview with the Vampire, had done all this. He had gone far beyond my secret little disclosure to my rock singers. He had told hundreds of thousands of readers. He had all but drawn them a map and placed an X on the very spot in New Orleans where I slumbered, though what he really knew about that, and what his intentions were, was not clear. Regardless, for what he'd done, others would surely hunt him down. And there are very simple ways to destroy vampires, especially now. If he was still in existence, he was an outcast, and lived in a danger from our kind that no mortal could ever pose. All the more reason for me to bring the book and the band called the Vampire Lestat to fame as quickly as possible. I had to find Louis. I had to talk to him. In fact, after reading his account of things, I ached for him, ached for his romantic illusions, and even his dishonesty. I ached even for his gentlemanly malice and his physical presence, the deceptively soft sound of his voice. Of course I hated him for the lies he told about me. But the love was far greater than the hate. He had shared the dark and romantic years of the 19th century with me. He was my companion as no other immortal had ever been. And I ached to write my story for him, not an answer to his malice, an interview with the vampire, but the tale of all the things I'd seen and learned before I came to him, the story I could not tell him before. Old rules didn't matter to me now either. I wanted to break every one of them. And I wanted my band and my book to draw out not only Louis, but all the other demons that I had ever known and loved. I wanted to find my lost ones, awaken those who slept as I had slept. Fledglings and ancient ones, beautiful and evil and mad and heartless, they'd all come after me when they saw those video clips and heard those records, when they saw the book in the windows of the bookstores, and they'd know exactly where to find me. I'd be Lestat, the rock superstar. Just come to San Francisco for my first live performance. I'll be there. But there was another reason for the whole adventure. A reason even more dangerous and delicious and mad. And I knew Louis would understand. It must have been behind his interview, his confessions. I wanted mortals to know about us. I wanted to proclaim it to the world the way I'd told it to Alex and Larry and Tough Cookie and my sweet lawyer, Christine. And it didn't matter that they didn't believe it. It didn't matter that they thought it was art. The fact was that after 2 centuries of concealment, I was visible to mortals. I spoke my name aloud. I told my nature I was there. But again, I was going farther than Louis. His story, for all its peculiarities, had passed for fiction. In the mortal world it was as safe as the tableau of the old theatre of the vampires in Paris, where the fiends had pretended to be actors pretending to be fiends on a remote and gas-lighted stage. I'd step into the solar lights before the cameras. I'd reach out and touch with my icy fingers 1,000 warm and grasping hands. I'd scare the hell out of them if it was possible, and charm them, and lead them into the truth of it, if I could. And suppose, just suppose, that when the corpses began to turn up in ever greater numbers, that when those closest to me began to hearken to their inevitable suspicions, just suppose that the art ceased to be art, and became real. I mean, what if they really believed it, really understood that this world still harbored the old world demon thing, the vampire? Oh, what a great and glorious war we might have then. We would be known, and we would be hunted, and we would be fought in this glittering urban wilderness as no mythic monster has ever been fought by man before. How could I not love it? The mere idea of it. How could it not be worth the greatest danger, the greatest and most ghastly defeat? Even at the moment of destruction, I would be alive as I have never been. But, to tell the truth, I didn't think it would ever come to that. I mean mortals believing in us. Mortals have never made me afraid. It was the other war that was going to happen, the one in which we'd all come together, or they would all come to fight me. That was the real reason for the vampire Lestat. That was the kind of game I was playing. But that other lovely possibility of real revelation and disaster, well, that added a hell of a lot of spice. Out of the gloomy waste of Canal Street, I went back up the stairs to my rooms in the old-fashioned French Quarter Hotel. Quiet it was, and suited to me, with the Vieux Carré spread out beneath its windows, the narrow little streets of Spanish townhouses I'd known for so long. On the giant television set, I played the cassette of the beautiful Visconti film Death in Venice. An actor said at one point that evil was a necessity. It was food for genius. I didn't believe that. But I wish it were true. Then I could just be Lestat the monster, couldn't I? And I was always so good at being a monster. Ah, well. I put a fresh disk into the portable computer word processor, and I started to write the story of my life. The early education and adventures of the vampire Lestat. Part 1. Lelio Rising. Chapter 1. In the winter of my 21st year, I went out alone on horseback to kill a pack of wolves. This was on my father's land in the Auvergne in France, and these were the last decades before the French Revolution. It was the worst winter that I could remember, and the wolves were stealing the sheep from our peasants, and even running at night through the streets of the village. These were bitter years for me. My father was the Marquis, and I was the 7th son, and the youngest of the 3 who had lived to manhood. I had no claim to the title or the land, and no prospects. Even in a rich family it might have been that way for a younger boy, but our wealth had been used up long ago. My eldest brother, Augustin, who was the rightful heir to all we possessed, had spent his wife's small dowry as soon as he married her. My father's castle, his estate, and the village nearby were my entire universe, and I'd been born restless. The dreamer, the angry one, the complainer. I wouldn't sit by the fire and talk of old wars and the days of the Sun King. History had no meaning for me. But in this dim and old-fashioned world I had become the hunter. I brought in the pheasant, the venison, and the trout from the mountain streams, whatever was needed and could be got, to feed the family. It had become my life by this time, and one I shared with no one else. And it was a very good thing that I'd taken it up, because there were years when we might have actually starved to death. Of course, this was a noble occupation, hunting one's ancestral lands, and we alone had the right to do it. The richest of the bourgeois couldn't lift his gun in my forests, but then again he didn't have to lift his gun. He had money. 2 times in my life I'd tried to escape this life, only to be brought back with my wings broken. But I'll tell more on that later. Right now I'm thinking about the snow all over those mountains and the wolves that were frightening the villagers and stealing my sheep. And I'm thinking of the old saying in France in those days that if you lived in the province of Auvergne, you could get no farther from Paris. Understand that since I was the lord and the only lord anymore who could sit a horse and fire a gun, it was natural that the villagers should come to me, complaining about the wolves and expecting me to hunt them. It was my duty. I wasn't the least afraid of the wolves either. Never in my life had I seen or heard of a wolf attacking a man, and I would have poisoned them if I could, but meat was simply too scarce to lace with poison. So, early on a very cold morning in January, I armed myself to kill the wolves one by one. I had 3 flintlock guns and an excellent flintlock rifle, and these I took with me, as well as my muskets and my father's sword. But just before leaving the castle I added to this arsenal 1 or 2 ancient weapons that I'd never bothered with before. Our castle was full of old armor. My ancestors had fought in countless noble wars since the times of the Crusades with St. Louis. And hung on the walls above all this clattering junk were a good many lances, battle-axes, flails, and maces. It was a very large mace, that is, a spiked club, that I took with me that morning, and also a good-sized flail, an iron ball attached to a chain that could be swung with immense force at an attacker. Now remember, this was the 18th century, the time when white-wigged Parisians tiptoed around in high-heeled satin slippers, pinched snuff, and dabbed at their noses with embroidered handkerchiefs. And here I was, going out to hunt, in rawhide boots and buckskin coat, with these ancient weapons tied to the saddle, and my 2 biggest mastiffs beside me in their spiked collars. That was my life. And it might as well have been lived in the Middle Ages. And I knew enough of the fancy-dressed travellers on the post road to feel it rather keenly. The nobles in the capital called us country lords hair-catchers. Of course we could sneer at them and call them lackeys to the king and queen. Our castle had stood for 1,000 years, and not even the great Cardinal Richelieu in his war on our kind had managed to pull down our ancient towers. But as I said before, I didn't pay much attention to history. I was unhappy and ferocious as I rode up the mountain. I wanted a good battle with the wolves. There were 5 in the pack, according to the villagers, and I had my guns and 2 dogs with jaws so strong they could snap a wolf's spine in an instant. Well, I rode for an hour up the slopes. Then I came into a small valley I knew well enough that no snowfall could disguise it. And as I started across the broad, empty field towards the barren wood, I heard the first howling. Within seconds there had come another howling, and then another, and now the chorus was in such harmony that I couldn't tell the number of the pack, only that they had seen me and were signaling to each other to come together, which was just what I had hoped they would do. I don't think I felt the slightest fear then, but I felt something, and it caused the hair to rise on the backs of my arms. The countryside, for all its vastness, seemed empty. I readied my guns. I ordered my dogs to stop their growling and follow me, and some vague thought came to me that I had better get out of the open field and into the woods and hurry. My dogs gave their deep baying alarm. I glanced over my shoulder and saw the wolves hundreds of yards behind me and streaking straight towards me over the snow. 3 giant gray wolves they were, coming on in a line. I broke into a run for the forest. It seemed I would make it easily before the 3 reached me, but wolves are extremely clever animals, and as I rode hard for the trees, I saw the rest of the pack, some 5 full-grown animals, coming out ahead of me to my left. It was an ambush, and I could never make the forest in time, and the pack was 8 wolves, not 5, as the villagers had told me. Even then, I didn't have sense enough to be afraid. I didn't ponder the obvious fact that these animals were starving or they'd never come near the village. Their natural reticence with men was completely gone. I got ready for battle. I stuck the flail in my belt, and with a rifle I took aim. I brought down a big male yards away from me and had time to reload as my dogs and the pack attacked each other. They couldn't get my dogs by the neck on account of the spiked collars. And in this first skirmish my dogs brought down one of the wolves in their powerful jaws immediately. I fired and brought down a second. But the pack had surrounded the dogs. As I fired again and again, reloading as quickly as I could and trying to aim clear of the dogs, I saw the smaller dog go down with its hind legs broken. Blood streamed over the snow. The second dog stood off the pack as it tried to devour the dying animal, but within 2 minutes the pack had torn open the second dog's belly and killed it. Now these were powerful beasts, as I said, these mastiffs. I'd bred them and trained them myself, and each weighed upwards of 200 pounds. I always hunted with them, and though I speak of them as dogs now, they were known only by their names to me then, and when I saw them die, I knew for the first time what I had taken on and what might happen. But all this had occurred in minutes. 4 wolves lay dead. Another was crippled fatally. But that left 3, one of whom had stopped in the savage feasting upon the dogs to fix its slanted eyes on me. I fired the rifle, missed, fired the musket, and my horse reared as the wolf shot towards me. As if pulled on strings, the other wolves turned, leaving the fresh kill, and jerking the reins hard, I let my horse run as she wanted, straight for the cover of the forest. I didn't look back even when I heard the growling and snapping, but then I felt the teeth graze my ankle. I drew the other musket, turned to the left, and fired. It seemed the wolf went up on his hind legs, but it was too quickly out of sight, and my mare reared again. I almost fell. I felt her back legs give out under me. We were almost to the forest, and I was off her before she went down. I had one more loaded gun. Turning and steadying it with both hands, I took dead aim at the wolf who bore down on me and blasted away the top of his skull. It was now 2 animals. The horse was giving off a deep, rattling whinny that rose to a trumpeting shriek, the worst sound I have ever heard from any living thing. The 2 wolves had her. I bolted over the snow, feeling the hardness of the rocky land under me, and made it to the trees. If I could reload, I could shoot them down from there. But there was not a single tree with limbs low enough for me to catch hold of. I leapt up trying to catch hold, my feet slipping on the icy bark, and fell back down as the wolves closed in. There was no time to load the one gun I had left to me. It was the flail and the sword, because the mace I had lost a long way back. I think as I scrambled to my feet, I knew I was probably going to die. But it never even occurred to me to give up. I was maddened, wild. Almost snarling, I faced the animals and looked the closest of the 2 wolves straight in the eye. I spread my legs to anchor myself. With a flail in my left hand, I drew the sword. The wolves stopped. The first, after staring back, bowed its head and trotted several paces to the side. The other waited, as if for some invisible signal. The first looked at me again in that uncannily calm fashion, and then plunged forward. I started swinging the flail so that the spiked ball went round in a circle. I could hear my own growling breaths, and I know I was bending my knees as if I would spring forward, and I aimed the flail for the side of the animal's jaw, bashing it with all my strength and only grazing it. The wolf darted off, and the second ran round me in a circle, dancing towards me and then back again. They both lunged in close enough to make me swing the flail and slash with the sword, then they ran off again. I don't know how long this went on, but I understood the strategy. They meant to wear me down, and they had the strength to do it. It had become a game to them. I was pivoting, thrusting, struggling back, and almost falling to my knees. Probably it was no more than half an hour that this went on, but there is no measuring time like that. And with my legs giving out, I made one last desperate gamble. I stood stock still, weapons at my sides, and they came in for the kill this time, just as I hoped they would. At the last second I swung the flail, felt the ball crack the bone, saw the head jerked upwards to the right, and with the broadsword I slashed the wolf's neck open. The other wolf was at my side. I felt its teeth rip into my breeches. In 1 second it would have torn my leg out of the socket, but I slashed at the side of its face, gashing open its eye. The ball of the flail crashed down on it. The wolf let go, and springing back I had enough room for the sword again and thrust it straight into the animal's chest to the hilt before I drew it out again. That was the end of it. The pack was dead. I was alive. and the only sound in the empty, snow-covered valley was my own breathing and the rattling shriek of my dying mare, who lay yards away from me. I'm not sure I had my reason. I'm not sure the things that went through my mind were thoughts. I wanted to drop down in the snow, and yet I was walking away from the dead wolves towards the dying horse. As I came close to her, she lifted her neck, straining to rise up on her front legs, and gave one of those shrill, trumpeting pleas again. The sound bounced off the mountains. It seemed to reach heaven, and I stood staring at her dark, broken body against the whiteness of the snow, the dead hindquarters and the struggling forelegs, the nose lifted skyward, ears pressed back, and the huge, innocent eyes rolling up into her head as the rattling cry came out of her. She was like an insect half mashed into a floor, but she was no insect. She was my struggling, suffering mare. She tried to lift herself again. I took my rifle from the saddle. I loaded it. And as she lay tossing her head, trying vainly to lift herself once more with that shrill trumpeting, I shot her through the heart. Now she looked all right. She lay still and dead, and the blood ran out of her, and the valley was quiet. I was shuddering. I heard an ugly, choking noise come from myself, and I saw the vomit spewing out onto the snow before I realized it was mine. The smell of wolf was all over me, and the smell of blood. And I almost fell over when I tried to walk. But not even stopping for a moment, I went among the dead wolves and back to the one who had almost killed me, the last one, and slung him up to carry over my shoulders, and started the trek homeward. It took me probably 2 hours. Again, I don't know. But whatever I had learned or felt when I was fighting those wolves went on in my mind even as I walked. Every time I stumbled and fell, something in me hardened, became worse. By the time I reached the castle gates, I think I was not Lestat. I was someone else altogether, staggering into the great hall with that wolf over my shoulders, the heat of the carcass very much diminished now, and the sudden blaze of the fire an irritant in my eyes. I was beyond exhaustion, and though I began to speak as I saw my brothers rising from the table and my mother patting my father, who was blind already then and wanted to know what was happening, I don't know what I said. I know my voice was very flat, and there was some sense in me of the simplicity of describing what had happened. And then, sort of like that. But my brother Augustin suddenly brought me to myself. He came towards me with the light of the fire behind him, and quite distinctly broke the low monotone of my words with his own. "You little bastard," he said coldly. "You didn't kill 8 wolves." His face had an ugly, disgusted look to it. But the remarkable thing was this. Almost as soon as he spoke these words, he realized for some reason that he had made a mistake. Maybe it was the look on my face. Maybe it was my mother's murmured outrage, or my other brother not speaking at all. It was probably my fate. Whatever it was almost instantaneous, and the most curious look of embarrassment came over him. He started to babble something about how incredible, and I must have been almost killed, and would the servants heat some broth for me immediately, and all that sort of thing, but it was no good. What had happened in that one single moment was irreparable, and the next thing I knew I was lying alone in my room. I didn't have the dogs in bed with me as always in winter because the dogs were dead, and though there was no fire lighted, I climbed, filthy and bloody, under the bed covers and went into deep sleep. For days I stayed in my room. I knew the villagers had gone up the mountain, found the wolves, and brought them back down to the castle, because Augustin came and told me these things. But I didn't answer. Maybe a week passed. When I could stand having other dogs near me, I went down to my kennel and brought up 2 pups, already big animals, and they kept me company. At night I slept between them. The servants came and went, but no one bothered me. And then my mother came quietly and almost stealthily into the room.
This ends Disc 1. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 2.
Chapter 2. It was evening. I was sitting on the bed with one of the dogs stretched out beside me and the other stretched out under my knees. The fire was roaring. And there was my mother coming at last, as I supposed I should have expected. I knew her by her particular movement in the shadows, and whereas if anyone else had come near me I would have shouted, "Go away," I said nothing at all to her. I had a great and unshakable love of her. I don't think anyone else did. And one thing that endeared her to me always was that she never said anything ordinary. Shut the door, eat your soup, sit still, things like that never passed her lips. She read all the time. In fact, she was the only one in our family who had any education, and when she did speak, it was really to speak. So I wasn't resentful of her now. On the contrary, she aroused my curiosity. What would she say, and would it conceivably make a difference to me? I had not wanted her to come, nor even thought of her, and I didn't turn away from the fire to look at her. But there was a powerful understanding between us. When I had tried to escape this house and been brought back, it was she who had shown me the way out of the pain that followed. Miracles she'd worked for me, though no one around us had ever noticed. Her first intervention had come when I was 12, and the old parish priest who had taught me some poetry by rote and to read an anthem or two in Latin wanted to send me to school at the nearby monastery. My father said no, that I could learn all I needed in my own house. But it was my mother who roused herself from her books to do loud and vociferous battle with him. I would go, she said, if I wanted to, and she sold one of her jewels to pay for my books and clothing. Her jewels had all come down to her from an Italian grandmother, and each had its story, and this was a hard thing for her to do. But she did it immediately. My father was angry and reminded her that if this had happened before he went blind, his will would have prevailed surely. My brothers assured him that his youngest son wouldn't be gone long. I'd come running home as soon as I was made to do something I didn't want to do. Well, I didn't come running home. I loved the monastery school. I loved the chapel and the hymns, the library with its thousands of old books, the bells that divided the day, the ever-repeated rituals. I loved the cleanliness of the place, the overwhelming fact that all things here were well kept and in good repair. The work never ceased throughout the great house and the gardens. When I was corrected, which wasn't often, I knew an intense happiness, because someone for the first time in my life was trying to make me into a good person, one who could learn things. Within a month I declared my vocation. I wanted to enter the order. I wanted to spend my life in those immaculate cloisters, in the library, writing on parchment and learning to read the ancient books. I wanted to be enclosed forever with people who believed I could be good if I wanted to be. I was liked there, and that was a most unusual thing. I didn't make other people there unhappy or angry. The Father Superior wrote immediately to ask my father's permission, and frankly I thought my father would be glad to be rid of me. But 3 days later my brothers arrived to take me home with them. I cried and begged to stay, but there was nothing the Father Superior could do. And as soon as we reached the castle, my brothers took away my books and locked me up. I didn't understand why they were so angry. There was the hint that I had behaved like a fool for some reason. I couldn't stop crying. I was walking round and smashing my fist into things and kicking the door. Then my brother Augustin started coming in and talking to me. He'd circled the point at first, but what came clear finally was that no member of a great French family was going to be a poor teaching brother. How could I have misunderstood everything so completely? I was sent there to learn to read and write. Why did I always have to go to extremes? Why did I behave habitually like a wild creature? As for becoming a priest with real prospects within the church, well, I was the youngest son of this family now, wasn't I? I ought to think of my duties to my nieces and nephews. Translate all that to mean this. We have no money to launch a real ecclesiastical career for you, to make you a bishop or cardinal as befits our rank. So you have to live out your life here as an illiterate and a beggar. Come in the great hall and play chess with your father. After I got to understand it, I wept right at the supper table and mumbled words no one understood about this house of ours being chaos, and was sent back to my room for it. Then my mother came to me. She said, "You don't know what chaos is. Why do you use words like that?" "I know," I said. I started to describe to her the dirt and the decay that was everywhere here, and to tell how the monastery had been, clean and orderly, a place where if you set your mind to it, you could accomplish something. She didn't argue. And young as I was, I knew that she was warming to the unusual quality of what I was saying to her. The next morning she took me on a journey. We rode for half a day before we reached the impressive chateau of a neighboring lord, and there she and the gentleman took me out to the kennel, where she told me to choose my favorite from a new litter of mastiff puppies. I had never seen anything as tender and endearing as these little mastiff pups, and the big dogs were like drowsy lions as they watched us, simply magnificent. I was too excited almost to make the choice. I brought back the male and female that the Lord advised me to pick, carrying them all the way home on my lap in a basket. And within a month my mother also bought for me my first flintlock musket and my first good horse for riding. She never did say why she'd done all this, but I understood in my own way what she had given me. I raised those dogs, trained them, and founded a great kennel upon them. I became a true hunter with those dogs, and by the age of 16 I lived in the field. But at home I was more than ever a nuisance. Nobody really wanted to hear me talk of restoring the vineyards, or replanting the neglected fields, or of making the tenants stop stealing from us. I could effect nothing. The silent ebb and flow of life without change seemed deadly to me. I went to church on all the feast days just to break the monotony of life, and when the village fairs came round I was always there, greedy for the little spectacles I saw at no other time, anything, really, to break the routine. It might be the same old jugglers, mimes, and acrobats of years past, but it didn't matter. It was something more than the change of the seasons and the idle talk of past glories. But that year, the year I was 16, a troupe of Italian players came through, with a painted wagon in back of which they set up the most elaborate stage I'd ever seen. They put on the old Italian comedy with Pantaloon and Pulcinella, and the young lovers Lelio and Isabella, and the old doctor, and all the old tricks. I was in raptures watching it. I'd never seen anything like it, the cleverness of it, the quickness, the vitality. I loved it even when the words went so fast I couldn't follow them. When the troupe had finished and collected what they could from the crowd, I hung about with them at the inn and stood them all to wine I couldn't really afford, just so that I could talk to them. I felt inexpressible love for these men and women. They explained to me how each actor had his role for life, and how they did not use memorized words, but improvised everything on the stage. You knew your name, your character, and you understood him and made him speak and act as you thought he should. That was the genius of it. It was called the Commedia dell'arte. I was enchanted. I fell in love with the young girl who played Isabella. I went into the wagon with the players and examined all the costumes and the painted scenery, And when we were drinking again at the tavern, they let me act out Lelio, the young lover to Isabella, and they clapped their hands and said I had the gift. I could make it up the way they did. I thought this was all flattery at first, but in some very real way it didn't matter whether or not it was flattery. The next morning, when their wagon pulled out of the village, I was in it. I was hidden in the back with a few coins I'd managed to save and all my clothes tied in a blanket. I was going to be an actor. Now, Lelio in the old Italian comedy is supposed to be quite handsome. He's the lover, as I have explained, and he doesn't wear a mask. If he has manners, dignity, aristocratic bearing, so much the better, because that's part of the role. Well, the troupe thought that in all these things I was blessed. They trained me immediately for the next performance they would give, and the day before we put on the show I went about the town, a much larger and more interesting place than our village, to be certain, advertising the play with the others. I was in heaven. But neither the journey, nor the preparations, nor the camaraderie with my fellow players came near to the ecstasy I knew when I finally stood on that little wooden stage. I went wildly into the pursuit of Isabella. I found a tongue for verses and wit I'd never had in life. I could hear my voice bouncing off the stone walls around me. I could hear the laughter rolling back at me from the crowd. They almost had to drag me off the stage to stop me, but everyone knew it had been a great success. That night, the actress who played my inamorata gave me her own very special and intimate accolades. I went to sleep in her arms, and the last thing I remember her saying was that when we got to Paris we'd play the Saint-Germain fair, and then we'd leave the troupe and we'd stay in Paris, working on the Boulevard du Temple, until we got into the Comédie Française itself and performed for Marie Antoinette and King Louis. When I woke up the next morning, she was gone, and so were all the players, and my brothers were there. I never knew if my friends had been bribed to give me over or just frightened off, more likely the latter. Whatever the case, I was taken back home again. Of course, my family was perfectly horrified at what I'd done. Wanting to be a monk when you are 12 is excusable, but the theatre had the taint of the devil. Even the great Molière had not been given a Christian burial, and I'd run off with a troop of ragged, vagabond Italians, painted my face white, and acted with them in a town square for money. I was beaten severely, and when I cursed everyone, I was beaten again. The worst punishment, however, was seeing the look on my mother's face. I hadn't even told her I was going, and I had wounded her. A thing that had never really happened before. But she never said anything about it. When she came to me, she listened to me cry. I saw tears in her eyes, and she laid her hand on my shoulder, which for her was something a little remarkable. I didn't tell her what it had been like those few days, but I think she knew. Something magical had been lost utterly. And once again she defied my father. She put an end to the condemnations, the beatings, the restrictions. She had me sit beside her at the table. She deferred to me, actually talked to me in conversation that was perfectly unnatural to her, until she had subdued and dissolved the rancor of the family. Finally, as she had in the past, she produced another of her jewels, and she bought the fine hunting rifle that I had taken with me when I killed the wolves. This was a superior and expensive weapon, and in spite of my misery I was fairly eager to try it. And she added to that another gift, a sleek chestnut mare, with strength and speed I'd never known in an animal before. But these things were small compared to the general consolation my mother had given me. Yet the bitterness inside me did not subside. I never forgot what it had been like when I was Lelio. I became a little crueler for what had happened, and I never went again to the village fair, I conceived of the notion that I should never get away from here, and oddly enough, as my despair deepened, so my usefulness increased. I alone put the fear of God into the servants or tenants by the time I was 18. I alone provided the food for us. And for some strange reason this gave me satisfaction. I don't know why, but I liked to sit at the table and reflect that everyone there was eating what I had provided. So these moments had bound me to my mother. These moments had given us a love for each other unnoticed and probably unequaled in the lives of those around us. And now she had come to me at this odd time, when for reasons I didn't understand myself I could not endure the company of any other person. With my eyes on the fire, I barely saw her climb up and sink down into the straw mattress beside me. Silence. Just the crackling of the fire and the deep respiration of the sleeping dogs beside me. Then I glanced at her, and I was vaguely startled. She'd been ill all winter with a cough, and now she looked truly sickly, and her beauty, which was always very important to me, seemed vulnerable for the first time. Her face was angular and her cheekbones perfect, very high and broadly spaced, but delicate. Her jawline was strong yet exquisitely feminine, and she had very clear cobalt-blue eyes fringed with thick ashen lashes. If there was any flaw in her, it was perhaps that all her features were too small, too kittenish, and it made her look like a girl. Her eyes became even smaller when she was angry, and though her mouth was sweet, it often appeared hard. It did not turn down, it wasn't twisted in any way, it was like a little pink rose on her face. But her cheeks were very smooth, and her face narrow, and when she looked very serious, her mouth, without changing at all, looked mean for some reason. Now she was slightly sunken, but she still looked beautiful to me. She still was beautiful. I liked looking at her. Her hair was full and blonde, and that I had inherited from her. In fact, I resemble her, at least superficially. But my features are larger, cruder, and my mouth is more mobile and can be very mean at times. And you can see my sense of humor in my expression, my capacity for mischievousness and near hysterical laughing, which I've always had, no matter how unhappy I was. She did not laugh often. She could look profoundly cold, yet she had always a little girl's sweetness. Well, I looked at her as she sat on my bed. I even stared at her, I suppose. And immediately she started to talk to me. "I know how it is," she said to me. "You hate them, because of what you've endured and what they don't know. They haven't the imagination to know what happened to you out there on the mountain." I felt a cold delight in these words. I gave her the silent acknowledgment that she understood it perfectly. "It was the same the first time I bore a child," she said. "I was in agony for 12 hours, and I felt trapped in the pain, knowing the only release was the birth or my own death. When it was over, I had your brother Augustin in my arms, but I didn't want anyone else near me. And it wasn't because I blamed them. It was only that I'd suffered like that hour after hour, that I'd gone into the circle of hell and come back out. They hadn't been in the circle of hell, and I felt quiet all over. In this common occurrence, this vulgar act of giving birth, I understood the meaning of utter loneliness." "Yes, that's it," I answered. I was a little shaken. She didn't respond. I would have been surprised if she had. Having said what she'd come to say, she wasn't going to converse, actually. But she did lay her hand on my forehead, very unusual for her to do that. And when she observed that I was wearing the same bloody hunting clothes after all this time, I noticed it too, and realized the sickness of it. She was silent for a while. And as I sat there looking past her at the fire, I wanted to tell her a lot of things, how much I loved her particularly. But I was cautious. She had a way of cutting me off when I spoke to her, and mingled with my love was a powerful resentment of her. All my life I'd watched her read her Italian books and scribble letters to people in Naples where she had grown up, yet she had no patience even to teach me or my brothers the alphabet. And nothing had changed after I came back from the monastery. I was 20 and I couldn't read or write more than a few prayers and my name. I hated the sight of her books. I hated her absorption in them. And in some vague way I hated the fact that only extreme pain in me could ever wring from her the slightest warmth or interest. Yet she'd been my savior, and there was no one but her. And I was as tired of being alone, perhaps, as a young person can be. She was here now, out of the confines of her library, and she was attentive to me. Finally, I was convinced that she wouldn't get up and go away, and I found myself speaking to her. "Mother," I said in a low voice, "there is more to it. Before it happened, there were times when I felt terrible things." There was no change in her expression. "I mean, I dream sometimes that I might kill all of them," I said. "I kill my brothers and my father in the dream. I go from room to room slaughtering them as I did the wolves. I feel in myself the desire to murder." "So do I, my son," she said, "so do I." And her face was lighted with the strangest smile as she looked at me. I bent forward and looked at her more closely. I lowered my voice. "I see myself screaming when it happens," I went on. "I see my face twisted into grimaces, and I hear bellowing coming out of me. My mouth is a perfect O, and shrieks, cries come out of me." She nodded with that same understanding look, as if a light were flaring behind her eyes. "And on the mountain, Mother, when I was fighting the wolves, it was a little like that." "Only a little?" she asked. I nodded. "I felt like someone different from myself when I killed the wolves. And now I don't know who was here with you, your son Lestat or that other man, the killer." She was quiet for a long time. "No," she said finally, "it was you who killed the wolves. You're the hunter, the warrior. You're stronger than anyone else here. That's your tragedy." I shook my head. That was true, but it didn't matter. It couldn't account for unhappiness such as this. But what was the use of saying it? She looked away for a moment, then back to me. "But you're many things," she said. "Not only one thing. You're the killer and the man. And don't give in to the killer in you just because you hate them. You don't have to take upon yourself the burden of murder or madness to be free of this place. Surely there must be other ways." Those last two sentences struck me hard. She had gone to the core, and the implications dazzled me. Always I'd felt that I couldn't be a good human being and fight them. To be good meant to be defeated by them. Unless, of course, I found a more interesting idea of goodness. We sat still for a few moments, and there seemed an uncommon intimacy, even for us. She was looking at the fire, scratching at her thick hair, which was wound into a circle on the back of her head. "You know what I imagine," she said, looking towards me again. "Not so much the murdering of them as an abandon which disregards them completely. I imagine drinking wine until I'm so drunk I strip off my clothes and bathe in the mountain streams naked." I almost laughed. But it was a sublime amusement. I looked up at her, uncertain for a moment that I was hearing her correctly. But she had said these words, and she wasn't finished. "And then I imagined going into the village," she said, "and up into the inn, and taking into my bed any men that come there, crude men, big men, old men, boys, just lying there and taking them one after another, and feeling some magnificent triumph in it, some absolute release without a thought of what happens to your father or your brothers, whether they are alive or dead. In that moment I am purely myself. I belong to no one." I was too shocked and amazed to say anything. But again, this was terribly, terribly amusing. When I thought of my father and brothers and the pompous shopkeepers of the village and how they would respond to such a thing, I found it damn near hilarious. If I didn't laugh aloud, it was probably because the image of my mother naked made me think I shouldn't. But I couldn't keep altogether quiet. I laughed a little, and she nodded, half smiling. She raised her eyebrows as if to say, "We understand each other." Finally I roared, laughing. I pounded my knee with my fist and hit my head on the wood of the bed behind me, and she almost laughed herself. Maybe in her own quiet way she was laughing. Curious moment. Some almost brutal sense of her as a human being, quite removed from all that surrounded her. We did understand each other, and all my resentment of her didn't matter too much. She pulled the pin out of her hair and let it tumble down to her shoulders. We sat quiet for perhaps an hour after that. No more laughter or talk. Just the fire blazing in her near to me. She had turned so she could see the fire. Her profile, the delicacy of her nose and lips were beautiful to look at. Then she looked back at me, and in the same steady voice without undue emotion she said, "I'll never leave here. I am dying now." I was stunned. The little shock before was nothing to this. "I'll live through this spring," she continued, "and possibly the summer as well. But I won't survive another winter. I know. The pain in my lungs is too bad." I made some little anguished sound. I think I leaned forward and said, "Mother." "Don't say any more," she answered. I think she hated to be called Mother, but I hadn't been able to help it. "I just wanted to speak it to another soul," she said, "to hear it out loud. I'm perfectly horrified by it. I'm afraid of it." I wanted to take her hands, but I knew she'd never allow it. She disliked to be touched. She never put her arms around anyone. And so it was in our glances that we held each other. My eyes filled with tears looking at her. She patted my hand. "Don't think on it much," she said. "I don't. Just only now and then. But you must be ready to live on without me when the time comes. That may be harder for you than you realize." I tried to say something. I couldn't make the words come. She left me just as she'd come in, silently. And though she'd never said anything about my clothes or my beard or how dreadful I looked, she sent the servants in with clean clothes for me, and the razor and warm water. And silently I let myself be taken care of by them. Chapter 3. I began to feel a little stronger. I stopped thinking about what happened with the wolves, and I thought about her. I thought about the words "perfectly horrified," and I didn't know what to make of them except they sounded exactly true. I'd feel that way if I were dying slowly. It would have been better on the mountain with the wolves. But there was more to it than that. She had always been silently unhappy. She hated the inertia and the hopelessness of our life here as much as I did, and now, after 8 children, 3 living, 5 dead, she was dying. This was the end for her. I determined to get up if it would make her feel better, but when I tried, I couldn't. The thought of her dying was unbearable. I paced the floor of my room a lot, ate the food brought to me, but still I wouldn't go to her. But by the end of the month, visitors came to draw me out. My mother came in and said I must receive the merchants from the village who wanted to honor me for killing the wolves. "Oh, hell with it," I answered. "No, you must come down," she said. "They have gifts for you. Now do your duty." I hated all this. When I reached the hall, I found the rich shopkeepers there, all men I knew well and all dressed for the occasion. But there was one startling young man among them I didn't recognize immediately. He was my age, perhaps, and quite tall, and when our eyes met I remembered who he was. Nicolas de l'Enfant, eldest son of the draper who had been sent to school in Paris. He was a vision now. Dressed in a splendid brocade coat of rose and gold, he wore slippers with gold heels and layers of Italian lace at his collar. Only his hair was what it used to be, dark and very curly, and boyish-looking for some reason, though it was tied back with a fine bit of silk ribbon. Parisian fashion, all this. The sort that passed as fast as it could through the local post-house. And here I was to meet him in threadbare wool and scuffed leather boots and yellowed lace that had been 17 times mended. We bowed to each other, as he was apparently the spokesman for the town. And then he unwrapped from its modest covering of black serge a great red velvet cloak, lined in fur. Gorgeous thing. His eyes were positively shining when he looked at me. You would have thought he was looking at a sovereign. "Monsieur, we beg you to accept this," he said very sincerely. "The finest fur of the wolves has been used to line it, and we thought it would stand you well in the winter, this fur-lined cloak, when you ride out to hunt." "And these too, monsieur," said his father, producing a finely sewn pair of fur-lined boots in black suede. "For the hunt, monsieur," he said. I was a little overcome. They meant these gestures in the kindest way, these men who had the sort of wealth I only dreamed of, and they paid me respect as the aristocrat. I took the cloak and the boots. I thanked them as effusively as I'd ever thanked anybody for anything. And behind me I heard my brother Augustin say, "Now he will really be impossible." I felt my face color. Outrageous that he should say this in the presence of these men, but when I glanced to Nicolas de l'Enfant I saw the most affectionate expression on his face. "I too am impossible, monsieur," he whispered as I gave him the parting kiss. "Some day will you let me come talk to you and tell me how you killed them all? Only the impossible can do the impossible." None of the merchants ever spoke to me like that. We were boys again for a moment, and I laughed out loud. His father was disconcerted. My brothers stopped whispering, but Nicolas de l'Enfant kept smiling, with a Parisian's composure. As soon as they had left, I took the red velvet cloak and the suede boots up into my mother's room. She was reading, as always, while very lazily she brushed her hair. In the weak sunlight from the window, I saw grey in her hair for the first time. I told her what Nicolas de l'Enfant had said. "Why is he impossible?" I asked her. "He said this with feeling, as if it meant something." She laughed. "It means something, all right," she said. "He's in disgrace." She stopped looking at her book for a moment and looked at me. "You know how he's been educated all his life to be a little imitation aristocrat. Well, during his first term studying law in Paris, he fell madly in love with the violin of all things. Seems he heard an Italian virtuoso, one of those geniuses from Padua, who is so great that men say he has sold his soul to the devil. Well, Nicola dropped everything at once to take lessons from Wolfgang Mozart. He sold his books. He did nothing but play and play until he failed his examinations. He wants to be a musician. Can you imagine? And his father was beside himself. Exactly. He even smashed the instrument, and you know what a piece of expensive merchandise means to the good draper. I smiled. And so Nicola has no violin now. He has a violin. He promptly ran away to Clermont and sold his watch to buy another. He's impossible, all right. And the worst part of it is that he plays rather well. You've heard him? She knew good music. She grew up with it in Naples. All I'd ever heard were the church choir, the players at the fairs. I heard him Sunday when I went to Mass, she said. He was playing in the upstairs bedroom over the shop. Everyone could hear him, and his father was threatening to break his hands. I gave a little gasp at the cruelty of it. I was powerfully fascinated. I think I loved him already, doing what he wanted like that. Of course he'll never be anything, she went on. Why not? He's too old. You can't take up the violin when you're 20. But what do I know? He plays magically in his own way, and maybe he can sell his soul to the devil. I laughed a little uneasily. It sounded tragic. But why don't you go down to the town and make a friend of him? She asked. Why the hell should I do that? I asked. Lestat, really. Your brothers will hate it, and the old merchant will be beside himself with joy, his son and the Marquise's son. Those aren't good enough reasons. He's been to Paris, she said. She watched me for a long moment. Then she went back to her book, brushing her hair now and then lazily. I watched her reading, hating it. I wanted to ask her how she was, if her cough was very bad that day, but I couldn't broach the subject to her. Go on down and talk to him, Lestat, she said, without another glance at me. Chapter 4. It took me a week to make up my mind that I would seek out Nicolas de l'Enfant. I put on the red velvet fur-lined cloak and the fur-lined suede boots, and I went down the winding main street of the village towards the inn. The shop owned by Nicola's father was right across from the inn, but I didn't see or hear Nicolas. I had no more than enough for one glass of wine, and I wasn't sure just how to proceed, when the innkeeper came out, bowed to me, and set a bottle of his best vintage before me. Of course, these people had always treated me like the son of the Lord, but I could see that things had changed on account of the wolves, and strangely enough this made me feel even more alone than I usually felt. But as soon as I poured the first glass, Nicolas appeared, a great blaze of color in the open doorway. He was not so finely dressed as before, thank heaven, yet everything about him exuded wealth, silk and velvet and brand-new leather. But he was flushed as if he'd been running, and his hair was wind-blown and messy, and his eyes full of excitement. He bowed to me, waited for me to invite him to sit down, and then he asked me, "What was it like, monsieur, killing the wolves?" And folding his arms on the table, he stared at me. "Why don't you tell me what it's like in Paris, monsieur?" I said, and I realized right away that it sounded mocking and rude. "I'm sorry," I said immediately. "I would really like to know. Did you go to the university? Did you really study with Mozart? What do people in Paris do? What do they talk about? What do they think?" He laughed softly at the barrage of questions. I had to laugh myself. I signaled for another glass and pushed the bottle towards him. "Tell me," I said, "did you go to the theatres in Paris? Did you see the Comédie Française?" "Many times," he answered a little dismissively. "But listen, The diligence will be coming in any minute. There'll be too much noise. Allow me the honor of providing your supper in a private room upstairs. I should so like to do it." And before I could make a gentlemanly protest, he was ordering everything. We were shown up to a crude but comfortable little chamber. I was almost never in small wooden rooms, and I loved it immediately. The table was laid for the meal that would come later on. The fire was truly warming the place, unlike the roaring blazes in our castle. And the thick glass of the window was clean enough to see the blue winter sky over snow-covered mountains. "Now I shall tell you everything you want to know about Paris," he said agreeably, waiting for me to sit first. "Yes, I did go to the university." He made a little sneer, as if it had all been contemptible. "And I did study with Mozart, who would have told me I was hopeless if he hadn't needed pupils. Now, where do you want me to begin? The stench of the city, or the infernal noise of it? The hungry crowds that surround you everywhere? The thieves in every alley ready to cut your throat?" I waved all that away. His smile was very different from his tone, his manner open and appealing. "A really big Paris theatre," I said. "Describe it to me. What is it like?" I think we stayed in that room for 4 solid hours, and all we did was drink and talk. He drew plans of the theatres on the tabletop with a wet finger, described the plays he had seen, the famous actors, the little houses of the boulevards. Soon he was describing all of Paris, and he'd forgotten to be cynical, my curiosity firing him as he talked of the Ile de la Cité and the Latin Quarter, the Sorbonne, the Louvre. We went on to more abstract things, how the newspapers reported events, how his student cronies gathered in cafes to argue. He told me men were restless and out of love with the monarchy, that they wanted a change in government and wouldn't sit still for very long. He told me about the philosophers, Diderot, Voltaire, Rousseau. I couldn't understand everything he said, but in rapid, sometimes sarcastic speech, he gave me a marvelously complete picture of what was going on. Of course, it didn't surprise me to hear that educated people didn't believe in God, that they were infinitely more interested in science, that the aristocracy was much in ill favor, and so was the Church. These were times of reason, not superstition. And the more he talked, the more I understood. Soon he was outlining the Encyclopédie, the great compilation of knowledge supervised by Diderot. And then it was the salons he'd gone to, the drinking bouts, his evenings with actresses. He described the public balls at the Palais Royal, where Marie Antoinette appeared right along with the common people. "I'll tell you," he said finally, "it all sounds a hell of a lot better in this room than it really is." "I don't believe you," I said gently. I didn't want him to stop talking. I wanted it to go on and on. "It's a secular age, monsieur," he said, filling our glasses from the new bottle of wine. "Very dangerous." "Why dangerous?" I whispered. "An end to superstition? What could be better than that?" "Spoken like a true 18th-century man, monsieur," he said with a faint melancholy to his smile. "But no one values anything anymore. Fashion is everything. Even atheism is a fashion. I had always had a secular mind, but not for any philosophical reason. No one in my family much believed in God, or ever had. Of course they said they did, and we went to Mass, but this was duty. Real religion had long ago died out in our family, as it had perhaps in the families of thousands of aristocrats. Even at the monastery I had not believed in God. I had believed in the monks around me. I tried to explain this in simple language that would not give offense to Nicolas, because for his family it was different. Even his miserable, money-grubbing father, whom I secretly admired, was fervently religious. "But can men live without these beliefs?" Nicolas asked almost sadly. "Can children face the world without them?" I was beginning to understand why he was so sarcastic and cynical. He had only recently lost that old faith. He was bitter about it. But no matter how deadening was this sarcasm of his, a great energy poured out of him, an irrepressible passion. And this drew me to him. I think I loved him. Another 2 glasses of wine, and I might say something absolutely ridiculous like that. "I've always lived without beliefs," I said. "Yes, I know," he answered. "Do you remember the story of the witches? The time you cried at the witches' play?" "Cried over the witches?" I looked at him blankly for a moment. But it stirred something painful, something humiliating. Too many of my memories had that quality. And now I had to remember crying over witches. "I don't remember," I said. "We were little boys, and the priest was teaching us our prayers, and the priest took us out to see the place where they burnt the witches in the old days, the old stakes and the blackened ground." "Ah, that place!" I shuddered. "That horrid, horrid place." "You began to scream and cry. They sent someone for the Marquise herself because your nurse couldn't quiet you." "I was a dreadful child," I said, trying to shrug it off. Of course I did remember now. Screaming, being carried home, nightmares about the fires, someone bathing my forehead and saying, "Lestat, wake up." But I hadn't thought of that little scene in years. It was the place itself I thought about whenever I drew near it, the thicket of blackened stakes, the images of men and women and children burnt alive. Nicolas was studying me. "When your mother came to get you, she said it was all ignorance and cruelty. She was so angry with the priest for telling us the old tales." I nodded. The final horror to hear they had all died for nothing, those long-forgotten people of our own village, that they had been innocent. "Victims of superstition," she had said. "There were no real witches." No wonder I had screamed and screamed. "But my mother," Nicolas said, "told a different story, that the witches had been in league with the devil, that they'd blighted the crops, and in the guise of wolves killed the sheep and the children. And won't the world be better if no one is ever again burnt in the name of God?" I asked. "If there is no more faith in God to make men do that to each other? What is the danger in a secular world where horrors like that don't happen?" He leaned forward with a mischievous little frown. "The wolves didn't wound you on the mountain, did they?" he asked playfully. "You haven't become a werewolf, have you, monsieur, unbeknownst to the rest of us?" He stroked the furred edge of the velvet cloak I still had over my shoulders. "Remember what the good father said, that they had burnt a good number of werewolves in those times. They were a regular menace." I laughed. "If I turn into a wolf," I answered, "I can tell you this much. I won't hang around here to kill the children. I'll get away from this miserable little hellhole of a village where they still terrify little boys with tales of burning witches. I'll get on the road to Paris and never stop till I see her ramparts." "And you'll find Paris is a miserable hellhole," he said, "where they break the bones of thieves on the wheel for the vulgar crowds in the Place de Grève." "No," I said. "I'll see a splendid city, where great ideas are born in the minds of the populace, ideas that go forth to illuminate the darkened corners of this world." "Ah, you are a dreamer," he said, but he was delighted. He was beyond handsome when he smiled. "And I'll know people like you," I went on. "People who have thoughts in their heads and quick tongues with which to voice them, and will sit in cafes, and will drink together, and will clash with each other violently in words, and will talk for the rest of our lives in divine excitement." He reached out and put his arm around my neck and kissed me. We almost upset the table, we were so blissfully drunk. My lord the wolf-killer. When the 3rd bottle of wine came, I began to talk of my life, as I'd never done before, of what it was like each day to ride out into the mountains, to go so far I couldn't see the towers of my father's house any more, to ride above the tilled land to the place where the forest seemed almost haunted. The words began to pour out of me as they had out of him. And soon we were talking about 1,000 things we had felt in our hearts, varieties of secret loneliness. And the words seemed to be essential words, the way they did on those rare occasions with my mother. And we came to describe our longings and dissatisfactions. We were saying things to each other with great exuberance, like, yes, yes, and exactly, and I know completely what you mean, and yes, of course, you felt that you could not bear it. It's another bottle and a new fire, and I begged Nicolas to play his violin for me. He rushed home immediately to get it. It was now late afternoon. The sun was slanting through the window, and the fire was very hot. We were very drunk. We had never ordered supper, and I think I was happier than I had ever been in my life. I lay on the lumpy straw mattress of the little bed with my hands under my head, watching him as he took out the instrument. He put the violin to his shoulder and began to pluck at it and twist the pegs. Then he raised the bow and drew it down hard over the strings to bring out the first note. I sat up and pushed myself back against the panelled wall and stared at him because I couldn't believe the sound I was hearing. He ripped into the song. He tore the notes out of the violin, and each note was translucent and throbbing. His eyes were closed, his mouth a little distorted, his lower lip sliding to the side, and what struck my heart almost as much as the song itself was the way that he seemed with his whole body to lean into the music, to press his soul like an ear to the instrument. I had never known music like it. The rawness of it, the intensity, the rapid, glittering torrents of notes that came out of the strings as he sawed away. It was Mozart that he was playing, and it had all the gaiety, the velocity, and the sheer loveliness of everything Mozart wrote. When he'd finished, I was staring at him, and I realized I was gripping the sides of my head. "Monsieur, what's the matter?" he said almost helplessly, and I stood up and threw my arms around him and kissed him on both cheeks and kissed the violin. "Stop calling me monsieur," I said. "Call me by my name." I lay back down on the bed and buried my face on my arm and started to cry, and once I'd started I couldn't stop it. He sat next to me, hugging me and asking me why I was crying, and though I couldn't tell him, I could see that he was overwhelmed that his music had produced this effect. There was no sarcasm or bitterness in him now. I think he carried me home that night. And the next morning I was standing in the crooked stone street in front of his father's shop, tossing pebbles up at his window. When he stuck his head out, I said, "Do you want to come down and go on with our conversation?" Chapter 5. From then on, when I was not hunting, my life was with Nicolas and our conversation. Spring was approaching. The mountains were dappled with green, the apple orchard starting back to life, and Nicolas and I were always together. We took long walks up the rocky slopes, had our bread and wine in the sun on the grass, roamed south through the ruins of an old monastery. We hung about in my rooms or sometimes climbed to the battlements, and we went back to our room at the inn when we were too drunk and too loud to be tolerated by others. And as the weeks passed, we revealed more and more of ourselves to each other. Nicolas told me about his childhood at school, the little disappointments of his early years, those whom he had known and loved. And I started to tell him the painful things, and finally the old disgrace of running off with the Italian players. It came to that one night when we were in the inn again, and we were drunk as usual. In fact, we were at that moment of drunkenness that the two of us had come to call the golden moment, when everything made sense. We always tried to stretch out that moment, and then inevitably one of us would confess, "I can't follow any more. I think the golden moment's past." On this night, looking out the window at the moon over the mountains, I said that at the golden moment it was not so terrible that we weren't in Paris, that we weren't at the opera or the comédie, waiting for the curtain to rise. "You in the theatres of Paris," he said to me. "No matter what we're talking about, you bring it back to the theatres and the actors." His brown eyes were very big and trusting. And even drunk as he was, he looked spruce in his red velvet Paris frock coat. Actors and actresses make magic. They make things happen on the stage. They invent. They create. Wait until you see the sweat streaming down their painted faces in the glare of the footlights. Yeah. Ah, there you go again, I said. And you, the one who gave up everything to play the violin. He got terribly serious suddenly, looking off as if he were weary of his own struggles. That I did, he confessed. Even now the whole village knew it was war between him and his father. Nicky wouldn't go back to school in Paris. You make life when you play, I said. You create something from nothing. You make something good happen, and that is blessed to me. I make music, and it makes me happy, he said. What is blessed or good about that? I waved it away, as I always did his cynicism now. I've lived all these years among those who create nothing and change nothing, I said. Actors and musicians, they're saints to me. Saints? He asked. Blessedness? Goodness? Lestat, your language baffles me. I smiled and shook my head. You don't understand. I'm speaking of the character of human beings, not what they believe in. I'm speaking of those who won't accept a useless life just because they were born to it. I mean those who would be something better. They work, they sacrifice, they do things. He was moved by this, and I was a little surprised that I'd said it. Yet I felt I had hurt him somehow. There is blessedness in that, I said. There's sanctity. And God or no God, there is goodness in it. I know this, the way I know the mountains are out there, that the stars shine. He looked sad for me, and he looked hurt still. But for the moment I didn't think of him. I was thinking of the conversation I had had with my mother and my perception that I couldn't be good and defy my family. But if I believed what I was saying... As if he could read my mind, he asked, But do you really believe those things? Maybe yes, maybe no, I said. I couldn't bear to see him look so sad. And I think more on account of that than anything else, I told him the whole story of how I'd run off with the players. I told him what I'd never told anyone, not even my mother, about those few days and the happiness they'd given me. Now, how could it not have been good, I asked, to give and receive such happiness? We brought to life that town when we put on our play. Magic, I tell you. It could heal the sick. It could. He shook his head. And I knew there were things he wanted to say, which, out of respect for me, he was leaving to silence. You don't understand, do you? I asked. Lestat, sin always feels good, he said gravely. Don't you see that? Why do you think the church has always condemned the players? It was from Dionysus, the wine god, that the theatre came. You can read that in Aristotle. And Dionysus was a god that drove men to debauchery. It felt good to you to be on that stage because it was abandoned and lewd, the age-old service of the god of the grape. And you were having a high time of it defying your father. No, Nicky, no, 1,000 times no. Lestat, we're partners in sin, he said, smiling finally. We've always been. We've both behaved badly, both been utterly disreputable. It's what binds us together. Now it was my turn to look sad and hurt, and the golden moment was gone beyond reprieve unless something new was to happen. Come on, I said suddenly. Get your violin and we'll go off somewhere in the woods where the music won't wake up anybody. We'll see if there isn't some goodness in it. You're a madman, he said. But he grabbed the unopened bottle by the neck and headed for the door immediately. I was right behind him. When he came out of his house with the violin, he said, Let's go to the witch's place. Look, it's a half-moon, plenty of light. We'll do the devil's dance and play for the spirits of the witches. I laughed. I had to be drunk to go along with that. We'll reconsecrate the spot, I insisted, with good and pure music. It had been years and years since I'd walked in the witch's place. The moon was bright enough, as he'd said, to see the charred stakes in their grim circle and the ground in which nothing ever grew even 100 years after the burnings. The new saplings of the forest kept their distance. And so the wind struck the clearing, and above, clinging to the rocky slope, the village hovered in darkness. A faint chill passed over me, but it was the mere shadow of the anguish I'd felt as a child when I'd heard those awful words, roasted alive, when I had imagined the suffering. Nicky's white lace shone in the pale light, and he struck up a gypsy song at once and danced round in a circle as he played it. I sat on a broad, burned stump of tree and drank from the bottle. And the heartbreaking feeling came, as it always did with the music. What sin was there, I thought, except to live out my life in this awful place? And pretty soon I was silently and unobtrusively crying. Though it seemed the music had never stopped, Nicky was comforting me. We sat side by side, and he told me that the world was full of inequities, and that we were prisoners, he and I, of this awful corner of France, and some day we would break out of it. And I thought of my mother in the castle high up the mountain, and the sadness numbed me until I couldn't bear it. And Nicky started playing again, telling me to dance and to forget everything. Yes, that's what it could make you do, I wanted to say. Is that sin? How can it be evil? I went after him as he danced in a circle. The notes seemed to be flying up and out of the violin as if they were made of gold. I could almost see them flashing. I danced round and round him now, and he sawed away into a deeper and more frenzied music. I spread the wings of the fur-lined cape and threw back my head to look at the moon. The music rose all around me like smoke, and the witch's place was no more. There was only the sky above, arching down to the mountains. We were closer for all this in the days that followed. But a few nights later, something altogether extraordinary happened. It was late. We were at the inn again, and Nicola, who was walking about the room and gesturing dramatically, declared what had been on our minds all along. That we should run away to Paris, even if we were penniless, that it was better than remaining here, even if we lived as beggars in Paris. It had to be better. Of course, we had both been building up to this. Well, beggars in the streets it might be, Nicky, I said, because I'll be damned in hell before I'll play the penniless country cousin begging at the big houses. Do you think I want you to do that? He demanded. I mean run away, Lestat, he said. Spite them, every one of them. Did I want to go on like this? So our fathers would curse us. After all, our life was meaningless here. Of course, we both knew this running off together would be 1,000 times more serious than what I had done before. We weren't boys anymore, we were men. Our fathers would curse us. And this was something neither of us could laugh off. Also, we were old enough to know what poverty meant. What am I going to do in Paris when we get hungry? I asked. Shoot rats for supper? I'll play my violin for coins on the Boulevard du Temple if I have to, and you can go to the theatres. Now he was really challenging me. He was saying, is it all words with you, Lestat? With your looks, you know, you'd be on the stage in the Boulevard du Temple in no time. I loved this change in our conversation. I loved seeing him believe we could do it. All his cynicism had vanished, even though he did throw in the word spite every 10 words or so. It seemed possible suddenly to do all this. And this notion of the meaninglessness of our lives here began to inflame us. I took up the theme again that music and acting were good because they drove back chaos. Chaos was the meaninglessness of day-to-day life, and if we were to die now, our lives would have been nothing but meaninglessness. In fact, it came to me that my mother dying soon was meaningless, and I confided in Nicola what she had said. I'm perfectly horrified. I'm afraid. Well, if there had been a golden moment in the room, it was gone now. And something different started to happen. I should call it the dark moment. But it was still high-pitched and full of eerie light. We were talking rapidly, cursing this meaninglessness, and when Nicola at last sat down and put his head in his hands, I took some glamorous and hearty swigs of wine and went to pacing and gesturing as he had done before. I realized aloud in the midst of saying it that even when we die we probably don't find out the answer as to why we were ever alive. Even the avowed atheist probably thinks that in death he'll get some answer. I mean, God will be there, or there won't be anything at all. But that's just it, I said. We don't make any discovery at that moment. We merely stop. We pass into non-existence without ever knowing a thing. I saw the universe, a vision of the sun, the planets, the stars, black night going on forever. And I began to laugh. Do you realize that? We'll never know why the hell any of it happened, not even when it's over, I shouted at Nicola, who was sitting back on the bed, nodding and drinking his wine out of a flagon. We're going to die and not even know. We'll never know. And all this meaninglessness will just go on and on and on, and we won't any longer be witnesses to it. We won't have even that little bit of power to give meaning to it in our minds. We'll just be gone. Dead. Dead. Dead without ever knowing. But I had stopped laughing. I stood still, and I understood perfectly what I was saying. There was no judgment day, no final explanation, no luminous moment in which all terrible wrongs would be made right, all horrors redeemed. The witches burnt at the stake would never be avenged. No one was ever going to tell us anything. No, I didn't understand it at this moment. I saw it. And I began to make the single sound, "Oh." I said it again, "Oh." And then I said it louder and louder and louder, and I dropped the wine bottle on the floor. I put my hands to my head, and I kept saying it, and I could see my mouth opened in that perfect circle that I had described to my mother, and I kept saying, "Oh, oh, oh." I said it like a great hiccuping that I couldn't stop. And Nicola took hold of me and started shaking me, saying, "Lestat, stop!" I couldn't stop. I ran to the window, unlatched it, and swung out the heavy little glass and stared at the stars. I couldn't stand seeing them. I couldn't stand seeing the pure emptiness, the silence, the absolute absence of any answer, and I started roaring as Nicola pulled me back from the windowsill and pulled shut the glass. "You'll be all right," he said over and over. Someone was beating on the door. It was the innkeeper, demanding why we had to carry on like this. "You'll feel all right in the morning," Nicola kept insisting. "You just have to sleep." We had awakened everyone. I couldn't be quiet. I kept making the same sound over again. And I ran out of the inn with Nicola behind me, and down the street of the village and up towards the castle with Nicola trying to catch up with me, and through the gates and up into my room. "Sleep, that's what you need," he kept saying to me desperately. I was lying against the wall with my hands over my ears, and that sound kept coming. "Oh, oh, oh. In the morning," he said, "it will be better."
This ends Disc 2. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 3.
Well, it was not better in the morning. And it was no better by nightfall, and in fact it got worse with the coming of the darkness. I walked and talked and gestured like a contented human being, but I was flayed. I was shuddering. My teeth were chattering. I couldn't stop it. I was staring at everything around me in horror. The darkness terrified me. The sight of the old suits of armor in the hall terrified me. I stared at the mace and the flail I'd taken out after the wolves. I stared at the faces of my brothers. I stared at everything, seeing behind every configuration of color and light and shadow the same thing: death. Only it wasn't just death as I'd thought of it before. It was death the way I saw it now. Real death, total death, inevitable, irreversible, and resolving nothing. And in this unbearable state of agitation, I commenced to do something I'd never done before. I turned to those around me and questioned them relentlessly. "But do you believe in God?" I asked my brother Augustin. "How can you live if you don't?" "But do you really believe in anything?" I demanded of my blind father. "If you knew you were dying at this very minute, would you expect to see God or darkness? Tell me!" "You're mad. You've always been mad," he shouted. "Get out of this house. You'll drive us all crazy." He stood up, which was hard for him, being crippled and blind, and he tried to throw his goblet at me, and naturally he missed. I couldn't look at my mother. I couldn't be near her. I didn't want to make her suffer with my questions. I went down to the inn. I couldn't bear to think of the witch's place. I would not have walked to that end of the village for anything. I put my hands over my ears and shut my eyes. "Go away," I said at the thought of those who died like that without ever understanding anything. The second day it was no better. And it wasn't any better by the end of the week either. I ate, drank, slept, but every waking moment was pure panic and pure pain. I went to the village priest and demanded did he really believe the body of Christ was present on the altar at the consecration, and after hearing his stammered answers and seeing the fear in his eyes, I went away more desperate than before. "But how do you live? How do you go on breathing and moving and doing things when you know there is no explanation?" I was raving finally. And then Nicolas said maybe the music would make me feel better. He would play the violin. I was afraid of the intensity of it. But we went to the orchard, and in the sunshine Nicolas played every song he knew. I sat there with my arms folded and my knees drawn up, my teeth chattering, though we were right in the hot sun, and the sun was glaring off the little polished violin. And I watched Nicolas swaying into the music as he stood before me, the raw, pure sounds swelling magically to fill the orchard and the valley, though it wasn't magic. And Nicolas put his arms around me finally, and we just sat there, silent, and then he said very softly, "Lestat, believe me, this will pass." "Play again," I said. "The music is innocent." Nicolas smiled and nodded. Pamper the madman. And I knew it wasn't going to pass, and nothing for the moment could make me forget. But what I felt was inexpressible gratitude for the music, that in this horror there could be something as beautiful as that. You couldn't understand anything, and you couldn't change anything, but you could make music like that. And I felt the same gratitude when I saw the village children dancing, when I saw their arms raised and their knees bent, and their bodies turning to the rhythm of the songs they sang. I started to cry watching them. I wandered into the church, and on my knees I leaned against the wall, and I looked at the ancient statues, and I felt the same gratitude looking at the finely carved fingers, and the noses and the ears, and the expressions on their faces, and the deep folds in their garments. And I couldn't stop myself from crying. "At least we had these beautiful things," I said. "Such goodness." But nothing natural seemed beautiful to me now. The very sight of a great tree standing alone in a field could make me tremble and cry out. Fill the orchard with music, and let me tell you a little secret. It never did pass, really. Chapter 6. What caused it? Was it the late-night drinking and talking? Or did it have to do with my mother and her saying she was going to die? Did the wolves have something to do with it? Was it a spell cast upon the imagination by the witch's place? I don't know. It had come like something visited upon me from outside. One minute it was an idea, and the next it was real. I think you can invite that sort of thing, but you can't make it come. Of course it was to slacken, but the sky was never quite the same shade of blue again. I mean, the world looked different forever after, and even in moments of exquisite happiness, there was the darkness lurking, the sense of our frailty and our hopelessness. Maybe it was a presentiment, but I don't think so. It was more important than that, and frankly I don't believe in presentiments. But to return to the story, during all this misery I kept away from my mother. I wasn't going to say these monstrous things about death and chaos to her, but she heard from everyone else that I'd lost my reason. And finally, on the first Sunday night in Lent, she came to me. I was alone in my room, and the whole household had gone down to the village at twilight for the big bonfire that was the custom every year on this evening. I had always hated the celebration. It had a ghastly aspect to it. The roaring flames, the dancing and singing, the peasants going afterwards through the orchards with their torches to the tune of their strange chanting. We had a priest for a little while who called it pagan, but they got rid of him fast enough. The farmers of our mountains kept to their old rituals. It was to make the trees bear and the crops grow, all this. And on this occasion, more than any other, I felt I saw the kind of men and women who could burn witches. In my present frame of mind, it struck terror. I sat by my own little fire, trying to resist the urge to go to the window and look down on the big fire that drew me as strongly as it scared me. My mother came in, closed the door behind her, and told me that she must talk to me. Her whole manner was tenderness. "Is it on account of my dying? What's come over you?" she asked. "Tell me if it is. And put your hands in mine." She even kissed me. She was frail in her faded dressing gown, and her hair was undone. I couldn't stand to see the streaks of gray in it. She looked starved. But I told her the truth. I didn't know, and then I explained some of what had happened in the inn. I tried not to convey the horror of it, the strange logic of it. I tried not to make it so absolute. She listened, and then she said, "You're such a fighter, my son. You never accept. Not even when it's the fate of all mankind will you accept it." "I can't," I said miserably. "I love you for it," she said. "It's all too like you that you should see this in a tiny bedroom in the inn late at night when you're drinking wine, and it's entirely like you to rage against it the way you rage against everything else." I started to cry again, though I knew she wasn't condemning me. And then she took out a handkerchief and opened it to reveal several gold coins. "You'll get over this," she said. "For the moment, death is spoiling life for you. That's all. But life is more important than death. You'll realize it soon enough. Now, listen to what I have to say. I've had the doctor here and the old woman in the village who knows more about healing than he knows. Both agree with me I won't live too long." "Stop, Mother," I said, aware of how selfish I was being, but unable to hold it back. "And this time there'll be no gifts. Put the money away." "Sit down," she said. She pointed to the bench near the hearth. Reluctantly I did as I was told. She sat beside me. "I know," she said, "that you and Nicola are talking of running away." "I won't go, Mother." "What, until I'm dead?" I didn't answer her. I can't convey to you my frame of mind. I was still raw, trembling, and we had to talk about the fact that this living, breathing woman was going to stop living and breathing and start to putrefy and rot away that her soul would spin into an abyss, that everything she had suffered in life, including the end of it, would come to nothing at all. Her little face was like something painted on a veil. And from the distant village came the thinnest sound of the singing villagers. "I want you to go to Paris, Lestat," she said. "I want you to take this money, which is all I have left for my family. I want to know you're in Paris, Lestat, when my time comes. I want to die knowing you are in Paris." I was startled. I remembered her stricken expression years ago when they brought me back from the Italian troupe. I looked at her for a long moment. She sounded almost angry in her persuasiveness. "I'm terrified of dying," she said. Her voice went almost dry. "And I swear I will go mad if I don't know you're in Paris and you're free when it finally comes." I questioned her with my eyes. I was asking her with my eyes, "Do you really mean this?" "I have kept you here as surely as your father has," she said. "Not on account of pride, but on account of selfishness. And now I'm going to atone for it. I'll see you go. And I don't care what you do when you reach Paris, whether you sing while Nicolas plays the violin or turn somersaults on the stage at the Saint-Germain Fair, but go and do what you will do as best you can." I tried to take her in my arms. She stiffened at first, but then I felt her weaken, and she melted against me, and she gave herself over so completely to me in that moment that I think I understood why she had always been so restrained. She cried, which I'd never heard her do. And I loved this moment for all its pain. I was ashamed of loving it, but I wouldn't let her go. I held her tightly and maybe kissed her for all the time she'd never let me do it. We seemed for the moment like two parts of the same thing. And then she grew calm. She seemed to settle into herself, and slowly but very firmly she released me and pushed me away. She talked for a long time. She said things I didn't understand then, about how when she would see me riding out to hunt, she felt some wondrous pleasure in it, and she felt that same pleasure when I angered everyone and thundered my questions at my father and brothers as to why we had to live the way we lived. She spoke in an almost eerie way of my being a secret part of her anatomy, of my being the organ for her which women do not really have. "You are the man in me," she said, "and so I've kept you here, afraid of living without you, and maybe now in sending you away, I am only doing what I have done before." She shocked me a little. I never thought a woman could feel or articulate anything quite like this. "Nicolas' father knows about your plans," she said. "The innkeeper overheard you. It's important you leave right away. Take the diligence at dawn and write to me as soon as you reach Paris. There are letter writers at the cemetery of Les Innocents near the Saint-Germain market. Find one who can write Italian for you, and then no one will be able to read the letter but me." When she left the room, I didn't quite believe what had happened. For a long moment I stood staring before me. I stared at my bed with its mattress of straw, at the 2 coats I owned, and the red cloak, and my 1 pair of leather shoes by the hearth. I stared out the narrow slit of a window at the black hulk of the mountains I'd known all my life. The darkness, the gloom slid back from me for a precious moment. And then I was rushing down the stairs and down the mountain to the village to find Nicolas and to tell him we were going to Paris. We were going to do it. Nothing could stop us this time. He was with his family, watching the bonfire, and as soon as he saw me, he threw his arm around my neck, and I hooked my arm around his waist, and I dragged him away from the crowds and the blaze and towards the end of the meadow. The air smelled fresh and green, as it does only in spring. Even the villagers singing didn't sound so horrible. I started dancing around in a circle. "Get your violin," I said. Play a song about going to Paris. We're on our way. We're going in the morning." "And how are we going to feed ourselves in Paris?" he sang out as he made with his empty hands to play an invisible violin. "Are you going to shoot rats for our supper?" "Don't ask what we'll do when we get there," I said. "The important thing is just to get there." Chapter 7. Not even a fortnight passed before I stood in the midst of the noonday crowds in the vast public cemetery of Les Innocents, with its old vaults and stinking open graves, the most fantastical marketplace I had ever beheld, and amid the stench and the noise, bent over an Italian letter-writer dictating my first letter to my mother. Yes, we had arrived safely after travelling day and night, and we had rooms in the Ile de la Cité, and we were inexpressibly happy, and Paris was warm and beautiful and magnificent beyond all imagining. I wished I could have taken the pen myself and written to her. I wished I could have told her what it was like, seeing these towering mansions, ancient, winding streets aswarm with beggars, peddlers, noblemen, houses of 4 and 5 stories banking the crowded boulevards. I wished I could have described the carriages to her, the rumbling confections of gilt and glass bullying their way over the Pont Neuf and the Pont Notre Dame, streaming past the Louvre, the Palais Royal. I wished I could describe the people, the gentlemen with their clocked stockings and silver walking sticks, tripping through the mud in pastel slippers, the ladies with their pearl-encrusted wigs and swaying panniers of silk and muslin, my first certain glimpse of Queen Marie Antoinette herself, walking boldly through the gardens of the Tuileries. Of course, she'd seen it all years and years before I was born. She'd lived in Naples and London and Rome with her father. But I wanted to tell her what she had given to me, how it was to hear the choir in Notre Dame, to push into the jam-packed cafes with Nicolas, talk with his old student cronies over English coffee, what it was like to get dressed up in Nicolas's fine clothes, he made me do it, and stand below the footlights at the Comédie Française, gazing up in adoration at the actors on the stage. But all I wrote in this letter was perhaps the very best of it. The address of the garret rooms we called our home in the Ile de la Cité, and the news. I have been hired in a real theatre to study as an actor with a fine prospect of performing very soon. What I didn't tell her was that we had to walk up 6 flights of stairs to our rooms, that men and women brawled and screamed in the alleyways beneath our windows, that we had run out of money already, thanks to my dragging us to every opera, ballet, and drama in town, and that the establishment where I worked was a shabby little boulevard theatre 1 step up from a platform at the fair, and my jobs were to help the players dress, sell tickets, sweep up, and throw out the troublemakers. But I was in paradise again. And so was Nicolas, though no decent orchestra in the city would hire him, and he was now playing solos with the little bunch of musicians in the theatre where I worked, and when we were really pinched he did play right on the boulevard, with me beside him holding out the hat. We were shameless. We ran up the steps each night with our bottle of cheap wine and a loaf of fine, sweet Parisian bread, which was ambrosia after what we'd eaten in the Auvergne. And in the light of our 1 tallow candle, the garret was the most glorious place I'd ever inhabited. As I mentioned before, I'd seldom been in a little wooden room except in the inn. Well, this room had plaster walls and a plaster ceiling. It was really Paris. It had polished wood flooring and even a tiny little fireplace with a new chimney which actually made a draught. So what if we had to sleep on lumpy pallets and the neighbors woke us up fighting? We were waking up in Paris and could roam arm in arm for hours through streets and alleyways, peering into shops full of jewelry and plate, tapestries and statues, wealth such as I'd never seen. Even the reeking meat markets delighted me. The crash and clatter of the city, the tireless busyness of its thousands upon thousands of labourers, clerks, craftsmen, the comings and goings of an endless multitude. By day I almost forgot the vision of the inn and the darkness. unless, of course, I glimpsed some uncollected corpse in a filthy alleyway, of which there were many, or I happened upon a public execution in the Place de Grève. And I was always happening upon a public execution in the Place de Grève. I'd wander out of the square, shuddering, almost moaning. I could become obsessed with it, if not distracted. But Nicolas was adamant. Lestat, no talk of the eternal, the immutable, the unknowable. He threatened to hit me or shake me if I should start. And when twilight came on, the time I hated more than ever, whether I had seen an execution or not, whether the day had been glorious or vexing, the trembling would start in me. And only one thing saved me from it, the warmth and excitement of the brightly lighted theatre, and I made sure that before dusk I was safely inside. Now, in the Paris of those times, the theatres of the boulevards weren't even legitimate houses at all. Only the Comédie Française and the Théâtre des Italiens were government-sanctioned theatres, and to them all serious drama belonged. This included tragedy as well as comedy, the plays of Racine, Corneille, the brilliant Voltaire. But the old Italian commedia that I loved, Pantaloon, Harlequin, Scaramouche, and the rest, lived on as they always had, with tightrope walkers, acrobats, jugglers, and puppeteers, and the platform spectacles at the Saint-Germain and the Saint-Laurent fairs. And the boulevard theatres had grown out of these fairs. By my time, the last decades of the 18th century, they were permanent establishments along the Boulevard du Temple, and though they played to the poor, who couldn't afford the grand houses, they also collected a very well-to-do crowd. Plenty of the aristocracy and the rich bourgeoisie crowded into the loge to see the boulevard performances, because they were lively and full of good talent, and not so stiff as the plays of the great Racine or the great Voltaire. We did the Italian comedy, just as I'd learned it before, full of improvisation, so that every night it was new and different, yet always the same. And we also did singing and all kinds of nonsense, not just because the people loved it, but because we had to. We couldn't be accused of breaking the monopoly of the state theatres on straight plays. The house itself was a rickety wooden rat-trap, seating no more than 300, but its little stage and props were elegant. It had a luxurious blue velvet stage curtain, and its private boxes had screens. And its actors and actresses were seasoned and truly talented. Or so it seemed to me. Even if I hadn't had this newly acquired dread of the dark, this malady of mortality, as Nicolas persisted in calling it, it couldn't have been more exciting to go through that stage door. For 5 to 6 hours every evening I lived and breathed in a little universe of shouting and laughing and quarreling men and women, struggling for this one and against that one, all of us comrades in the wings, even if we weren't friends. Maybe it was like being in a little boat on the ocean, all of us pulling together, unable to escape each other. It was divine. Nicolas was slightly less enthusiastic, but then that was to be expected. And he even got more ironical when his rich student friends came around to talk to him. They thought he was a lunatic to live as he did. And for me, a nobleman shoveling actresses into their costumes and emptying slop buckets, they had no words at all. Of course, all that these young bourgeois really wanted was to be aristocrats. They bought titles, married into aristocratic families whenever they could. And it's one of the little jokes of history that they got mixed up in the Revolution and helped to abolish the class which in fact they really wanted to join. I didn't care if we ever saw Nicolas's friends again. The actors didn't know about my family, and in favor of the very simple Lestat de Valois, which meant nothing actually, I dropped my real name, de Liancourt. I was learning everything I could about the stage. I memorized, I mimicked, I asked endless questions, and only stopped my education long enough each night for that moment when Nicolas played his solo on the violin. He'd rise from his seat in the tiny orchestra, the spotlight would pick him out from the others, and he would rip into a little sonata, sweet enough and just short enough to bring down the house. And all the while I dreamed of my own moment, when the old actors whom I studied and pestered and imitated and waited upon like a lackey would finally say, "All right, Lestat, tonight we need you as Lelio. Now you ought to know what to do." It came in late August at last. Paris was at its warmest, and the nights were almost balmy, and the house was full of a restless audience, fanning itself with handkerchiefs and handbills. The thick white paint was melting on my face as I put it on. I wore a pasteboard sword with Nicolas' best velvet coat, and I was trembling before I stepped on the stage, thinking this was like waiting to be executed or something. But as soon as I stepped out there, I turned and looked directly into the jam-packed hall, and the strangest thing happened. The fear evaporated. I beamed at the audience, and very slowly I bowed. I stared at the lovely Flaminia as if I were seeing her for the first time. I had to win her. The romp began. The stage belonged to me, as it had years and years ago in that far-off country town. And as we pranced madly together across the boards, quarreling, embracing, clowning, laughter rocked the house. I could feel the attention as if it were an embrace. Each gesture, each line brought a roar from the audience. It was too easy almost, and we could have worked it for another half-hour if the other actors, eager to get into the next trick, as they called it, hadn't forced us finally towards the wings. The crowd was standing up to applaud us, and it wasn't that country audience under the open sky. These were Parisians shouting for Lelio and Flaminia to come back out. In the shadows of the wings I reeled. I almost collapsed. I could not see anything for the moment but the vision of the audience gazing up at me over the footlights. I wanted to go right back on stage. I grabbed Flaminia and kissed her, and realized that she was kissing me back passionately. Then Renaud, the old manager, pulled her away. "All right, Lestat," he said, as if he were cross about something. "All right, you've done tolerably well. I'm going to let you go on regularly from now." But before I could start jumping up and down for joy, half the troupe materialized around us, and Lucina, one of the actresses, immediately spoke up. "Oh, no, you'll not let him go on regularly," she said. "He's the handsomest actor on the Boulevard du Temple, and you'll hire him outright for it, and pay him outright for it, and he doesn't touch another broom or mop." I was terrified. My career had just started, and it was about to be over. But to my amazement, Renaud agreed to all her terms. Of course, I was very flattered to be called handsome, and I understood, as I had years ago, that Lelio, the lover, is supposed to have considerable style. An aristocrat, with any breeding whatsoever, was perfect for the part. But if I was going to make the Paris audiences really notice me, if I was going to have them talking about me at the Comédie Française, I had to be more than some yellow-haired angel fallen out of a marquise family onto the stage. I had to be a great actor. And that is exactly what I determined to be. That night Nicolas and I celebrated with a colossal drunk. We had all the troupe up to our rooms for it, and I climbed out on the slippery rooftops and opened my arms to Paris, and Nicolas played his violin in the window until we'd awakened the whole neighborhood. The music was rapturous, yet people were snarling and screaming up the alleyways and banging on pots and pans. We paid no attention. We were dancing and singing as we had in the witch's place. I almost fell off the window ledge. The next day, bottle in hand, I dictated the whole story to the Italian letter-writer in the stinking sunshine in Les Innocents, and saw that the letter went off to my mother at once. I wanted to embrace everybody I saw in the streets. I was Lelio. I was an actor. By September I had my name on the handbills, and I sent those to my mother too. And we weren't doing the old commedia. We were performing a farce by a famous writer who, on account of a general playwright strike, couldn't get it performed at the Comédie Française. Of course, we couldn't say his name. but everyone knew it was his work, and half the court was packing Renaud's House of Thespians every night. I wasn't the lead, but I was the young lover, a sort of Lelio again, really, which was almost better than the lead, and I stole every scene in which I appeared. Nicola had taught me the part, bawling me out constantly for not learning to read, and by the fourth performance the playwright had written extra lines for me. Nicky was having his own moment at the intermezzo, when his latest rendering of a frothy little Mozart sonata was keeping the house in its seats. Even his student friends were back. We were getting invitations to private balls. I went tearing off to Les Innocents every few days to write to my mother, and finally I had a clipping from an English paper, The Spectator, to send her, which praised our little play, and in particular the blonde-haired rogue who steals the hearts of ladies in the third and fourth acts. Of course I couldn't read this clipping, but the gentleman who'd brought it to me said it was complimentary, and Nicolas swore it was too. When the first chill nights of fall came on, I wore the fur-lined red cloak on the stage. You could have seen it in the back row of the gallery, even if you were almost blind. I had more skill now with the white makeup, shading it here and there to heighten the contours of my face. And though my eyes were ringed in black and my lips reddened a little, I looked both startling and human at the same time. I got love notes from the women in the crowd. Nicola was studying music in the mornings with an Italian maestro. Yet we had money enough for good food, wood, and coal. My mother's letters came twice a week and said her health had taken a turn for the better. She wasn't coughing as badly as last winter. She wasn't in pain. But our fathers had disowned us, and would not acknowledge any mention of our names. We were too happy to worry about that. But the dark dread, the malady of mortality was with me a lot when the cold weather came on. The cold seemed worse in Paris. It wasn't clean as it had been in the mountains. The poor hovered in doorways, shivering and hungry. The crooked, unpaved streets were thick with filthy slush. I saw barefoot children suffering before my very eyes, and more neglected corpses lying about than ever before. I was never so glad of the fur-lined cape as I was then. I wrapped it around Nicola and held him close to me when we went out together, and we walked in a tight embrace through the snow and the rain. Cold or no cold, I can't exaggerate the happiness of these days. Life was exactly what I thought it could be. And I knew I wouldn't be long in Renaud's theatre. Everybody was saying so. I had visions of the big stages, of touring London and Italy and even America with a great troupe of actors. Yet there was no reason to hurry. My cup was full. Chapter 8. But in the month of October, when Paris was already freezing, I commenced to see, quite regularly, a strange face in the audience that invariably distracted me. Sometimes it almost made me forget what I was doing, this face, and then it would be gone, as if I'd imagined it. I must have seen it off and on for a fortnight before I finally mentioned it to Nicky. I felt foolish and found it hard to put into words. "There is someone out there watching me," I said. "Everyone's watching you," Nicky said. "That's what you want." He was feeling a little sad that evening, and his answer was slightly sharp. Earlier, when he was making the fire, he had said he would never amount to much with the violin. In spite of his ear and his skill, there was too much he didn't know. And I would be a great actor, he was sure. I had said this was nonsense, but it was a shadow falling over my soul. I remembered my mother telling me that it was too late for him. He wasn't envious, he said. He was just unhappy a little, that's all. I decided to drop the matter of the mysterious face. I tried to think of some way to encourage him. I reminded him that his playing produced profound emotions in people, that even the actors backstage stopped to listen when he played. He had an undeniable talent. But I want to be a great violinist, he said, and I'm afraid it will never be. As long as we were at home, I could pretend that it was going to be. You can't give up on it, I said. Lestat, let me be frank with you, he said. Things are easy for you. What you set your sights on, you get for yourself. I know what you're thinking about all the years you were miserable at home, but even then what you really set your mind to, you accomplished. And we left for Paris the very day that you decided to do it. You don't regret coming to Paris, do you? I asked. Of course not. I simply mean that you think things are possible which aren't possible. At least not for the rest of us. Like killing the wolves. A coldness passed over me when he said this. And for some reason I thought of that mysterious face again in the audience, the one watching. Something to do with the wolves. Something to do with the sentiments Nicky was expressing. Didn't make sense. I tried to shrug it off. If you'd set out to play the violin, you'd probably be playing for the court by now, he said. Nicky, this kind of talk is poison, I said under my breath. You can't do anything but try to get what you want. You knew the odds were against you when you started. There isn't anything else. Except... I know, he smiled. Except the meaninglessness. Death. Yes, I said. All you can do is make your life have meaning. Make it good. Oh, not goodness again. You and your malady of mortality and your malady of goodness. He had been looking at the fire, and he turned to me with a deliberately scornful expression. We're a pack of actors and entertainers who can't even be buried in consecrated ground. We're outcasts. God, if you could only believe in it, I said, that we do good when we make others forget their sorrow. Make them forget for a little while that... What, that they are going to die? He smiled in a particularly vicious way. Lestat, I thought all this would change with you when you got to Paris. That was foolish of you, Nick, I answered. He was making me angry now. I do good in the Boulevard du Temple. I feel it. I stopped because I saw the mysterious face again, and a dark feeling had passed over me, something of foreboding. Yet even that startling face was usually smiling. That was the odd thing. Yes, smiling, enjoying. Lestat, I love you, Nicky said gravely. I love you as I have loved few people in my life, but in a real way you're a fool with all your ideas about goodness. I laughed. Nicolas, I said, I can live without God. I can even come to live with the idea there is no life after. But I do not think I could go on if I did not believe in the possibility of goodness. Instead of mocking me for once, why don't you tell me what you believe? As I see it, he said, there's weakness and there's strength, and there is good art and bad art. And that is what I believe in. At the moment we are engaged in making what is rather bad art, and it has nothing to do with goodness. Our conversation could have turned into a full-scale fight here if I had said all that was on my mind about bourgeois pomposity. For I fully believed that our work at Renaud's was in many ways finer than what I saw at the grand theatres, only the framework was less impressive. Why couldn't a bourgeois gentleman forget about the frame? How could he be made to look at something other than the surface? I took a deep breath. If goodness does exist, he said, then I'm the opposite of it. I'm evil and I revel in it. I thumb my nose at goodness. And if you must know, I don't play the violin for the idiots who come to Renaud's to make them happy. I play it for me. For Nicolas. I didn't want to hear any more. It was time to go to bed. But I was bruised by this little talk, and he knew it, and as I started to pull off my boots, he got up from the chair and came and sat next to me. "I'm sorry," he said in the most broken voice. It was so changed from the posture of a minute ago that I looked up at him, and he was so young and so miserable that I couldn't help putting my arm around him and telling him that he must not worry about it any more. "You have a radiance in you, Lestat," he said, "and it draws everyone to you. It's there even when you're angry or discouraged." "Poetry," I said. "We're both tired." "No, it's true," he said. "You have a light in you that's almost blinding. But in me there's only darkness. Sometimes I think it's like the darkness that infected you that night in the inn when you began to cry and to tremble. You were so helpless, so unprepared for it. I try to keep that darkness from you because I need your light. I need it desperately. But you don't need the darkness." "You're the mad one," I said. "If you could see yourself, hear your own voice, your music, which of course you play for yourself, you wouldn't see darkness, Nicky. You'd see an illumination that is all your own. Somber, yes, but light and beauty come together in you in 1,000 different patterns." The next night, the performance went especially well. The audience was a lively one, inspiring all of us to extra tricks. I did some new dance steps that for some reason never proved interesting in private rehearsal but worked miraculously on the stage. And Nicky was extraordinary with the violin, playing one of his own compositions. But towards the end of the evening, I glimpsed the mysterious face again. It jarred me, worse than it ever had, and I almost lost the rhythm of my song. In fact, it seemed my head for a moment was swimming. When Nicky and I were alone, I had to talk about it, about the peculiar sensation that I had fallen asleep on the stage and had been dreaming. We sat by the hearth together with our wine on the top of a little barrel, and in the firelight Nicky looked as weary and dejected as he had the night before. I didn't want to trouble him, but I couldn't forget about the face. "Well, what does he look like?" Nikolai asked. He was warming his hands, and over his shoulder I saw through the window a city of snow-covered rooftops that made me feel more cold. I didn't like this conversation. "That's the worst part of it," I said. "All I see is a face. He must be wearing something black, a cloak, and even a hood. But it looks like a mask to me, the face, very white and strangely clear. I mean, the lines in his face are so deep. They seem to be etched with black grease paint. I see it for a moment, it veritably glows. Then when I look again, there's no one there. Yet, this is an exaggeration. It's more subtle than that, the way he looks, and yet..." The description seemed to disturb Nicky as much as it disturbed me. He didn't say anything, but his face softened somewhat as if he were forgetting his sadness. "Well, I don't want to get your hopes up," he said. He was very kind and sincere now. "But maybe it is a mask you're seeing, and maybe it's someone from the Comédie Française come to see you perform." I shook my head. "I wish it was, but no one would wear a mask like that. And I'll tell you something else, too." He waited, but I could see I was passing on to him some of my own apprehension. He reached over and took the wine bottle by the neck and poured a little in my glass. "Whoever he is," I said, "he knows about the wolves." "He what?" "He knows about the wolves." I was very unsure of myself. It was like recounting a dream I had all but forgotten. "He knows I killed the wolves back home. He knows the cloak I wear is lined with their fur." "What are you talking about? You mean you've spoken to him?" "No." "That's just it," I said. This was so confusing to me, so vague. I felt that swimming sensation again. "That's what I'm trying to tell you. I've never spoken to him, never been near him. But he knows." "Ah, Lestat," he said. He sat back on the bench. He was smiling at me in the most endearing way. "Next you'll be seeing ghosts. You have the strongest imagination of anyone I've ever known." "There are no ghosts," I answered softly. I scowled at our little fire. I laid a few more lumps of coal on it. All the humor went out of Nicola. How in the hell could he know about the wolves? And how could you— "I told you already, I don't know," I said. I sat thinking and not saying anything, disgusted maybe at how ridiculous it all seemed. And then, as we remained silent together, and the fire was the only sound or movement in the room, the name Wolf-Killer came to me, very distinctly, as if someone had spoken it. But nobody had. I looked at Nicky, painfully aware that his lips had never moved, and I think all the blood drained from my face. I felt not the dread of death as I had on so many other nights, but an emotion that was really alien to me. Fear. I was still sitting there, too unsure of myself to say anything, when Nicola kissed me. "Let's go to bed," he said softly. Part 2. The Legacy of Magnus. Chapter 1. It must have been 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd heard the church bells in my sleep. And like all sensible men in Paris, we had our door barred and our window locked. Not good for a room with a coal fire, but the roof was a path to our window, and we were locked in. I was dreaming of the wolves. I was on the mountain and surrounded, and I was swinging the old medieval flail. Then the wolves were dead again. And the dream was better, only I had all those miles to walk in the snow. The horse screamed in the snow. My mare turned into a loathsome insect half-smashed on the stone floor. A voice said, "Wolf-Killer." Long and low. A whisper that was like a summons and a tribute at the same time. I opened my eyes, or thought I did, and there was someone standing in the room. A tall, bent figure with its back to the little hearth. Embers still glowed on the hearth. The light moved upwards, etching the edges of the figure clearly, then dying out before it reached the shoulders, the head. But I realized I was looking right at the white face I'd seen in the audience at the theater, and my mind, opening, sharpening, realized the room was locked, that Nicola lay beside me, that this figure stood over our bed. I heard Nicola's breathing. I looked into the white face. "Wolf-Killer," came the voice again. But the lips hadn't moved, and the figure drew nearer, and I saw that the face was no mask. Black eyes, quick and calculating black eyes, and white skin, and some appalling smell coming from it, like the smell of mouldering clothes in a damp room. I think I rose up. Or perhaps I was lifted, because in an instant I was standing on my feet. The sleep was slipping off me like garments. I was backing up into the wall. The figure had my red cloak in its hand. Desperately I thought of my sword, my muskets. They were under the bed on the floor. And the thing thrust the red cloak towards me, and then, through the fur-lined velvet, I felt its hand close on the lapel of my coat. I was torn forward. I was drawn off my feet across the room. I shouted for Nicola. I screamed, "Nicky! Nicky!" as loud as I could. I saw the partially opened window, and then suddenly the glass burst into thousands of fragments, and the wooden frame was broken out. I was flying over the alleyway 6 stories above the ground. I screamed. I kicked at this thing that was carrying me. Caught up in the red cloak, I twisted, trying to get loose. But we were flying over the rooftop, and now going up the straight surface of a brick wall. I was dangling in the arm of the creature, and then very suddenly on the surface of a high place I was thrown down. I lay for a moment, seeing Paris spread out before me in a great circle, the white snow and chimney-pots and church belfries and the lowering sky. And then I rose up, stumbling over the fur-lined cloak, and I started to run. I ran to the edge of the roof and looked down. Nothing but a sheer drop of hundreds of feet. And then to another edge, and it was exactly the same. I almost fell. I turned, desperate, panting. We were on the top of some square tower no more than 50 feet across, and I could see nothing higher in any direction. And the figure stood staring at me, and I heard come out of it a low, rasping laughter, just like the whisper before. "Wolf killer," it said again. "Damn you!" I shouted. "Who the hell are you?" And in a rage I flew at it with my fists. It didn't move. I struck it as if I were striking the brick wall. I veritably bounced off it, losing my footing in the snow and scrambling up and attacking it again. Its laughter grew louder and louder, and deliberately mocking, but with a strong undercurrent of pleasure that was even more maddening than the mockery. I ran to the edge of the tower and then turned on the creature again. "What do you want with me?" I demanded. "Who are you?" And when it gave nothing but this maddening laughing, I went for it again. But this time I went for the face and the neck, and I made my hands like claws to do it, and I pulled off the hood and saw the creature's black hair and the full shape of its human-looking head. Soft skin. Yet it was as immovable as before. It backed up a little, raising its arms to play with me, to push me back and forth, as a man would push a little child. Too fast for my eyes, it moved its face away from me, turning to one side and then the other, and all of these movements with seeming effortlessness, as I frantically tried to hurt it, and could feel nothing but that soft white skin sliding under my fingers, and maybe once or twice its fine black hair. "Brave, strong little wolf-killer," it said to me now in a rounder, deeper voice. I stopped, panting and covered with sweat, staring at it and seeing the details of its face. The deep lines I had only glimpsed in the theater, its mouth drawn up in a jester's smile. "Oh, God, help me! Help me!" I said as I backed away. It seemed impossible that such a face should move, show expression, and gaze with such affection on me as it did. "God!" "What god is that, wolf-killer?" it asked. I turned my back on it and let out a terrible roar. I felt its hands close on my shoulders like things forged of metal, and as I went into a last frenzy of struggling, it whipped me around so that its eyes were right before me, wide and dark, and the lips were closed, yet still smiling. And then it bent down, and I felt the prick of its teeth on my neck. Out of all the childhood tales, the old fables, the name came to me, like a drowned thing shooting to the surface of black water and breaking free in the light. "Vampire!" I gave one last frantic cry, shoving at the creature with all I had. Then there was silence, stillness. I knew that we were still on the roof. I knew that I was being held in the thing's arms. Yet it seemed we had risen, become weightless, were traveling through the darkness even more easily than we had traveled before. Yes, I wanted to say, exactly, and a great noise was echoing all around me, enveloping me. The sound of a deep gong, perhaps, being struck very slowly in perfect rhythm, its sound washing through me, so that I felt the most extraordinary pleasure through all my limbs. My lips moved, but nothing came out of them. Yet this didn't really matter. All the things I had ever wanted to say were clear to me, and that is what mattered, not that they be expressed. And there was so much time, so much sweet time, in which to say anything and do anything. There was no urgency at all. Rapture. I said the word, and it seemed clear to me, that one word, though I couldn't speak or really move my lips. And I realized I was no longer breathing. Yet something was making me breathe. It was breathing for me, and the breaths came with the rhythm of the gong, which was nothing to do with my body, and I loved it, the rhythm, the way that it went on, and I no longer had to breathe or speak or know anything. My mother smiled at me, and I said, "I love you," to her, and she said, "Yes, always loved, always loved." And I was sitting in the monastery library, and I was 12 years old, and the monk said to me, "A great scholar." And I opened all the books, and could read everything, Latin, Greek, French. The illuminated letters were indescribably beautiful, and I turned around and faced the audience in Renault's theatre, and saw all of them on their feet, and a woman moved the painted fan from in front of her face, and it was Marie Antoinette. She said, "Wolf killer." And Nicolas was running towards me, crying for me to come back. His face was full of anguish, his hair was loose, and his eyes were rimmed with blood. He tried to catch me. I said, "Nicky, get away from me." And I realized in agony, positive agony, that the sound of the gong was fading away. I cried out, I begged, "Don't stop it, please, please, I don't want to. I don't. Please." "Lelio, the wolf killer," said the thing, and it was holding me in its arms, and I was crying because the spell was breaking. Don't. I was heavy, all over. My body had come back to me with its aches and its pains and my own choking cries, and I was being lifted, thrown upwards, until I fell over the creature's shoulder, and I felt its arm around my knees. I wanted to say, "God protect me." I wanted to say it with every particle of me, but I couldn't say it. And there was the alleyway below me again, that drop of hundreds of feet, and the whole of Paris tilted at an appalling angle, and there was snow, and the searing wind. Chapter 2. I was awake, and I was very thirsty. I wanted a great deal of very cold white wine, the way it is when you bring it up out of the cellar in autumn. I wanted something fresh and sweet to eat, like a ripe apple. It did occur to me that I had lost my reason, though I couldn't have said why. I opened my eyes, and knew it was early evening. The light might have been morning light, but too much time had passed for that. It was evening. And through a wide, heavily barred stone window I saw hills and woods, blanketed with snow, and the vast, tiny collection of rooftops and towers that made up the city far away. I hadn't seen it like this since the day I came in the post-carriage. I closed my eyes, and the vision of it remained, as if I'd never opened my eyes at all. But it was no vision. It was there, and the room was warm in spite of the window. There had been a fire in the room. I could smell it, but the fire had gone out. I tried to reason, but I couldn't stop thinking about cold white wine and apples in the basket. I could see the apples. I felt myself drop down out of the branches of the tree, and I smelled all around me the freshly cut grass. The sunlight was blinding on the green fields. It shone on Nicola's brown hair and on the deep lacquer of the violin. The music climbed up to the soft, rolling clouds, and against the sky I saw the battlements of my father's house. Battlements. I opened my eyes again, and I knew I was lying in a high tower room several miles from Paris. And just in front of me, on a crude little wooden table, was a bottle of cold white wine, precisely as I had dreamed it. For a long time I looked at it, looked at the frost of droplets covering it, and I could not believe it possible to reach for it and drink. Never had I known the thirst I was suffering now. My whole body thirsted, and I was so weak, and I was getting a little cold. The room moved when I moved. The sky gleamed in the window. And when at last I did reach for the bottle and pull the cork from it and smell the tart, delicious aroma, I drank and drank without stopping, not caring what would happen to me, or where I was, or why the bottle had been set here. My head swung forward. The bottle was almost empty, and the faraway city was vanishing in the black sky, leaving a little sea of lights behind it. I put my hands to my head. The bed on which I'd been sleeping was no more than stone, with straw strewn upon it. And it was coming to me slowly that I might be in some sort of jail. But the wine. It had been too good for a jail. Who would give a prisoner wine like that? Unless, of course, the prisoner was to be executed. And another aroma came to me, rich and overpowering, and so delicious that it made me moan. I looked about. Or I should say I tried to look about because I was almost too weak to move. But the source of this aroma was near to me, and it was a large bowl of beef broth. The broth was thick with bits of meat, and I could see the steam rising from it. It was still hot. I grabbed it in both hands immediately, and I drank it as thoughtlessly and greedily as I'd drunk the wine. It was so satisfying. It was as if I'd never known any food like it. That rich, boiled-down essence of the meat, and when the bowl was empty I fell back, full, almost sick, on the straw. It seemed something moved in the darkness near me, but I was not sure. I heard the chink of glass. "More wine," said a voice to me, and I knew the voice. Gradually, I began remembering everything, scaling the walls, the small square rooftop, that smiling white face. For one moment I thought, no, quite impossible, it must have been a nightmare. But this just wasn't so. It had happened, and I remembered the raptures suddenly, the sound of the gong, and I felt myself grow dizzy as though I were losing consciousness again. I stopped it. I wouldn't let it happen. And fear crept over me so that I didn't dare to move. "More wine," said the voice again. Turning my head slightly, I saw a new bottle, corked but ready for me, outlined against the window's luminous glow. I felt the thirst again, and this time it was heightened by the salt of the broth. I wiped my lips, and then I reached for the bottle, and again I drank. I fell back against the stone wall, and I struggled to look clearly through the darkness, half afraid of what I knew I would see. Of course I was very drunk now. I saw the window, the city. I saw the little table, and as my eyes moved slowly over the dusky corners of the room, I saw him there. He no longer wore his black hooded cape, and he didn't sit or stand as a man might. Rather, he leaned to rest, it seemed, upon the thick stone frame of the window, one knee bent a little towards it, the other long, spindly leg sprawled out to the other side. His arms appeared to hang at his sides, and the whole impression was of something limp and lifeless, and yet his face was as animated as it had been the night before. Huge black eyes seeming to stretch the white flesh in deep folds, the nose long and thin, and the mouth the jester's smile. There were the fanged teeth just touching the colourless lip, and the hair a gleaming mass of black and silver, growing up high from the white forehead and flowing down over his shoulders and his arms. I think that he laughed. I was beyond terror. I could not even scream.
This ends Disc 3. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 4.
I had dropped the wine. The glass bottle was rolling on the floor. And as I tried to move forward to gather my senses and make my body more than something drunken and sluggish, his thin, gangly limbs found animation all at once. He advanced on me. I didn't cry out. I gave a low roar of angry terror and scrambled up off the bed, tripping over the small table and running from him as fast as I could. But he caught me in long white fingers that were as powerful and as cold as they had been the night before. "Let me go, damn you, damn you, damn you," I was stammering. My reason told me to plead, and I tried. "I'll just go away. Please, let me out of here. You have to. Let me go." His gaunt face loomed over me, his lips drawn up sharply into his white cheeks, and he laughed, a low, riotous laugh that seemed endless. I struggled, pushing at him uselessly, pleading with him again, stammering nonsense and apologies, and then I cried, "God help me!" He clapped one of those monstrous hands over my mouth. "No more of that in my presence, wolf-killer, or I'll feed you to the wolves of hell," he said with a little sneer. Answer me, I nodded, and he loosened his grip. His voice had had a momentary calming effect. He sounded capable of reason when he spoke. He sounded almost sophisticated. He lifted his hands and stroked my head as I cringed. "Sunlight in the hair," he whispered, "and the blue sky fixed forever in your eyes." He seemed almost meditative as he looked at me. His breath had no smell whatsoever, nor did his body, it seemed. The smell of mold was coming from his clothes. I didn't dare to move, though he was not holding me. I stared at his garments. A ruined silk shirt, with bag sleeves and smocking at the neck of it, and worsted leggings and short, ragged pantaloons. In some, he was dressed as men had been centuries before. I had seen such clothes in tapestries in my home, in the paintings of Caravaggio and Latour that hung in my mother's rooms. "You're perfect, my Lelio, my wolf-killer," he said to me, his long mouth opening wide, so that again I saw the small white fangs. They were the only teeth he possessed. I shuddered. I felt myself dropping to the floor. But he picked me up easily with one arm and laid me down gently on the bed. In my mind I was praying fiercely, "God, help me! The Virgin Mary, help me! Help me! Help me!" as I peered up into his face. What was it I was seeing? What had I seen the night before? The mask of old age, this grinning thing cut deeply with the marks of time, and yet frozen, it seemed, and hard as his hands. He wasn't a living thing. He was a monster. A vampire was what he was, a blood-sucking corpse from the grave, gifted with intellect. And his limbs, why did they so horrify me? He looked like a human, but he didn't move like a human. It didn't seem to matter to him whether he walked or crawled, bent over or knelt. It filled me with loathing. Yet he fascinated me. I had to admit it, he fascinated me. But I was in too much danger to allow such a strange state of mind. He gave a deep laugh now, his knees wide apart, his fingers resting on my cheek as he made a great arc over me. "Yes, lovely one, I'm hard to look at," he said. His voice was still a whisper, and he spoke in long gasps. "I was old when I was made, and you're perfect, my Lelio, my blue-eyed young one, more beautiful even without the lights of the stage." The long white hand played with my hair again, lifting up the strands and letting them drop as he sighed. "Don't weep, wolf-killer," he said. "You're chosen, and your tawdry little triumphs in the house of Thesbians will be nothing once this night comes to its close." Again came that low riot of laughter. There was no doubt in my mind, at least at this moment, that he was from the devil, that God and the devil existed, that beyond the isolation I'd known only hours ago lay this vast realm of dark beings and hideous meanings, and I had been swallowed into it somehow. It occurred to me quite clearly I was being punished for my life, and yet that seemed absurd. Millions believed as I believed the world over. Why the hell was this happening to me? And a grim possibility started irresistibly to take shape. That the world was no more meaningful than before, and this was but another horror. "In God's name, get away!" I shouted. I had to believe in God now. I had to. That was absolutely the only hope. I went to make the sign of the cross. For one moment he stared at me, his eyes wide with rage, and then he remained still. He watched me make the sign of the cross. He listened to me call upon God again and again. He only smiled, making his face a perfect mask of comedy from the proscenium arch. And I went into a spasm of crying like a child. "Then the devil reigns in heaven, and heaven is hell," I said to him. "Oh God, don't desert me!" I called on all the saints I had ever for a little while loved. He struck me hard across the face. I fell to one side and almost slipped from the bed to the floor. The room went round. A sour taste of the wine rose in my mouth, and I felt his fingers again on my neck. "Yes, fight, wolf-killer," he said. "Don't go into hell without a battle. Mock God." "I don't mock," I protested. Once again he pulled me to himself, and I fought him harder than I had ever fought anyone or anything in my existence, even the wolves. I beat on him, kicked him, tore at his hair. But I might as well have fought the animated gargoyles from a cathedral. He was that powerful. He only smiled. Then all the expression went out of his face. It seemed to become very long. The cheeks were hollow, the eyes wide and almost wondering, and he opened his mouth. The lower lip contracted. I saw the fangs. "Damn you! Damn you! Damn you!" I was roaring and bellowing, and he drew closer, and the teeth went through my flesh. "Not this time," I was raging. "Not this time. I will not feel it. I will resist. I will fight for my soul this time." But it was happening again. The sweetness, and the softness, and the world far away, and even he in his ugliness was curiously outside of me, like an insect pressed against a glass who causes no loathing in us because he cannot touch us. And the sound of the gong, and the exquisite pleasure. And then I was altogether lost. I was incorporeal, and the pleasure was incorporeal. I was nothing but pleasure, and I slipped into a web of radiant dreams. A catacomb I saw, a rank place, and a white vampire creature waking in a shallow grave. Bound in heavy chains he was, the vampire, and over him bent this monster who had abducted me, and I knew that his name was Magnus, and that he was mortal still in this dream, a great and powerful alchemist. And he had unearthed and bound this slumbering vampire right before the crucial hour of dusk. And now, as the light died out of the heavens, Magnus drank from his helpless, immortal prisoner the magical and accursed blood that would make him one of the living dead. Treachery it was, the theft of immortality, a dark Prometheus stealing a luminescent fire. Laughter in the darkness, laughter echoing in the catacomb, echoing as if down the centuries, and the stench of the grave, and the ecstasy, absolutely fathomless and irresistible, and then drawing to a finish. I was crying. I lay on the straw, and I said, "Please don't stop it." Magnus was no longer holding me, and my breathing was once again my own, and the dreams were dissolved. I fell down and down as the night full of stars slid upwards, jewels affixed to a dark purple veil. Clever, that. I had thought the sky was real. The cold winter air was moving just a little in this room. I felt the tears on my face. I was consumed with thirst. And far, far away from me, Magnus stood looking down at me, his hands dangling low beside his thin legs. I tried to move. I was craving. My whole body was thirsty. "You're dying, wolf-killer," he said, "the light's going out of your blue eyes, as if all the summer days are gone." "No, please." This thirst was unbearable. My mouth was open, gaping, my back arched. And it was here, at last, the final horror, death itself, like this. "Ask for it, child," he said, his face no longer the grinning mask, but utterly transfigured with compassion. He looked almost human, almost naturally old. "Ask, and you shall receive," he said. I saw water rushing down all the mountain streams of my childhood. "Help me, please." "I shall give you the water of all waters," he said in my ear, and it seemed he wasn't white at all. He was just an old man, sitting there beside me. His face was human, and almost sad. But as I watched his smile and his grey eyebrows rise in wonder, I knew it wasn't true. He wasn't human. He was that same ancient monster, only he was filled with my blood. "The wine of all wines," he breathed. "This is my body. This is my blood." And then his arms surrounded me. They drew me to him, and I felt a great warmth emanating from him, and he seemed to be filled not with blood, but with love for me. "Ask for it, Wolf Killer, and you will live forever," he said, but his voice sounded weary and spiritless, and there was something distant and tragic in his gaze. I felt my head turn to the side, my body a heavy and damp thing that I couldn't control. "I will not ask. I will die without asking." And then the great despair I feared so much lay before me, the emptiness that was death, and still I said, "No." In pure horror, I said, "No. I will not bow down to it. The chaos and the horror," I said. "No. Life everlasting," he whispered. My head fell on his shoulder. "Stubborn wolf killer." His lips touched me, warm, odorless breath on my neck. "Not stubborn," I whispered. My voice was so weak I wondered if he could hear me. "Brave, not stubborn." It seemed pointless not to say it. What was vanity now? What was anything at all? And such a trivial word was stubborn. So cruel. He lifted my face, and holding me with his right hand, he lifted his left hand and gashed his own throat with his nails. My body bent double in a convulsion of terror, but he pressed my face to the wound as he said, "Drink." I heard my scream, deafening in my own ears, and the blood that was flowing out of the wound touched my parched and cracking lips. The thirst seemed to hiss aloud. My tongue licked at the blood, and a great whiplash of sensation caught me, and my mouth opened and locked itself to the wound. I drew with all my power upon the great fount that I knew would satisfy my thirst as it had never been satisfied before. Blood, and blood, and blood. And it was not merely the dry, hissing coil of the thirst that was quenched and dissolved. It was all my craving. All the want and misery and hunger that I had ever known. My mouth widened, pressed harder to him. I felt the blood coursing down the length of my throat. I felt his head against me. I felt the tight enclosure of his arms. I was against him, and I could feel his sinews, his bones, the very contour of his hands. I knew his body. And yet there was this numbness creeping through me, and a rapturous tingling as each sensation penetrated the numbness, and was amplified in the penetration so that it became fuller, keener, and I could almost see what I felt. But the supreme part of it remained the sweet, luscious blood filling me as I drank and drank. More of it. More. This was all I could think, if I thought at all, and for all its thick substance it was like light passing into me. So brilliant did it seem to the mind, so blinding, that red stream, and all the desperate desires of my life were 1,000-fold fed. But his body, the scaffolding to which I clung, was weakening beneath me. I could hear his breath in feeble gasps. Yet he didn't make me stop. "Love you," I wanted to say. "Magnus, my unearthly master, ghastly thing that you are, love you, love you." This was what I had always so wanted, and could never have. This, and you've given it to me. I felt I would die if it went on. And on it did go, and I did not die. But quite suddenly I felt his gentle, loving hands caressing my shoulders, and with his incalculable strength he forced me backwards. I let out a long, mournful cry. Its misery alarmed me. But he was pulling me to my feet. He still held me in his arms. He brought me to the window, and I stood looking out with my hands out to the stone on either side. I was shaking, and the blood in me pulsed in all my veins. I leaned my forehead against the iron bars. Far, far below lay the dark cusp of a hill, overgrown with trees that appeared to shimmer in the faint light of the stars. And beyond the city, with its wilderness of little lights, sunk not in darkness, but in a soft, violet mist. The snow everywhere was luminescent, melting. Rooftops, towers, walls, all were myriad facets of lavender, mauve, rose. This was the sprawling metropolis, and as I narrowed my eyes, I saw 1,000,000 windows, like so many projections of beams of light. And then, as if this were not enough, in the very depths, I saw the unmistakable movement of the people. Tiny mortals on tiny streets, heads and hands touching in the shadows, a lone man no more than a speck ascending a wind-blown belfry, 1,000,000 souls on the tessellated surface of the night, and coming soft on the air a dim mingling of countless human voices, cries, songs, the faintest wisps of music, the muted throb of bells. I moaned. The breeze seemed to lift my hair, and I heard my own voice as I had never heard it before, crying. The city dimmed. I let it go. Its swarming millions lost again in the vast and wondrous play of lilac shadow and fading light. Oh, what have you done? What is this that you've given to me? I whispered. And it seemed my words did not stop one after another. Rather, they ran together until all of my crying was one immense and coherent sound that perfectly amplified my horror and my joy. If there was a God, he did not matter now. He was part of some dull and dreary realm whose secrets had long ago been plundered, whose lights had long ago gone out. This was the pulsing center of life itself, round which all true complexity revolved. Ah, the allure of that complexity, the sense of being there. Behind me the scratch of the monster's feet came on the stones, and when I turned I saw him white and bled dry, and like a great husk of himself. His eyes were stained with blood-red tears, and he reached out to me as if in pain. I gathered him to my chest. I felt such love for him as I had never known before. "Ah, don't you see?" came the ghastly voice with its long words, whispers without end. "My heir, chosen to take the dark gift from me, with more fibre and courage than 10 mortal men. What a child of darkness you are to be." I kissed his eyelids. I gathered his soft black hair in my hands. He was no ghastly thing to me now, but merely that which was strange and white, and full of some deeper lesson, perhaps, than the sighing trees below, or the shimmering city calling me over the miles. His sunken cheeks, his long throat, the thin legs, these were but the natural parts of him. "No, fledgling," he sighed. "Save your kisses for the world. My time has come, and you owe me but one obeisance only. Follow me now." Chapter 3. Down a winding stairs he drew me, and everything I beheld absorbed me. The rough-cut stones seemed to give forth their own light, and even the rats, shooting past in the dark, had a curious beauty. Then he unlocked a thick, iron-studded wooden door, and giving over his heavy key-ring to me, led me into a large and barren room. "You are now my heir. As I told you," he said, "you'll take possession of this house and all my treasure. But you'll do as I say first." The barred windows gave a limitless view of the moonlit clouds, and I saw the soft, shimmering city again, as if it were spreading its arms. "Ah, later you may drink your fill of all you see," he said. He turned me towards him as he stood before a huge heap of wood that lay in the center of the floor. "Listen carefully," he said, "for I'm about to leave you." He gestured to the wood offhandedly. "And there are things you must know. You're immortal now, and your nature shall lead you soon enough to your first human victim. Be swift and show no mercy, but stop your feasting, no matter how delicious, before the victim's heart ceases to beat. In years to come, you'll be strong enough to feel that great moment. But for the present time, pass the cup just before it's empty, or you may pay heavily for your pride." "But why are you leaving me?" I asked desperately. I clung to him. Victims, mercy, feasting. I felt myself bombarded by these words, as if I were being physically beaten. He pulled away so easily that my hands were hurt by his movement, and I wound up staring at them, marveling at the strange quality of the pain. It wasn't like mortal pain. He stopped, however, and pointed to the stones of the wall opposite. I could see that one very large stone had been dislodged and lay a foot from the unbroken surface around it. "Grasp that stone," he said, "and pull it out of the wall." "But I can't," I said. "It must weigh." "Pull it out." He pointed with one of his long, bony fingers and grimaced, so that I tried to do it as he said. To my pure astonishment, I was able to move the stone easily, and I saw beyond it a dark opening just large enough for a man to enter if he crawled on his face. He gave a dry, cackling laugh and nodded his head. "There, my son, is the passageway that leads to my treasure," he said. "Do with my treasure as you like, and with all my earthly property. But for now, I must have my vows." And again astonishing me, he snatched up 2 twigs from the wood and rubbed them together so fiercely they were soon burning with bright small flames. This he tossed at the heap, and the pitch in it caused the fire to leap up at once, throwing an immense light over the curved ceiling and the stone walls. I gasped and stepped back. The riot of yellow and orange color enchanted and frightened me, and the heat, though I felt it, did not cause me a sensation I understood. There was no natural alarm that I should be burned by it. Rather, the warmth was exquisite, and I realized for the first time how cold I had been. The cold was an icing on me, and the fire melted it, and I almost moaned. He laughed again, that hollow, gasping laugh, and started to dance about in the light, his thin legs making him look like a skeleton dancing with the white face of a man. He crooked his arms over his head, bent his torso and his knees, and turned round and round as he circled the fire. "Mon Dieu," I whispered. I was reeling. Horrifying it might have been only an hour ago to see him dancing like this, but now In the flickering glare, he was a spectacle that drew me after it step by step. The light exploded on his satin rags, the pantaloons he wore, the tattered shirt. "But you can't leave me," I pleaded, trying to keep my thoughts clear, trying to realize what he had been saying. My voice was monstrous in my ears. I tried to make it lower, softer, more like it should have been. "Where will you go?" He gave his loudest laugh then, slapping his thigh and dancing faster and farther away from me, his hands out as if to embrace the fire. The thickest logs were only now catching. The room, for all its size, was like a great clay oven, smoke pouring out its windows. Not the fire! I flew backwards, flattening myself against the wall. "You can't go into the fire!" Fear was overwhelming me, as every sight and sound had overwhelmed me. It was like every sensation I had known so far. I couldn't resist it or deny it. I was half whimpering and half screaming. "Oh, yes, I can," he laughed. "Yes, I can." He threw back his head and let his laughter stretch into howls. "But from you, fledgling," he said, stopping before me with his finger out again. "Promises now. Come, a little mortal honor, my brave wolf-killer. Or though it will cleave my heart in two, I shall throw you into the fire and claim for myself another offspring. Answer me." I tried to speak. I nodded my head. In the raging light I could see my hands had become white, and I felt a stab of pain in my lower lip that almost made me cry out. My eye teeth had become fangs already. I felt them and looked to him in panic, but he was leering at me as if he enjoyed my terror. "Now, after I am burned up," he said, snatching my wrist, "and the fire is out, you must scatter the ashes. Hear me, little one, scatter the ashes, or else I might return, and in what shape that would be I dare not contemplate. But mark my words, if you allow me to come back more hideous than I am now, I shall hunt you down and burn you till you are scarred the same as I. Do you hear me?" I still couldn't bring myself to answer. This was not fear, it was hell. I could feel my teeth growing and my body tingling all over. Frantically I nodded my head. "Ah, yes." He smiled, nodding too, the fire licking the ceiling behind him, the light leaking all about the edges of his face. "It's only mercy I ask, that I go now to find hell, if there is a hell, or sweet oblivion which surely I do not deserve. If there is a prince of darkness, then I shall set eyes upon him at last. I shall spit in his face. So scatter what is burned as I command you. And when that is done, take yourself to my lair through that low passage, being most careful to replace the stone behind you as you enter here. Within you shall find my coffin, and in that box or the like of it you must seal yourself by day, or the sun's light shall burn you to a cinder. Mark my words. Nothing on earth can end your life save the sun, or a blaze such as you see before you. And even then, only, and I say only, if your ashes are scattered when it is done." I turned my face away from him and away from the flames. I had begun to cry, and the only thing that kept me from sobbing was the hand I clapped to my mouth. But he pulled me about the edge of the fire until we stood before the loose stone, his finger pointing at it again. "Please stay with me, please," I begged him. "Only a little while, only one night, I beg you." Again the volume of my voice terrified me. It wasn't my voice at all. I put my arms around him. I held tight to him. His gaunt, white face was inexplicably beautiful to me, his black eyes filled with the strangest expression. The light flickered on his hair, his eyes, and then again he made his mouth into a jester's smile. "Ah, greedy son, is it not enough to be immortal with all the world your repast? Goodbye, little one. Do as I say. Remember the ashes. And beyond this stone the inner chamber. Therein lies all that you will need to prosper." I struggled to hold on to him, and he laughed low in my ear, marveled at my strength. "Excellent, excellent," he whispered. "Now live forever, beautiful wolf-killer, with the gifts nature gave you, and discover for yourself all those most unnatural gifts which I have added to the lot." He sent me stumbling away from him, and he leapt so high and so far into the very middle of the flames. He appeared to be flying. I saw him descend. I saw the fire catch his garments. It seemed his head became a torch, and then all of a sudden his eyes grew wide, and his mouth became a great black cavern in the radiance of the flames, and his laughter rose in such piercing volume I covered my ears. He appeared to jump up and down on all fours in the flames, and suddenly I realized that my cries had drowned out his laughter. The spindly black arms and legs rose and fell, and then suddenly appeared to wither. The fire shifted, roared, and in the heart of it I could see nothing now but the blaze itself. Yet still I cried. I fell down upon my knees, my hands over my eyes. But against my closed lids I could still see it. One vast explosion of sparks after another, until I pressed my forehead on the stones. Chapter 4. For years, it seemed, I lay on the floor watching the fire burn itself out to charred timbers. The room had cooled. The freezing air moved through the open window, and again I wept. My own sobs reverberated in my ears until I felt I couldn't endure the sound of them. And it was no comfort to know that all things were magnified in this state, even the misery that I felt. Now and then I prayed again. I begged for forgiveness, though forgiveness for what I couldn't have said. I prayed to the Blessed Mother, to the saints. I murmured the Aves over and over until they became a senseless chant. And my tears were blood. They left their stain on my hands when I wiped at my face. Then I lay flat on the stones, murmuring not prayers any longer, but those inarticulate pleas we make to all that is powerful, all that is holy, all that may or may not exist by any and all names. Do not leave me alone here. Do not abandon me. I am in the witch's place. It's the witch's place. Do not let me fall even farther than I have already fallen this night. Do not let it happen. Lestat, wake up. But Magnus's words came back to me over and over, to find hell if there is a hell, if there is a prince of darkness. Finally I rose on my hands and knees. I felt light-headed and mad and almost giddy. I looked at the fire and saw that I might still bring it back to a roaring blaze and throw myself into it. But even as I forced myself to imagine the agony of this, I knew that I had no intention of doing it. After all, why should I do it? What had I done to deserve the witch's fate? I didn't want to be in hell, even for a moment. I sure as hell wasn't going there just to spit in the face of the Prince of Darkness, whoever he might be. On the contrary, If I was a damned thing, then let the son of a bitch come for me. Let him tell me why I was meant to suffer. I would truly like to know. As for oblivion, well, we can wait a little while for that. We can think this over for a little while. At least. An alien calm crept slowly over me. It was dark, full of bitterness and growing fascination. I wasn't human anymore. And as I crouched there, thinking about it, and looking at the dying embers, an immense strength was gathering in me. Gradually my boyish sobs died away, and I commenced to study the whiteness of my skin, the sharpness of the two evil little teeth, and the way that my fingernails gleamed in the dark as though they'd been lacquered. All the little familiar aches were gone out of my body, and the remaining warmth that came from the smoking wood was good to me, as something laid over me or wrapped about me. Time passed, yet it did not pass. Each change in the moving air was caressing. And when there came from the softly lighted city beyond a chorus of dim church bells ringing the hour, they did not mark the passage of mortal time. They were only the purest music. And I lay stunned, my mouth open, as I stared at the passing clouds. But in my chest I started to feel a new pain, very hot and mercurial. It moved through my veins, tightened about my head, and then seemed to collect itself in my bowels and belly. I narrowed my eyes. I cocked my head to one side. I realized I wasn't afraid of this pain. Rather, I was feeling it as if I were listening to it. And I saw the cause of it then. My waist was leaving me in a small torrent. I found myself unable to control it. Yet as I watched the foulness stain my clothes, this didn't disgust me. Rats creeping into the very room, approaching this filth on their tiny, soundless feet. Even these did not disgust me. These things couldn't touch me, even as they crawled over me to devour the waste. In fact, I could imagine nothing in the dark, not even the slithering insects of the grave, that could bring about revulsion in me. Let them crawl on my hands and face, it wouldn't matter now. I wasn't part of the world that cringed at such things, and with a smile I realized that I was of that dark ilk that makes others cringe. Slowly, and with great pleasure, I laughed. And yet my grief was not entirely gone from me. It lingered like an idea, and the idea had a pure truth to it. I am dead. I am a vampire, and things will die so that I may live. I will drink their blood so that I may live, and I will never, never see Nicola again, nor my mother, nor any of the humans I have known and loved, nor any of my human family. I'll drink blood, and I'll live forever. That is exactly what will be. And what will be is only beginning. It is just born. And the labor that brought it forth was rapture, such as I have never known. I climbed to my feet. I felt myself light and powerful and strangely numbed. And I went to the dead fire and walked through the burnt timbers. There were no bones. It was as if the fiend had disintegrated. What ashes I could gather in my hands I took to the window, and as the wind caught them I whispered a farewell to Magnus, wondering if he could yet hear me. At last only charred logs were left, and the soot that I wiped up with my hands and dusted off into the darkness. It was time now to examine the inner room. Chapter 5. The stone moved out easily enough, as I'd seen before, and it had a hook on the inside of it by which I could pull it closed behind me. But to get into the narrow, dark passage, I had to lie on my belly. And when I dropped down on my knees and peered into it, I could see no visible light at the end. I didn't like the look of it. I knew that if I'd been mortal still, nothing could have induced me to crawl into a passage like this. But the old vampire had been plain enough in telling me the sun could destroy me as surely as the fire. I had to get to the coffin, and I felt the fear coming back in a deluge. I got down flat on the ground and crawled as a lizard might into the passage. As I feared, I could not really raise my head, and there was no room to turn and reach for the hook in the stone. I had to slip my foot into the hook and crawl forward to pull the stone behind me. Total darkness, with room to rise only a few inches on my elbows. I gasped, and the fear welled, and I almost went mad thinking about the fact that I couldn't raise my head, and finally I smacked it against the stone and lay still, whimpering. But what was I to do? I must reach the coffin. So, telling myself to stop this whining, I commenced to crawl, faster and faster. My knees scraped the stone. My hands sought crevices and cracks to pull me along. My neck ached with the strain as I struggled not to try to lift my head again in panic. And when my hand suddenly felt solid stone ahead, I pushed upon it with all my strength. I felt it move as a pale light seeped in. I scrambled out of the passage and found myself standing in a small room. The ceiling was low, curved, and the high window was narrow with the familiar heavy grid of iron bars. But the sweet, violet light of the night poured in, revealing a great fireplace cut in the far wall, the wood ready for the torch, and beside it, beneath the window, an ancient stone sarcophagus. My red velvet fur-lined cape lay over the sarcophagus, and on a rude bench I glimpsed a splendid suit of red velvet worked with gold and much Italian lace, as well as red silk breeches and white silk hose and red-heeled slippers. I smoothed back my hair from my face and wiped the thin film of sweat from my upper lip and my forehead. It was bloody, this sweat, and when I saw this on my hands I felt a curious excitement. Ah, what am I thought, and what lies before me? For a long moment I looked at this blood, and then I licked my fingers. A lovely, zinging pleasure passed through me. It was a moment before I could collect myself sufficiently to approach the fireplace. I lifted 2 sticks of kindling, as the old vampire had done, and rubbing them very hard and fast, saw them almost disappear as the flame shot up from them. There was no magic in this, only skill. And as the fire warmed me, I took off my soiled clothes, and with my shirt wiped every last trace of human waste away, and threw all this in the fire, before putting on the new garments. Red. Dazzling red. Not even Nicola had had such clothes as these. They were clothes for the court at Versailles, with pearls and tiny rubies worked into their embroidery. The lace of the shirt was Valenciennes, which I had seen on my mother's wedding gown. I put the wolf cape over my shoulders, and though the white chill was gone from my limbs, I felt like a creature carved from ice. My smile felt hard and glittering to me, and strangely slow as I allowed myself to feel and to see these garments. In the blaze of the fire I looked at the coffin. The effigy of an old man was carved upon its heavy lid, and I realized immediately it was the likeness of Magnus. But here he lay in tranquillity, his jester's mouth sealed, his eyes staring mildly at the ceiling, his hair a neat mane of deeply carved waves and ringlets. 3 centuries old was this thing, surely. He lay with his hands folded on his chest, his garments long robes, and from his sword that had been carved into the stone, someone had broken out the hilt and part of the scabbard. I stared at this for an interminable length of time, seeing that it had been carefully chipped away with much effort. Was it the shape of the cross that someone had sought to remove? I traced it over with my finger. Nothing happened, of course, any more than when I'd murmured all those prayers. And squatting in the dust beside the coffin, I drew a cross there. Again, nothing. Then to the cross I added a few strokes to suggest the body of Christ, his arms, the crook of his knees, his bowed head. I wrote, "The Lord Jesus Christ," the only words I could write well, save for my own name, and again, nothing. And still glancing back uneasily at the words in the little crucifix, I tried to lift the lid of the coffin. Even with this new strength it was not easy, and no mortal man alone could have done it. But what perplexed me was the extent of my difficulty. I did not have limitless strength, and certainly I didn't have the strength of the old vampire. Maybe the strength of 3 men was what I now possessed, or the strength of 4. It was impossible to calculate. It seemed pretty damned impressive to me at the moment. I looked into the coffin. Nothing but a narrow place full of shadows where I couldn't imagine myself lying. There were Latin words inscribed around the rim, and I couldn't read them. This tormented me. I wished the words weren't there, and my longing for Magnus, my helplessness, threatened to close in on me. I hated him for leaving me. And it struck me with full ironic force that I'd felt love for him before he'd leapt into the fire. I'd felt love for him when I saw the red garments. Do devils love each other? Do they walk arm in arm in hell saying, "Ah, you are my friend, how I love you," things like that to each other? It was a rather detached intellectual question I was asking, as I did not believe in hell. But it was a matter of concept of evil, wasn't it? All creatures in hell are supposed to hate one another, as all the saved hate the damned without reservation. I'd known that all my life. It had terrified me as a child, the idea that I might go to heaven and my mother might go to hell, and that I should hate her. I couldn't hate her. And what if we were in hell together? Well, now I know, whether I believe in hell or not, that vampires can love each other, that in being dedicated to evil one does not cease to love. Or so it seemed for that brief instant. But don't start crying again. I can't abide all this crying. I turned my eyes to a large wooden chest that was partially hidden at the head of the coffin. It wasn't locked. Its rotted wooden lid fell almost off the hinges when I opened it. And though the old master had said he was leaving me his treasure, I was flabbergasted by what I saw here. The chest was crammed with gems and gold and silver. There were countless jeweled rings, diamond necklaces, ropes of pearls, plate and coins, and hundreds upon hundreds of miscellaneous valuables. I ran my fingers lightly over the heap, and then held up handfuls of it, gasping as the light ignited the red of the rubies, the green of the emeralds. I saw refractions of color of which I'd never dreamed, and wealth beyond any calculation. It was the fabled Caribbean pirate's chest, the proverbial king's ransom. And it was mine now. More slowly I examined it. Scattered throughout were personal and perishable articles, satin masks rotting away from their trimming of gold, lace handkerchiefs and bits of cloth to which were fixed pins and brooches. Here was a strip of leather harness hung with gold bells, a mouldering bit of lace slipped through a ring, snuff-boxes by the dozens, lockets on velvet ribbon. Had Magnus taken all this from his victims? I lifted up a jewel-encrusted sword, far too heavy for these times, and a worn slipper, saved perhaps for its rhinestone buckle. Of course he had taken what he wanted. Yet he himself had worn rags, the tattered costume of another age, and he lived here as a hermit might have lived in some earlier century. I couldn't understand it. But there were other objects scattered about in this treasure, rosaries made up of gorgeous gems, and they still had their crucifixes. I touched the small sacred images. I shook my head and bit my lip, as if to say how awful that he should have stolen these. But I also found it very funny, and further proof that God had no power over me. And as I was thinking about this, trying to decide if it was as fortuitous as it seemed for the moment, I lifted from the treasure an exquisite pearl-handled mirror. I looked into it almost unconsciously, as one often glances in mirrors, and there I saw myself as a man might expect, except that my skin was very white, as the old fiend's had been white, and my eyes had been transformed from their usual blue to a mingling of violet and cobalt that was softly iridescent. My hair had a high, luminous sheen, and when I ran my fingers back through it, I felt a new and strange vitality there. In fact, this was not Lestat in the mirror at all, but some replica of him made of other substances, and the few lines time had given me by the age of 20 years were gone or greatly simplified and just a little deeper than they had been. I stared at my reflection. I became frantic to discover myself in it. I rubbed my face, even rubbed the mirror, and pressed my lips together to keep from crying. Finally I closed my eyes and opened them again, and I smiled very gently at the creature. He smiled back. That was Lestat, all right, and there seemed nothing in his face that was any way malevolent. Well, not very malevolent, just the old mischief, the impulsiveness. He could have been an angel, in fact, this creature, except that when his tears did rise, they were red, and the entire image was tinted red because his vision was red. And he had these evil little teeth that he could press into his lower lip when he smiled that made him look absolutely terrifying. A good enough face with one thing horribly, horribly wrong with it. But it suddenly occurred to me I am looking at my own reflection. And hadn't it been said enough that ghosts and spirits and those who have lost their souls to hell have no reflections in mirrors? A lust to know all things about what I was came over me, a lust to know how I should walk among mortal men. I wanted to be in the streets of Paris, seeing with my new eyes all the miracles of life that I'd ever glimpsed. I wanted to see the faces of the people, to see the flowers in bloom and the butterflies, to see Nicky, to hear Nicky play his music. No, forswear that. But there were 1,000 forms of music, weren't there? And as I closed my eyes, I could almost hear the orchestra of the opera, the arias rising in my ears. So sharp the recollection, so clear. But nothing would be ordinary now, not joy or pain or the simplest memory. All would possess this magnificent luster, even grief for the things that were forever lost. I put down the mirror, and taking one of the old yellowed lace handkerchiefs from the chest, I wiped my tears. I turned and sat down slowly before the fire, delicious the warmth on my face and hands. A great, sweet drowsiness came over me, and as I closed my eyes again I felt myself immersed suddenly in the strange dream of Magnus stealing the blood. A sense of enchantment returned, of dizzying pleasure, Magnus holding me, connected to me, my blood flowing into him. But I heard the chains scraping the floor of the old catacomb. I saw the defenseless vampire thing in Magnus's arms. Something more to it. Something important. A meaning about theft, treachery, about surrendering to no one, not God, not demon, and never man. I thought and thought about it, half awake, half dreaming again, and the maddest thought came to me, that I would tell Nicky all about this, that as soon as I got home I would lay it all out, the dream, the possible meaning, and we would talk. With an ugly shock I opened my eyes. The human in me looked helplessly about this chamber. He started to weep again, and the newborn fiend was too young yet to rein him in. The sobs came up like hiccups, and I put my hand over my mouth. "Magnus, why did you leave me? Magnus, what am I supposed to do? How do I go on?" My knees and rested my head on them, and slowly my head began to clear. Well, it has been great fun pretending you will be this vampire creature, I thought, wearing these splendid clothes, running your fingers through all that glorious lucre. But you can't live as this. You can't feed on living beings. Even if you are a monster, you have a conscience in you, natural to you, good and evil, good and evil. You cannot live without believing in... You cannot abide the acts that... Tomorrow you will what? You will drink blood, won't you? The gold and the precious stones glowed like embers in the nearby chest. And beyond the bars of the window there rose against the grey clouds the violet shimmer of the distant city. What is their blood like? Hot, living blood, not monster blood. My tongue pushed at the roof of my mouth, at my fangs. Think on it, wolf killer. I rose to my feet slowly. It was as if the will made it happen rather than the body, so easy was it. And I picked up the iron key-ring, which I'd brought with me from the outer chamber, and I went to inspect the rest of my tower. Chapter 6. Empty chambers. Barred windows. The great endless sweep of the night above the battlements. That is all I found above ground. But on the lower floor of the tower, just outside the door to the dungeon stairs, there was a resin torch in the sconce, and a tinder box in the niche beside it. Tracks in the dust. The lock well oiled and easy to turn when I finally found the right key for it. I shone the torch before me on a narrow screw stairway and started down, a little repelled by a stench that rose from somewhere quite far below me. Of course I knew that stench. It was common enough in every cemetery in Paris. In Les Innocents it was as thick as noxious gas, and you had to live with it, to shop the stalls there, deal with the letter writers. It was the stench of decomposing bodies. And though it sickened me, made me back up a few steps, it wasn't all that strong, and the odor of the burning resin helped to subdue it. I went on down. If there were dead mortals here, well, I couldn't run away from them. But on the first level beneath the ground I found no corpses, only a vast, cool burial chamber with its rusted iron doors open to the stairs and 3 giant stone sarcophagi in the center of it. It was very like Magnus's cell above, only much larger. It had the same low curved ceiling, the same crude and gaping fireplace. And what could that mean? Except that other vampires had once slept here. No one puts fireplaces in burial vaults. At least not that I had ever known. And there were even stone benches here, and the sarcophagi were like the one above, with great figures carved on them. But years of dust overlay everything, and there were so many spider webs. Surely no vampires dwelled here now. Quite impossible. Yet it was very strange. Where were those who had lain in these coffins? Had they burnt themselves up, like Magnus? Or were they still existing somewhere? I went in and opened the sarcophagi one by one. Nothing but dust inside. No evidence of other vampires at all. No indication that any other vampires existed. I went out and continued down the stairway, even though the smell of the decay grew stronger and stronger. In fact, it very quickly became unbearable. It was coming from behind a door that I could see below, and I had real difficulty in making myself approach it. Of course, as a mortal man, I'd loathed this smell, but that was nothing to the aversion I felt now. My new body wanted to run from it. I stopped, took a deep breath, and forced myself towards the door, determined to see what the fiend had done here. The stench was nothing to the sight of it. In a deep prison cell lay a heap of corpses in all states of decay, the bones and rotted flesh crawling with worms and insects. Rats ran from the light of the torch, brushing past my legs as they made for the stairs, and my nausea became a knot in my throat. The stench suffocated me, but I couldn't stop staring at these bodies. There was something important here, something terribly important to be realized. And it came to me suddenly that all these dead victims had been men. Their boots and ragged clothing gave evidence of that. And every single one of them had yellow hair, very much like my own hair. The few who had features left appeared to be young men, tall, slight of build. And the most recent occupant here, the wet and reeking corpse that lay with its arms outstretched through the bars, so resembled me that he might have been a brother. In a daze, I moved forward until the tip of my boot touched his head. I lowered the torch, my mouth opening as if to scream. The wet, sticky eyes that swarmed with gnats were blue eyes. I stumbled backwards. A wild fear gripped me that the thing would move, grab hold of my ankle. And I knew why it would. As I drew up against the wall, I tripped on a plate of rotted food and a pitcher. The pitcher went over and broke, and out of it the curdled milk spilled like vomit. Pain circled my ribs. Blood came up like liquid fire into my mouth, and it shot out of my lips, splashing on the floor in front of me. I had to reach for the open door to steady myself. But through the haze of nausea, I stared at the blood. I stared at the gorgeous crimson color of it in the light of the torch. I watched the blood darken as it sank into the mortar between the stones. The blood was alive, and the sweet smell of it cut like a blade through the stench of the dead. Spasms of thirst drove away the nausea. My back was arching. I was bending lower and lower to the blood with astonishing elasticity. And all the while, my thoughts raced. This young man had been alive in this cell. This rotted food and milk were either here to nourish or torment him. He had died in the cell, trapped with those corpses, knowing full well he would soon be one of them. God! To suffer that, to suffer that. And how many others had known exactly the same fate? Young men with yellow hair, all of them. I was down on my knees and bending over. I held the torch low with my left hand, and my head went all the way down to the blood, my tongue flashing out of my mouth so that I saw it like the tongue of a lizard. It scraped at the blood on the floor. Shivers of ecstasy. Oh, too lovely. Was I doing this? Was I lapping up this blood, not 2 inches from this dead body? Was my heart heaving with every taste, not 2 inches from this dead boy whom Magnus had brought here as he brought me, this boy that Magnus had then condemned to death instead of immortality? The filthy cell flickered on and off like a flame as I licked up the blood. The dead man's hair touched my forehead. His eye, like a fractured crystal, stared at me. Why wasn't I locked in this cell? What test had I passed that I was not screaming now as I shook the bars, the horror that I had foreseen in the village inn slowly closing in on me. The blood tremors passed through my arms and legs, and the sound I heard, the gorgeous sound, as enthralling as the crimson of the blood, the blue of the boy's eye, the glistening wings of the gnat, the sliding opaline body of the worm, the blaze of the torch, was my own raw and guttural screaming. I dropped the torch and struggled backwards on my knees, crashing against the tin plate and the broken pitcher. I climbed to my feet and ran up the stairway, and as I slammed shut the dungeon door, my screams rose up and up to the very top of the tower. I was lost in the sound as it bounced off the stones and came back at me. I couldn't stop, couldn't close my mouth or cover it. But through the barred entranceway and through a dozen narrow windows above, I saw the unmistakable light of morning coming. My screams died. The stones had begun to glow. The light seeped around me like scalding steam, burning my eyelids. I made no decision to run. I was simply doing it, running up and up to the inner chamber. As I came out of the passage, the room was full of a dim, purple fire. The jewels overflowing the chest appeared to be moving. I was almost blind as I lifted the lid of the sarcophagus. Quickly it fell into place above me. The pain in my face and hands died away, and I was still, and I was safe, and fear and sorrow melted into a cool and fathomless darkness.
This ends Disc 4. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 5.
Chapter 7. It was thirst that awakened me, and I knew at once where I was, and what I was, too. There were no sweet mortal dreams of chilled white wine or the fresh green grass beneath the apple trees in my father's orchard. In the narrow darkness of the stone coffin, I felt of my fangs with my fingers, and found them dangerously long and keen as little knife blades. And a mortal was in the tower, and although he hadn't reached the door of the outer chamber, I could hear his thoughts. I heard his consternation when he discovered the door to the stairs unlocked. That had never happened before. I heard his fear as he discovered the burnt timbers on the floor and called out, "Master?" A servant was what he was, and a somewhat treacherous one at that. It fascinated me, this soundless hearing of his mind. But something else was disturbing me. It was his scent. I lifted the stone lid of the sarcophagus and climbed out. The scent was faint, but it was almost irresistible. It was the musky smell of the first whore in whose bed I had spent my passion. It was the roasted venison after days and days of starvation in winter. It was new wine or fresh apples or water roaring over a cliff's edge on a hot day when I reached out to gulp it in handfuls. Only it was immeasurably richer than that, this scent, and the appetite that wanted it was infinitely keener and more simple. I moved through the secret tunnel, like a creature swimming through the darkness, and pushing out the stone in the outer chamber, rose to my feet. There stood the mortal, staring at me, his face pale with shock. An old, withered man he was, and by some indefinable tangle of considerations in his mind, I knew he was a stable-master and a coachman. But the hearing of this was maddeningly imprecise. Then the immediate malice he felt towards me came like the heat of a stove, and there was no misunderstanding that. His eyes raced over my face and form. The hatred boiled, crested. It was he who had procured the fine clothes I wore, he who had tended the unfortunates in the dungeon while they had lived, and why, he demanded in silent outrage, was I not there? This made me love him very much, as you can imagine. I could have crushed him to death in my bare hands for this. "The master," he said desperately. "Where is he? Master." But what did he think the master was? A sorcerer of some kind, that was what he thought. And now I had the power. In sum, he didn't know anything that would be of use to me. But as I comprehended all this, as I drank it up from his mind, quite against his will, I was becoming entranced with the veins in his face and in his hands, and that smell was intoxicating me. I could feel the dim throbbing of his heart, and then I could taste his blood, just what it would be like. And there came to me some full-blown sense of it, rich and hot, as it filled me. "The master's gone, burned in the fire," I murmured, hearing a strange monotone coming from myself. I moved slowly towards him. He glanced at the blackened floor. He looked up at the blackened ceiling. "No, this is a lie," he said. He was outraged, and his anger pulsed like a light in my eye. I felt the bitterness of his mind and its desperate reasoning. Ah, but that living flesh could look like this. I was in the grip of remorseless appetite, and he knew it. In some wild and unreasoning way he sensed it, and throwing me one last malevolent glance, he ran for the stairway. Immediately I caught him. In fact, I enjoyed catching him, so simple it was. One instant I was willing myself to reach out and close the distance between us, the next I had him helpless in my hands, holding him off the floor so that his feet swung free, straining to kick me. I held him as easily as a powerful man might hold a child. That was the proportion. His mind was a jumble of frantic thoughts, and he seemed unable to decide upon any course to save himself. But the faint humming of these thoughts was being obliterated by the vision he presented to me. His eyes weren't the portals of his soul any more. They were gelatinous orbs whose colors tantalized me, and his body was nothing but a writhing morsel of hot flesh and blood that I must have or die without. It horrified me that this food should be alive, that delicious blood should flow through these struggling arms and fingers, and then it seemed perfect that it should. He was what he was, and I was what I was, and I was going to feast upon him. I pulled him to my lips. I tore the bulging artery in his neck. The blood hit the roof of my mouth. I gave a little cry as I crushed him against me. It wasn't the burning fluid the master's blood had been, not that lovely elixir I had drunk from the stones of the dungeon. No, that had been light itself made liquid. Rather, this was 1,000 times more luscious, tasting of the thick human heart that pumped it, the very essence of that hot, almost smoky scent. I could feel my shoulders rising, my fingers biting deeper into his flesh, and almost a humming sound rising out of me. No vision but that of his tiny, gasping soul, but a swoon so powerful that he himself, what he was, had no part in it. It was with all my will that before the final moment I forced him away. How I wanted to feel his heart stop. How I wanted to feel the beat slow and cease, and know I possessed him. But I didn't dare. He slipped heavily from my arms, his limbs sprawling out on the stones, the whites of his eyes showing beneath his half-closed eyelids, and I found myself unable to turn away from his death, mutely fascinated by it. Not the smallest detail must escape me. I heard his breath give out. I saw the body relax into death without struggle. The blood warmed me. I felt it beating in my veins. My face was hot against the palms of my hands, and my vision had grown powerfully sharp. I felt strong beyond all imagining. I picked up the corpse and dragged it down and down the winding steps of the tower, into the stinking dungeon, and threw it to rot with the rest there. Chapter 8. It was time to go out. Time to test my powers. I filled my purse and my pockets with as much money as they would comfortably hold, and I buckled on a jeweled sword that was not too old-fashioned, and then went down, locking the iron gate to the tower behind me. The tower was obviously all that remained of a ruined house, but I picked up the scent of horses on the wind. Strong, very nice smell, perhaps the way an animal would pick up the scent. And I made my way silently around the back to a makeshift stable. It contained not only a handsome old carriage, but 4 magnificent black mares. Perfectly wonderful that they weren't afraid of me. I kissed their smooth flanks and their long, soft noses. In fact, I was so in love with them I could have spent hours just learning all I could of them through my new senses. But I was eager for other things. There was a human in the stable also, and I'd caught his scent too as soon as I entered. But he was sound asleep, and when I roused him I saw he was a dull-witted boy who posed no danger to me. "I'm your master now," I said as I gave him a gold coin, "but I won't be needing you tonight except to saddle a horse for me." He understood well enough to tell me there was no saddle in the stable before he fell back to dozing. All right. I cut the long carriage reins from one of the bridles, put it on the most beautiful of the mares myself, and rode out bareback. I can't tell you what it was like. The burst of the horse under me, the chilling wind, and the high arch of the night sky. My body was melded to the animal. I was flying over the snow, laughing aloud and now and then singing. I hit high notes I had never reached before, then plunged into a lustrous baritone. Sometimes I was simply crying out in something like joy. It had to be joy. But how could a monster feel joy? I wanted to ride to Paris, of course, but I knew I wasn't ready. There was too much I didn't know about my powers yet, and so I rode in the opposite direction until I came to the outskirts of a small village. There were no humans about, and as I approached the little church I felt a human rage and impulsiveness breaking through my strange, translucent happiness. I dismounted quickly and tried the sacristy door. Its lock gave, and I walked through the nave to the communion rail. I don't know what I felt at this moment. Maybe I wanted something to happen. I felt murderous. And lightning did not strike. I stared at the red glare of the vigil lights on the altar. I looked up at the figures frozen in the unilluminated blackness of the stained glass. And in desperation I went up over the communion rail and put my hands on the tabernacle itself. I broke open its tiny little doors, and I reached in and took out the jeweled ciborium with its consecrated hosts. No. There was no power here, nothing that I could feel or see or know with any of my monstrous senses, nothing that responded to me. There were wafers and gold and wax and light. I bowed my head on the altar. I must have looked like the priest in the middle of Mass. Then I shut up everything in the tabernacle again. I closed it all up just fine, so nobody would know a sacrilege had been committed. And then I made my way down one side of the church and up the other, the lurid paintings and statues captivating me. I realized I was seeing the process of the sculptor and the painter, not merely the creative miracle. I was seeing the way the lacquer caught the light, I was seeing little mistakes in perspective, flashes of unexpected expressiveness. What will the great masters be to my eyes, I was thinking. I found myself staring at the simplest designs painted in the plaster walls. Then I knelt down to look at the patterns in the marble until I realized I was stretched out, staring wide-eyed at the floor under my nose. This is getting out of hand, surely. I got up, shivering a little and crying a little, and looking at the candles as if they were alive, and getting very sick of this. Time to get out of this place and go into the village. For 2 hours I was in the village, and for most of that time I was not seen or heard by anyone. I found it absurdly easy to jump over the garden walls, to spring from the earth to low rooftops. I could leap from a height of 3 stories to the ground, and climb the side of a building, digging my nails and my toes into the mortar between the stones. I peered in windows. I saw couples asleep in their ruffled beds, infants dozing in cradles, old women sewing by feeble light. And the houses looked like doll-houses to me in their completeness. Perfect collections of toys with their dainty little wooden chairs and polished mantelpieces, mended curtains and well-scrubbed floors. I saw all this as one who had never been a part of life, gazing lovingly at the simplest details. A starched white apron on its hook, worn boots on the hearth, a pitcher beside a bed, and the people. Oh, the people were marvels. Of course I picked up their scent, but I was satisfied, and it didn't make me miserable. Rather, I doted upon their pink skin and delicate limbs, the precision with which they moved, the whole process of their lives, as if I had never been one of them at all. That they had 5 fingers on each hand seemed remarkable. They yawned, cried, shifted in sleep. I was entranced with them, and when they spoke, the thickest walls could not prevent me from hearing their words. But the most beguiling aspect of my explorations was that I heard the thoughts of these people, just as I had heard the evil servant whom I killed. Unhappiness, misery, expectation. These were currents in the air, some weak, some frighteningly strong, some no more than a glimmer gone before I knew the source. But I could not, strictly speaking, read minds. Most trivial thought was veiled from me, and when I lapsed into my own considerations, even the strongest passions did not intrude. In some it was intense feeling that carried thought to me, and only when I wished to receive it, and there were some minds that even in the heat of anger gave me nothing. These discoveries jolted me and almost bruised me, as did the common beauty everywhere I looked, the splendor in the ordinary. But I knew perfectly well there was an abyss behind it, into which I might quite suddenly and helplessly drop. After all, I wasn't one of these warm and pulsing miracles of complication and innocence. They were my victims. Time to leave the village. I learned enough here. But just before I left, I performed one final act of daring. I couldn't help myself. I just had to do it. Pulling up the high collar of my red cloak, I went into the inn, sought a corner away from the fire, and ordered a glass of wine. Everyone in the little place gave me the eye, but not because they knew there was a supernatural being in their midst. They were merely glancing at the richly dressed gentleman. And for 20 minutes I remained, testing it even further. No one, not even the man who served me, detected anything. Of course I didn't touch the wine. One whiff of it, and I knew that my body could not abide it. But the point was, I could fool mortals. I could move among them. I was jubilant when I left the inn. As soon as I reached the woods, I started to run. And then I was running so fast that the sky and the trees had become a blur. I was almost flying. Then I stopped, leapt, danced about. I gathered up some stones and threw them so far I could not see them land. And when I saw a fallen tree limb, thick and full of sap, I picked it up and broke it over my knee as if it were a twig. I shouted, then sang at the top of my lungs again. I collapsed on the grass, laughing. And then I rose, tore off my cloak and my sword, and commenced to turn cartwheels. I turned cartwheels just like the acrobats at Renault's, and then I somersaulted perfectly. I did it again, and this time backwards, and then forward, and then I turned double somersaults and triple somersaults and leapt straight up in the air some 15 feet off the ground before landing squarely on my feet, somewhat out of breath and wanting to do these tricks some more. But the morning was coming. Only the subtlest change in the air, the sky, but I knew it as if hell's bells were ringing. Hell's bells, calling the vampire home to the sleep of death. Ah, the melting loveliness of the sky, the loveliness of the vision of dim belfries. And an odd thought came to me that in hell the light of the fires would be so bright it would be like sunlight, and this would be the only sunlight I would ever see again. But what have I done? I thought. I didn't ask for this. I didn't give in. Even when Magnus told me I was dying, I fought him, and yet I am hearing hell's bells now. Well, who gives a damn? When I reached the churchyard, quite ready for the ride home, something distracted me. I stood holding the rein of my horse and looking at the small field of graves, and could not quite figure what it was. Then again it came, and I knew. I felt a distinct presence in the churchyard. I stood so still I heard the blood thundering in my veins. It wasn't human, this presence. It had no scent. And there were no human thoughts coming from it. Rather, it seemed veiled and defended, and it knew I was here. It was watching me. Could I be imagining this? I stood, listening, looking. A scattering of grey tombstones poked through the snow, and far away stood a row of old crypts, larger, ornamented, but just as ruined as the stones. It seemed the presence lingered somewhere near the crypts. And then I felt it, distinctly, as it moved towards the enclosing trees. "Who are you?" I demanded. I heard my voice like a knife. "Answer me!" I called out even louder. I felt a great tumult in it, this presence, and I was certain that it was moving away very rapidly. I dashed across the churchyard after it, and I could feel it receding. Yet I saw nothing in the barren forest. And I realized I was stronger than it, and that it had been afraid of me. Well, fancy that. Afraid of me. And I had no idea whether or not it was corporeal, vampire, the same as I was, or something without a body. "Well, one thing is sure," I said, "you're a coward." Tingling in the air. The forest seemed to breathe. A sense of my own might came over me that had been brewing all along. I was in fear of nothing. Not the church, not the dark, not the worms swarming over the corpses in my dungeon, not even this strange, eerie force that had retreated into the forest and seemed to be near at hand again. Not even of men. I was an extraordinary fiend. If I'd been sitting on the steps of hell with my elbows on my knees, and the devil had said, "Lestat, come, choose the form of fiend you wish to be, to roam the earth," how could I have chosen a better fiend than what I was? And it seemed suddenly that suffering was an idea I'd known in another existence, and would never know again. I can't help but laugh now, when I think of that first night, especially of that particular moment. Chapter 9. The next night I went tearing into Paris, with as much gold as I could carry. The sun had just sunk beneath the horizon when I opened my eyes, and a clear azure light still emanated from the sky as I mounted and rode off to the city. I was starving. And, as luck would have it, I was attacked by a cutthroat before I ever reached the city walls. He came thundering out of the woods, pistol blazing, and I actually saw the ball leave the barrel of the gun and go past me as I leapt off my horse and went at him. He was a powerful man, and I was astonished at how much I enjoyed his cursing and struggling. The vicious servant I'd taken last night had been old. This was a hard, young body. Even the roughness of his badly shaven beard tantalized me, and I loved the strength in his hands as he struck at me. But it was no sport. He froze as I sank my teeth into the artery, and when the blood came, it was pure voluptuousness. In fact, it was so exquisite that I forgot completely about drawing away before the heart stopped. We were on our knees in the snow together, and it was a wallop, the life going into me with the blood. I couldn't move for a long moment. Broke the rules already, I thought. Am I supposed to die now? Doesn't look like that's going to happen, just this rolling delirium. And the poor dead bastard in my arms who would have blown my face off with his pistol if I had let him. I kept staring at the darkening sky, at the great spangled mass of shadows ahead that was Paris. And there was only this warmth after, and obviously increasing strength. So far, so good. I climbed to my feet and wiped my lips. Then I pitched the body as far as I could across the unbroken snow. I was more powerful than ever. And for a little while I stood there, feeling gluttonous and murderous, just wanting to kill again so this ecstasy would go on forever. But I couldn't have drunk any more blood, and gradually I grew calm and changed somewhat. A desolate feeling came over me. An aloneness, as though the thief had been a friend to me or kin to me and had deserted me. I couldn't understand it, except that the drinking had been so intimate. His scent was on me now, and I sort of liked it. But he lay there, yards away, on the crumpled crust of the snow, hands and face looking gray under the rising moon. Hell, the son of a bitch was going to kill me, wasn't he? Within an hour I had found a capable attorney, name of Pierre Roger, at his home in the Marais, an ambitious young man with a mind that was completely open to me, greedy, clever, conscientious, exactly what I wanted. Not only could I read his thoughts when he wasn't talking, but he believed everything I told him. He was most eager to be of service to the husband of an heiress from Saint-Domingue, and certainly he would put out all the candles save one if my eyes were still hurting from tropical fever. As for my fortune in gems, he dealt with the most reputable jewelers. Bank accounts and letters of exchange for my family in the Auvergne, yes, immediately. This was easier than playing Lelio. But I was having a hell of a time concentrating. Everything was a distraction. The smoky flame of the candle on the brass inkstand, the gilded pattern of the Chinese wallpaper, and Monsieur Roger's amazing little face, with its eyes glistening behind tiny octagonal spectacles. His teeth kept making me think of clavier keys. Ordinary objects in the room appeared to dance. A chest stared at me with its brass knobs for eyes, and a woman singing in an upstairs room over the low rumble of a stove seemed to be saying something in a low and vibrant secret language, such as, "Come to me." But it was going to be this way forever, apparently, and I had to get myself in hand. Money must be sent by courier this very night to my father and my brothers, and to Nicolas de l'Enfant, a musician with Renaud's house of Thespians, who was to be told only that the wealth had come from his friend Lestat de Liancourt. It was Lestat de Liancourt's wish that Nicolas de l'Enfant move at once to a decent flat on the Ile Saint-Louis, or some other proper place, And Roger should, of course, assist in this, and thereafter Nicolas de l'Enfant should study the violin. Roger should buy for Nicolas de l'Enfant the best available violin, a Stradivarius. And finally, a separate letter was to be written to my mother, the Marquise Gabrielle de Liancourt, in Italian, so that no one else could read it, and a special purse was to be sent to her. If she could undertake a journey to southern Italy, the place where she'd been born, maybe she could stop the course of her consumption. It made me positively dizzy to think of her with the freedom to escape. I wondered what she would think about it. For a long moment I didn't hear anything Roger said. I was picturing her dressed for once in her life as the marquise she was, and riding out of the gates of our castle in her own coach and six. And then I remembered her ravaged face, and heard the cough in her lungs, as if she were here with me. "Send the letter and the money to her tonight," I said. "I don't care what it costs. Do it." I laid down enough gold to keep her in comfort for a lifetime, if she had a lifetime. "Now," I said, "do you know of a merchant who deals in fine furnishings, paintings, tapestries, someone who might open his shops and storehouses to us this very evening?" "Of course, monsieur. Allow me to get my coat. We shall go immediately." We were headed for the Faubourg Saint-Denis within minutes. And for hours after that I roamed with my mortal attendants through a paradise of material wealth, claiming everything that I wanted: couches and chairs, china and silver plate, drapery and statuary. All things were mine for the taking. And in my mind I transformed the castle where I'd grown up, as more and more goods were carried out to be crated and shipped south immediately. To my little nieces and nephews I sent toys of which they'd never dreamed, tiny ships with real sails, doll-houses of unbelievable craft and perfection. I learned from each thing that I touched. And there were moments when all the color and texture became too lustrous, too overpowering. I wept inwardly. But I would have got away with playing human to the hilt during all this time, except for one very unfortunate mishap. At one point, as we wandered through the warehouse, a rat appeared, as bold city rats will, racing along the wall very close to us. I stared at it. Nothing unusual, of course. But there, amid plaster and hardwood and embroidered cloth, the rat looked marvelously particular. And the men, misunderstanding, of course, began mumbling frantic apologies for the rat and stamping their feet to drive it away from us. To me their voices became a mixture of sounds, like stew bubbling in a pot. All I could think was that the rat had very tiny feet, and that I had not yet examined a rat, nor any small, warm-blooded creature. I went and caught the rat, rather too easily, I think, and looked at its feet. I wanted to see what kind of little toenails it had, and what was the flesh like between its little toes, and I forgot the men entirely. It was their sudden silence that brought me back to myself. They were both staring dumbfounded at me. I smiled at them as innocently as I could, let the rat go, and went back to purchasing. Well, they never said anything about it. But there was a lesson in this. I had really frightened them. Later that night I gave my lawyer one last commission. He must send a present of 100 crowns to a theatre owner by the name of Renaud with a note of thanks from me for his kindness. "Find out the situation with this little playhouse," I said. "Find out if there are any debts against it." Of course I'd never go near the theatre. They must never guess what had happened, never be contaminated by it. And for now I had done what I could for all those I loved, hadn't I? And when all this was finished, when the church clocks struck 3 over the white rooftops, and I was hungry enough to smell blood everywhere that I turned, I found myself standing in the empty Boulevard du Temple. The dirty snow had turned to slush under the carriage wheels, and I was looking at the house of Thesbians, with its spattered walls and its torn playbills, and the name of the young mortal actor Lestat de Valois still written there, in red letters. Chapter 10. The following nights were a rampage. I began to drink up Paris, as if the city were blood. In the early evening I raided the worst sections, tangling with thieves and killers, often giving them a playful chance to defend themselves, then snarling them in a fatal embrace and feasting to the point of gluttony. I savored different types of kills, big lumbering creatures, small wiry ones, the hirsute and the dark-skinned, but my favorite was the very young scoundrel who'd kill you for the coins in your pocket. I loved their grunting and cursing. Sometimes I held them with one hand and laughed at them till they were in a positive fury, and I threw their knives over the rooftops and smashed their pistols to pieces against the walls. But in all this my full strength was like a cat never allowed to spring. And the one thing I loathed in them was fear. If a victim was really afraid, I usually lost interest. As time went on, I learned to postpone the kill. I drank a little from one and more from another, and then took the grand wallop of the death itself from the third or the fourth one. It was the chase and the struggle that I was multiplying for my own pleasure. And when I'd had enough of all this hunting and drinking in an evening to content some 6 healthy vampires, I turned my eyes to the rest of Paris, all the glorious pastimes I couldn't afford before. But not before going to Roget's house for news of Nicolas or my mother. Her letters were brimming with happiness at my good fortune, and she promised to go to Italy in the spring if only she could get the strength to do it. Right now she wanted books from Paris, of course, and newspapers, and keyboard music for the harpsichord I'd sent. And she had to know, was I truly happy? Had I fulfilled my dreams? She was leery of wealth. I had been so happy at Renaud's, I must confide in her. It was agony to hear these words read to me. Time to become a liar in earnest, which I had never been. But for her I would do it. As for Nicky, I should have known he wouldn't settle for gifts and vague tales, that he would demand to see me and keep on demanding it. He was frightening Roget a little bit, but it didn't do any good. There was nothing the attorney could tell him except what I've explained, and I was so wary of seeing Nicky that I didn't even ask for the location of the house into which he'd moved. I told the lawyer to make certain he studied with his Italian maestro and that he had everything he could possibly desire. But I did manage somehow to hear, quite against my will, that Nicolas hadn't quit the theatre. He was still playing at Renaud's House of Thespians. Now this maddened me. Why the hell, I thought, should he do that? Because he loved it there, the same as I had, that was why. Did anybody really have to tell me this? We had all been kindred in that little rat-trap playhouse. Don't think about the moment when the curtain goes up, when the audience begins to clap and shout. No. Send cases of wine and champagne to the theatre. Send flowers for Jeanette and Lucina, the girls I had fought with the most and most loved, and more gifts of gold for Renaud. Pay off the debts he had. But as the nights passed and these gifts were dispatched, Renaud became embarrassed about all this. A fortnight later, Roget told me Renaud had made a proposal. He wanted me to buy the House of Thespians and keep him on as manager with enough capital to stage larger and more wondrous spectacles than he'd ever before attempted. With my money and his cleverness, we could make the house the talk of Paris. I didn't answer right away. It took me more than a moment to realize that I could own the theatre just like that, own it, like the gems in the chest, or the clothes I wore, or the dollhouse I'd sent to my nieces. I said no, and went out slamming the door. Then I came right back. "All right, buy the theatre," I said, "and give him 10,000 crowns to do whatever he wants." This was a fortune, and I didn't even know why I had done this. This pain will pass, I thought. It has to, and I must gain some control over my thoughts, realize that these things cannot affect me. After all, where did I spend my time now? At the grandest theatres in Paris. I had the finest seats for the ballet and the opera, for the dramas of Molière and Racine. I was hanging about before the footlights, gazing up at the great actors and actresses. I had suits made in every color of the rainbow, jewels on my fingers, wigs in the latest fashion, shoes with diamond buckles as well as gold heels. And I had eternity to be drunk on the poetry I was hearing, drunk on the singing and the sweep of the dancers' arms, drunk on the organ throbbing in the great cavern of Notre Dame, and drunk on the chimes that counted out the hours to me, drunk on the snow falling soundlessly on the empty gardens of the Tuileries. And each night I was becoming less wary among mortals, more at ease with them. Not even a month had passed before I got up the courage to plunge right into a crowded ball at the Palais Royal. I was warm and ruddy from the kill, and at once I joined the dance. I didn't arouse the slightest suspicion. Rather, the women seemed drawn to me, and I loved the touch of their hot fingers and the soft crush of their arms and their breasts. After that I bore right into the early evening crowds in the boulevards. Rushing past Renault's, I squeezed into the other houses to see the puppet shows, the mimes, and the acrobats. I didn't flee from street lamps any more. I went into cafes and bought coffee just to feel the warmth of it against my fingers, and I spoke to men when I chose. I even argued with them about the state of the monarchy, and I went madly into mastering billiards and card games, and it seemed to me I might go right into the House of Thespians if I wanted to, buy a ticket and slip up into the balcony and see what was going on. See Nicolas. Well, I didn't do that. What was I dreaming of to go near to Nicky? It was one thing to fool strangers, men and women who'd never known me, but what would Nicolas see if he looked into my eyes? What would he see when he looked at my skin? Besides, I had too much to do, I told myself. I was learning more and more about my nature and my powers. My hair, for example, was lighter, yet thicker, and grew not at all. Nor did my fingernails and toenails, which had a greater luster, though if I filed them away they would regenerate during the day to the length they had been when I died. And though people couldn't discern such secrets on inspection, they sensed other things, an unnatural gleam to my eyes, too many reflected colors in them, and a faint luminescence to my skin. When I was hungry, this luminescence was very marked, all the more reason to feed. And I was learning that I could put people in thrall if I stared at them too hard, and my voice required very strict modulation. I might speak too low for mortal hearing, and were I to shout or laugh too loud, I could shatter another's ears. I could hurt my own ears. There were other difficulties, my movements. I tended to walk, to run, to dance, and to smile and gesture like a human being, but if surprised, horrified, grieved, my body could bend or contort like that of an acrobat. Even my facial expressions could be wildly exaggerated. Once forgetting myself as I walked in the Boulevard du Temple, thinking of Nicolas naturally, I sat down beneath a tree, drew up my knees, and put my hands to the side of my head like a stricken elf in a fairy tale. 18th-century gentlemen in brocade frock coats and white silk stockings didn't do things like that, at least not on the street. And another time, while deep in contemplation of the changing of the light on surfaces, I hopped up and sat with my legs crossed on the top of a carriage, with my elbows on my knees. Well, this startled people. It frightened them. But more often than not, even when frightened by the whiteness of my skin, they merely looked away. They deceived themselves. I quickly realized that everything was explainable. It was the rational 18th-century habit of mind. After all, there hadn't been a case of witchcraft in 100 years, the last that I knew of being the trial of Lavoisin, a fortune-teller burnt alive in the time of Louis the Sun King. And this was Paris. So if I accidentally crushed crystal glasses when I lifted them, or slammed doors back into the walls when opening them, people assumed I was drunk. But now and then I answered questions before mortals had asked them of me. I fell into stuporous states just looking at candles or tree branches and didn't move for so long that people asked if I was ill. And my worst problem was laughter. I would go into fits of laughter, and I couldn't stop. Anything could set me off. The sheer madness of my own position might set me off. This can still happen to me fairly easily. No loss, no pain, no deepening understanding of my predicament changes it. Something strikes me as funny. I begin to laugh, and I can't stop. It makes other vampires furious, by the way. But I jump ahead of the tale. As you have probably noticed, I have made no mention of other vampires. The fact was I could not find any. I could find no other supernatural being in all of Paris. Mortals to the left of me, mortals to the right of me, and now and then, just when I'd convinced myself it wasn't happening at all, I'd feel that vague and maddeningly elusive presence. It was never any more substantial than it had been the first night in the village churchyard, and invariably it was in the vicinity of a Paris cemetery. Always I'd stop, turn, and try to draw it out. But it was never any good. The thing was gone before I could be certain of it. I could never find it on my own, and the stench of city cemeteries was so revolting I couldn't go into them. This was coming to see more than fastidiousness or bad memories of my own dungeon beneath the tower. Revulsion at the sight or smell of death seemed part of my nature. I couldn't watch executions any more than when I was that trembling boy from the Auvergne, and corpses made me cover my face. I think I was offended by death unless I was the cause of it, and I had to get clean away from my dead victims almost immediately. But to return to the matter of the presence, I came to wonder if it wasn't some other species of haunt, something that couldn't commune with me. On the other hand, I had the distinct impression that the presence was watching me, maybe even deliberately revealing itself to me. Whatever the case, I saw no other vampires in Paris, and I was beginning to wonder if there could be more than one of us at any given time. Maybe Magnus destroyed the vampire from whom he stole the blood. Maybe he had to perish once he passed on his powers, and I too would die if I were to make another vampire. But no, that didn't make sense. Magnus had had great strength, even after giving me his blood, and he had bound his vampire victim in chains when he stole his powers. An enormous mystery, and a maddening one. But for the moment ignorance was truly bliss, and I was doing very well discovering things without the help of Magnus. And maybe this was what Magnus had intended. Maybe this had been his way of learning, centuries ago. I remembered his words, that in the secret chamber of the tower I would find all that I needed to prosper. The hours flew as I roamed the city, and only to conceal myself in the tower by day did I ever deliberately leave the company of human beings. Yet I was beginning to wonder, if you can dance with them, and play billiards with them, and talk with them, why can't you dwell among them just the way you did when you were living? Why couldn't you pass for one of them, and enter again into the very fabric of life, where there is— What? Say it. And here it was nearly spring, and the nights were getting warmer, and the House of Thespians was putting on a new drama with new acrobats between the acts, and the trees were in bloom again, and every waking moment I thought of Nicky. One night in March, I realized as Roger read my mother's letter to me that I could read as well as he could. I had learned from 1,000 sources how to read without even trying. I took the letter home with me. Even the inner chamber was no longer really cold, and I sat by the window, reading my mother's words for the first time in private. I could almost hear her voice speaking to me. "Nicolas writes that you have purchased Renault's. So you own the little theater on the boulevard where you were so happy. But do you possess the happiness still? When will you answer me?" I folded up the letter and put it in my pocket. The blood tears were coming into my eyes. Why must she understand so much, yet so little? Chapter 11. The wind had lost its sting. All the smells of the city were coming back, and the markets were full of flowers. I dashed to Roger's house without even thinking of what I was doing, and demanded that he tell me where Nicolas lived. I would just have a look at him, make certain he was in good health, be certain the house was fine enough. It was on the Ile Saint-Louis, and very impressive, just as I'd wanted. But the windows were all shuttered along the quay. I stood, watching it for a long time, as one carriage after another roared over the nearby bridge, and I knew that I had to see Nicky. I started to climb the wall just as I had climbed walls in the village, and I found it amazingly easy. One story after another I climbed, much higher than I had ever dared to climb in the past, and then I sped over the roof and down the inside of the courtyard to look for Nicky's flat. I passed a handful of open windows before I came to the right one. And then there was Nicolas, in the glare of the supper table, and Jeanette and Lucina were with him, and they were having the late-night meal that we used to take together when the theatre closed. At the first sight of him I drew back away from the casement and closed my eyes. I might have fallen if my right hand hadn't held fast to the wall as if with a will of its own. I had seen the room for only an instant, but every detail was fixed in my mind. He was dressed in old green velvet, finery he'd worn so casually in the crooked streets at home. But everywhere around him were signs of the wealth I'd sent him, leather-bound books on the shelves, and an inlaid desk with an oval painting above it, and the Italian violin gleaming atop the new pianoforte. He wore a jeweled ring I'd sent, and his brown hair was tied back with a black silk ribbon, and he sat brooding with his elbows on the table, eating nothing from the expensive china plate before him. Carefully I opened my eyes and looked at him again. All his natural gifts were there in a blaze of light, the delicate but strong limbs, large sober brown eyes, and his mouth that, for all the irony and sarcasm that could come out of it, was childlike and ready to be kissed. There seemed in him a frailty I'd never perceived or understood. Yet he looked infinitely intelligent, my Nicky, full of tangled, uncompromising thoughts, as he listened to Jeanette, who was talking rapidly. "Lestat's married," she said, as Lucina nodded. "The wife's rich, and he can't let her know he was a common actor. It's simple enough." "I say we let him in peace," Lucina said. "He saved the theatre from closing, and he showers us with gifts." "I don't believe it," Nicolas said bitterly. "He wouldn't be ashamed of us." There was a suppressed rage in his voice, an ugly grief. "And why did he leave the way he did? I heard him calling me. The window was smashed to pieces. I tell you, I was half awake, and I heard his voice." An uneasy silence fell among them. They didn't believe his account of things, how I'd vanished from the garret, and telling it again would only isolate him and embitter him further. I could sense this from all their thoughts. "You didn't really know Lestat," he said now, almost in a surly fashion, returning to the manageable conversation that other mortals would allow him. "Lestat would spit in the face of anyone who would be ashamed of us. He sends me money. What am I supposed to do with it? He plays games with us." No answer from the others, the solid, practical beings who would not speak against the mysterious benefactor. Things were going too well. And in the lengthening silence, I felt the depth of Nicky's anguish. I knew it as if I were peering into his skull, and I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear delving into his soul without his knowing it. Yet I couldn't stop myself from sensing a vast secret terrain inside him, grimmer perhaps than I had ever dreamed. And his words came back to me that the darkness in him was like the darkness I'd seen at the inn, and that he tried to conceal it from me. I could almost see it, this terrain. And in a real way it was beyond his mind, as if his mind were merely a portal to a chaos stretching out from the borders of all we know. Too frightening, that. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to feel what he felt. But what could I do for him? That was the important thing. What could I do to stop this torment once and for all? Yet I wanted so to touch him, his hands, his arms, his face. I wanted to feel his flesh with these new immortal fingers, and I found myself whispering the word, alive. Yes, you are alive, and that means you can die, and everything I see when I look at you is utterly insubstantial. It is a commingling of tiny movements and indefinable colors, as if you haven't a body at all, but are a collection of heat and light. You are light itself. And what am I now? Eternal as I am, I curl like a cinder in that blaze. But the atmosphere of the room had changed. Lucina and Jeanette were taking their leave with polite words. He was ignoring them. He had turned to the window, and he was rising as if he'd been called by a secret voice. The look on his face was indescribable. He knew I was there. Instantly I shot up the slippery wall to the roof. But I could still hear him below. I looked down and I saw his naked hands on the window ledge, and through the silence I heard his panic. He'd sensed that I was there. My presence, mind you, that is what he sensed, just as I sensed the presence in the graveyards. But how, he argued with himself, could Lestat have been here? I was too shocked to do anything. I clung to the roof gutter, and I could feel the departure of the others, feel that he was now alone. And all I could think was, what in the name of hell is this presence that he felt? I mean, I wasn't Lestat anymore. I was this demon, this powerful and greedy vampire, and yet he felt my presence, the presence of Lestat, the young man he knew. It was a very different thing from a mortal seeing my face and blurting out my name in confusion. He had recognized in my monster self something that he knew and loved. I stopped listening to him. I merely lay on the roof. But I knew he was moving below. I knew it when he lifted the violin from its place on the pianoforte, and I knew he was again at the window. And I put my hands over my ears. Still the sound came. It came rising out of the instrument and cleaving the night as if it were some shining element other than air and light and matter that might climb to the very stars. He bore down on the strings, and I could almost see him against my eyelids, swaying back and forth, his head bowed against the violin, as if he meant to pass into the music, and then all sense of him vanished, and there was only the sound, the long, vibrant notes, and the chilling glissandos, and the violin singing in its own tongue to make every other form of speech seem false. Yet as the song deepened, it became the very essence of despair, as if its beauty were a horrid coincidence, grotesquerie, without a particle of truth. Was this what he believed? What he had always believed when I talked on and on about goodness? Was he making the violin say it? Was he deliberately creating those long, pure, liquid notes to say that beauty meant nothing because it came from the despair inside him, and it had nothing to do with the despair finally, because the despair wasn't beautiful, and beauty, then, was a horrid irony? I didn't know the answer. But the sound went beyond him as it always had. It grew bigger than the despair. It fell effortlessly into a slow melody, like water seeking its own downward mountain path. It grew richer and darker still, and there seemed something undisciplined and chastening in it, and heart-breaking and vast. I lay on my back on the roof now, with my eyes on the stars. Pinpoints of light mortals could not have seen, phantom clouds, and the raw, piercing sound of the violin coming slowly with exquisite tension to a close. I didn't move. I was in some silent understanding of the language the violin spoke to me. Nicky, if we could talk again, if our conversation could only continue. Beauty wasn't the treachery he imagined it to be. Rather, it was an uncharted land where one could make 1,000 fatal errors, a wide and indifferent paradise without signposts of evil or good. In spite of all the refinements of civilization that conspired to make art, the dizzying perfection of the string quartet, or the sprawling grandeur of Fragonard's canvases, beauty was savage. It was as dangerous and lawless as the earth had been, eons before man had one single coherent thought in his head, or wrote codes of conduct on tablets of clay. Beauty was a savage garden. So why must it wound him that the most despairing music is full of beauty? Why must it hurt him and make him cynical and sad and untrusting? Good and evil, those are concepts man has made. And man is better, really, than the savage garden. But maybe deep inside Nicky had always dreamed of a harmony among all things that I had always known was impossible. Nicky had dreamed not of goodness, but of justice. But we could never discuss these things now with each other. We could never again be in the inn. Forgive me, Nicky. Good and evil exist still as they always will, but our conversation is over forever. Yet even as I left the roof, as I stole silently away from the Ile Saint-Louis, I knew what I meant to do. I didn't admit it to myself, but I knew. The next night it was already late when I reached the Boulevard du Temple. I'd fed well in the Ile de la Cité, and the first act at Renaud's House of Thespians was already underway. Chapter 12. I dressed as if I were going to court, in silver brocade with a lavender velvet roquelaure over my shoulders. I had a new sword with a deep-carved silver handle, and the usual heavy, ornate buckles on my shoes, the usual lace, gloves, tricorn. And I came to the theatre in a hired carriage. But as soon as I paid the driver, I went back the alley and opened the stage door exactly as I used to do. At once the old atmosphere surrounded me, the smell of the thick grease paint and the cheap costumes full of sweat and perfume and the dust. I could see a fragment of the lighted stage burning beyond the helter-skelter of hulking props and hear bursts of laughter from the hall. A group of acrobats waited to go on at the intermezzo, a crowd of jesters in red tights, caps, and dagged collars studded with little gold bells. I felt dizzy, and for a moment afraid. The place felt close and dangerous over my head, and yet it was wonderful to be inside it again, and a sadness was swelling inside me. No, a panic, actually. Lucina saw me, and she let out a shriek. Doors opened everywhere on the cluttered little dressing rooms. Renaud plunged towards me and pumped my hand. Where there had been nothing but wood and drapery a moment before, there was now a little universe of excited human beings, faces full of high colour and dampness, and I found myself drawing back from a smoking candelabra with the quick words, "My eyes, put it out." "Put out the candles, they hurt his eyes, can't you see that?" Jeanette insisted sharply. I felt her wet lips open against my face. Everyone was around me, even the acrobats who didn't know me, and the old scene painters and carpenters who had taught me so many things. Lucina said, Get Nicky!" and I almost cried no. Applause was shaking the little house. The curtain was being pulled closed from either side. At once the old actors were upon me, and Renaud was calling for champagne. I was holding my hands over my eyes, as if, like the basilisk, I'd kill every one of them if I looked at them. And I could feel tears, and knew that before they saw the blood in the tears, I had to wipe the tears away. But they were so close I couldn't get to my handkerchief, and with a sudden, terrible weakness, I put my arms around Jeanette and Lucina, and I pressed my face against Lucina's face. Like birds they were, with bones full of air and hearts like beating wings, and for 1 second I listened with a vampire's ear to the blood in them. But that seemed an obscenity, and I just gave in to the hugging and the kissing, ignoring the thump of their hearts, and holding them and smelling their powdered skin, and feeling again the press of their lips. "You don't know how you worried us," Renaud was booming. "And then the stories of your good fortune. Everyone, he was clapping his hands. "It's Monsieur de Valois, the owner of this great theatrical establishment." And he said a lot of other pompous and playful things, dragging up the new actors and actresses to kiss my hand, I suppose, or my feet. I was holding tight to the girls as if I'd explode into fragments if I let them go. And then I heard Nicky, and knew he was only a foot away, staring at me, and that he was too glad to see me to be hurt any more. I didn't open my eyes, but I felt his hand on my face, then holding tight to the back of my neck. They must have made way for him, and when he came into my arms, I felt a little convulsion of terror. But the light was dim here, and I had fed furiously to be warm and human-looking, and I thought desperately, I don't know to whom I prayed to make the deception work. And then there was only Nicolas, and I didn't care. I looked up, and into his face. How to describe what humans look like to us? I've tried to describe it a little, when I spoke of Nicky's beauty the night before as a mixture of movement and color. But you can't imagine what it's like for us to look on living flesh. There are those billions of colors and tiny configurations of movement, yes, that make up a living creature on whom we concentrate. But the radiance mingles totally with the carnal scent. Beautiful. That's what any human being is to us, if we stop to consider it. Even the old and the diseased, the downtrodden that one doesn't really see in the street. They are all like that, like flowers ever in the process of opening, butterflies ever unfolding out of the cocoon. Well, I saw all this when I saw Nicky, and I smelled the blood pumping in him. And for one heady moment I felt love and only love obliterating every recollection of the horrors that had deformed me. Every evil rapture, every new power with its gratification seemed unreal. Maybe I felt a profound joy, too, that I could still love, if I'd ever doubted it, and that a tragic victory had been confirmed. All the old mortal comfort intoxicated me, and I could have closed my eyes and slipped from consciousness, carrying him with me, or so it seemed. But something else stirred in me. Collecting strength so fast my mind raced to catch up with it and deny it, even as it threatened to grow out of control. And I knew it for what it was, something monstrous and enormous and natural to me as the sun was unnatural. I wanted Nicky. I wanted him as surely as any victim I'd ever struggled with in the Ile de la Cité. I wanted his blood flowing into me, wanted its taste and its smell and its heat.
This ends Disc 5. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 6.
The little place shook with shouts and laughter. Renaud telling the acrobats to get on with the intermezzo, and Lucina opening the champagne. But we were closed off in this embrace. The hard heat of his body made me stiffen and draw back, though it seemed I didn't move at all. And it maddened me suddenly that this one whom I loved even as I loved my mother and my brothers, this one who had drawn from me the only tenderness I'd ever felt, was an unconquerable citadel, holding fast in ignorance against my thirst for blood when so many hundreds of victims had so easily given it up. This was what I'd been made for. This was the path I had been meant to walk. What were those others to me now, the thieves and killers I'd cut down in the wilderness of Paris? This was what I wanted, and the great, awesome possibility of Nicky's death exploded in my brain. The darkness against my closed eyelids had become blood-red. Nicky's mind, emptying in that last moment, giving up its complexity with its life. I couldn't move. I could feel the blood as if it were passing into me, and I let my lips rest against his neck. Every particle in me said, "Take him, spirit him out of this place and away from it, and feed on him, and feed on him, until what? Until he's dead." I broke loose and pushed him away. The crowd around us roared and rattled. Renaud was shouting at the acrobats who stood staring at these proceedings. The audience outside demanded the intermezzo entertainment with a steady, rhythmic clap. The orchestra was fiddling away at the lively ditty that would accompany the acrobats. Bones and flesh poked and pushed at me. A shambles it had become, rank with the smell of those ready for the slaughter. I felt the all-too-human rise of nausea. Nicky seemed to have lost his equilibrium, and when our eyes met, I felt the accusations emanating from him. I felt the misery, and worse, the near despair. I pushed past all of them, past the acrobats with the jingling bells, and I don't know why I went forward to the wings instead of out the side door. I wanted to see the stage. I wanted to see the audience. I wanted to penetrate deeper into something for which I had no name or word. But I was mad in these moments. To say I wanted or I thought makes no sense at all. My chest was heaving, and the thirst was like a cat clawing to get out. And as I leaned against the wooden beam beside the curtain, Nicky, hurt and misunderstanding everything, came to me again. I let the thirst rage. I let it tear at my insides. I just clung to the rafter, and I saw in one great recollection all my victims, the scum of Paris, scraped up from its gutters, and I knew the madness of the course I'd chosen, and the lie of it, and what I really was. What a sublime idiocy that I had dragged that paltry morality with me, striking down the damned ones only, seeking to be saved in spite of it all. What had I thought I was, a righteous partner to the judges and executioners of Paris who strike down the poor for crimes that the rich commit every day? Strong wine I'd had, in chipped and broken vessels, and now the priest was standing before me at the foot of the altar with the golden chalice in his hands, and the wine inside it was the blood of the Lamb. Nicky was talking rapidly. "Lestat, what is it? Tell me," as if the others couldn't hear us. "Where have you been? What's happened to you? Lestat!" "Get on that stage," Renaud thundered at the gaping acrobats. They trotted past us into the smoky blaze of the footlamps and went into a chain of somersaults. The orchestra made its instruments into twittering birds. A flash of red, harlequin sleeves, bells jangling, taunts from the unruly crowd. "Show us something! Really show us something!" Lucina kissed me, and I stared at her white throat, her milky hands. I could see the veins in Jeanette's face and the soft cushion of her lower lip coming ever closer. The champagne, splashed into dozens of little glasses, was being drunk. Some speech was issuing forth from Renaud about our partnership, and how tonight's little farce was but the beginning, and we would soon be the grandest theatre on the boulevards. I saw myself decked out for the part of Lelio, and heard the ditty I had sung to Flaminia on bended knee. Before me, little mortals flip-flopped heavily, and the audience was howling as the leader of the acrobats made some vulgar movement with his hind end. Before I even meant to do it, I had gone out on the stage. I was standing in the very center, feeling the heat of the footlights, the smoke stinging my eyes. I stared at the crowded gallery, the screened boxes, the rows and rows of spectators to the back wall, and I heard myself snarl a command for the acrobats to get away. It seemed the laughter was deafening, and the taunts and shouts that greeted me were spasms and eruptions, and quite plainly behind every face in the house was a grinning skull. I was humming the little ditty I'd sung as Lelio, no more than a fragment of the part, but the one I'd carried in the streets afterwards with me. Lovely, lovely Flaminia, and on, the words forming meaningless sounds. Insults were cutting through the din. "On with the performance!" and "You're handsome enough, now let's see some action!" From the gallery someone threw a half-eaten apple that came thumping just past my feet. I unclasped the violet roquelaure and let it fall. I did the same with the silver sword. The song had become an incoherent humming behind my lips, but mad poetry was pounding in my head. I saw the wilderness of beauty and its savagery, the way I'd seen it last night when Nicky was playing, and the moral world seemed some desperate dream of rationality that in this lush and fetid jungle had not the slightest chance. It was a vision, and I saw rather than understood, except that I was part of it, natural as the cat with her exquisite and passionless face digging her claws into the back of the screaming rat. "Handsome enough is this grim reaper," I half-uttered, "who can snuff all these brief candles, every fluttering soul sucking the air from this hall." But the words were really beyond my reach. They floated in some stratum, perhaps, where a god existed who understood the colors patterned on a cobra's skin, and the 8 glorious notes that make up the music erupting out of Nicky's instrument, but never the principle beyond ugliness or beauty. "Thou shalt not kill." Hundreds of greasy faces peered back at me from the gloom. Shabby wigs and paste jewels and filthy finery, skin like water flowing over crooked bones. A crew of ragged beggars whistled and hooted from the gallery, humpback and one eye and stinking underarm crutch, and teeth the color of the skull's teeth you sift from the dirt of the grave. I threw out my arms. I crooked my knee, and I began turning as the acrobats and dancers could turn, round and round on the ball of one foot, effortlessly, going faster and faster, until I broke, flipping over backwards into a circle of cartwheels, and then somersaults, imitating everything I had ever seen the players at the fairs perform. Applause came immediately. I was agile as I'd been in the village, and the stage was tiny and hampering, and the ceiling seemed to press down on me, and the smoke from the footlights to close me in. The little song to Flaminia came back to me, and I started singing it loudly as I turned and jumped and spun again, and then gazing at the ceiling, I willed my body upwards as I bent my knees to spring. In an instant I touched the rafters, and I was dropping down gracefully, soundlessly, to the boards. Gasps rose from the audience. The little crowd in the wings was stunned. The musicians in the pit, who had been silent all the while, were turning to one another. They could see there was no wire. But I was soaring again, to the delight of the audience, this time somersaulting all the way up, beyond the painted arch, again to descend in even slower, finer turns. Shouts and cheers broke out over the clapping, but those backstage were mute. Nicky stood at the very edge, his lips silently shaping my name. "It has to be trickery, an illusion." The same avowals came from all directions. People demanded agreement from those around them. Renaud's face shone before me for an instant with gaping mouth and squinting eyes. But I had gone into a dance again. And this time the grace of it no longer mattered to the audience. I could feel it, because the dance became a parody, each gesture broader, longer, slower than a human dancer could have sustained. Someone shouted from the wings and was told to be still, and little cries burst from the musicians and those in the front rows. People were growing uneasy and whispering to one another, but the rabble in the gallery continued to clap. I dashed suddenly towards the audience as if I meant to admonish it for its rudeness. Several persons were so startled they rose and tried to escape into the aisles. One of the horn players dropped his instrument and climbed out of the pit. I could see the agitation, even the anger, in their faces. What were these illusions? It wasn't amusing them suddenly. They couldn't comprehend the skill of it, and something in my serious manner made them afraid. For one terrible moment I felt their helplessness, and I felt their doom. A great horde of jangling skeletons, snared in flesh and rags, that's what they were. And yet their courage blazed out of them. They shouted at me in their irrepressible pride. I raised my hand slowly to command their attention, and very loudly and steadily I sang the ditty to Flaminia, my lovely Flaminia, a dull little couplet spilling into another couplet, and I let my voice grow louder and louder until suddenly people were rising and screaming before me. But louder still I sang it, until it obliterated every other noise, and in the intolerable roar I saw them all, hundreds of them, overturning the benches as they stood up, their hands clamped to the sides of their heads. Their mouths were grimaces, toneless screams. Pandemonium. Shrieks, curses, all stumbling and struggling towards the doors. Curtains were pulled from their fastenings. Men dropped down from the gallery to rush for the street. I stopped the horrid song. I stood watching them in a ringing silence, the weak, sweating bodies straining clumsily in every direction. The wind gusted from the open doorways, and I felt a strange coldness over all my limbs, and it seemed my eyes were made of glass. Without looking, I picked up the sword and put it on again, and hooked my finger into the velvet collar of my crumpled and dusty roquelaure. All these gestures seemed as grotesque as everything else I had done, and it seemed of no import that Nicolas was trying to get loose from two of the actors, who held him in fear of his life as he shouted my name. But something out of the chaos caught my attention. It did seem to matter, to be terribly, terribly important, in fact, that there was a figure standing above in one of the open boxes who did not struggle to escape or even move. I turned slowly and looked up at him, daring him, it seemed, to remain there. An old man he was, and his dull grey eyes were boring into me with stubborn outrage, and as I glared at him I heard myself let out a loud, open-mouthed roar. Out of my soul it seemed to come, this sound. It grew louder and louder until those few left below cowered again with their ears stopped, and even Nicolas, rushing forward, buckled beneath the sound of it, both hands clasped to his head. And yet the man stood there in the loge, glowering, indignant and old and stubborn, with furrowed brows under his grey wig. I stepped back and leapt across the empty house, landing in the box directly before him, and his jaw fell in spite of himself, and his eyes grew hideously wide. He seemed deformed with age, his shoulders rounded, his hands gnarled, but the spirit in his eyes was beyond vanity and beyond compromise. His mouth hardened, and his chin jutted, and from under his frock coat he pulled his pistol, and he aimed it at me with both hands. "Lestat!" Nicky shouted, but the shot exploded, and the ball hit me with full force. I didn't move. I stood as steady as the old man had stood before, and the pain rolled through me and stopped, leaving in its wake a terrible pulling in all my veins. The blood poured out. It flowed as I have never seen blood flow. It drenched my shirt, and I could feel it spilling down my back. But the pulling grew stronger and stronger, and a warm, tingling sensation had commenced to spread across the surface of my back and chest. The man stared, dumbfounded. The pistol dropped out of his hand. His head went back, eyes blind, and his body crumpled as if the air had been let out of it, and he lay on the floor. Nicky had raced up the stairs and was now rushing into the box. A low, hysterical murmuring was issuing from him. He thought he was witnessing my death. And I stood still, hearkening to my body in that terrible solitude that had been mine since Magnus made me the vampire. And I knew the wounds were no longer there. The blood was drying on the silk vest, drying on the back of my torn coat. My body throbbed where the bullet had passed through me, and my veins were alive with that same pulling. But the injury was no more. And Nicolas, coming to his senses as he looked at me, realized I was unharmed, though his reason told him it couldn't be true. I pushed past him and made for the stairs. He flung himself against me, and I threw him off. I couldn't stand the sight of him, the smell of him. "Get away from me!" I said. But he came back again, and he locked his arm around my neck. His face was bloated, and there was an awful sound coming out of him. "Let go of me, Nicky," I threatened him. If I shoved him off too roughly, I'd tear his arms out of the sockets, break his back. Break his back. He moaned, stuttered, and for one harrowing split second the sounds he made were as terrible as the sound that had come from my dying animal on the mountain, my horse crushed like an insect into the snow. I scarcely knew what I was doing when I pried loose his hands. The crowd broke, screaming, when I walked out onto the boulevard. Renaud ran forward in spite of those trying to restrain him. "Monsieur!" He grabbed my hand to kiss it and stopped, staring at the blood. "Nothing, my dear Renaud," I said to him, quite surprised at the steadiness of my voice and its softness. But something distracted me as I started to speak again, something I should hearken to, I thought vaguely. Yet I went on. "Don't give it a thought, my dear Renaud," I said. "Stage blood. Nothing but an illusion. It was all an illusion, a new kind of theatrical. Drama of the grotesque. Yes, the grotesque." But again came that distraction, something I was sensing in the melee around me, people shuffling and pushing to get close but not too close, Nicolas stunned and staring. "Go on with your plays," I was saying, almost unable to concentrate on my own words. "Your acrobats, your tragedies, your more civilized theatricals, if you like." I pulled the banknotes out of my pocket and put them in his unsteady hand. I spilled gold coins onto the pavement. The actors darted forward fearfully to gather them up. I scanned the crowd around for the source of this strange distraction. What was it? Not Nicolas in the door of the deserted theatre, watching me with a broken soul. No, something else both familiar and unfamiliar, having to do with the dark. Hire the finest mummers, I was half babbling, the best musicians, the great scene painters, more banknotes. My voice was getting loud again, the vampire voice. I could see the grimaces again, and the hands going up, but they were afraid to let me see them cover their ears. There is no limit to what you can do here. I broke away, dragging my roclar with me, the sword clanking awkwardly because it was not buckled right. Something of the dark. And I knew when I hurried into the first alleyway and started to run what it was that I had heard, what had distracted me. It had been the presence, undeniably, in the crowd. I knew it for one simple reason. I was running now in the back streets faster than a mortal can run, and the presence was keeping time with me, and the presence was more than one. I came to a halt when I knew it for certain. I was only a mile from the boulevard, and the crooked alley around me narrow and black as any in which I had ever been, and I heard them before they seemed quite purposefully and abruptly to silence themselves. I was too anxious and miserable to play with them. I was too dazed. I shouted the old question, "Who are you? Speak to me!" The glass panes rattled in the nearby windows. Mortals stirred in their little chambers. There was no cemetery here. "Answer me, you pack of cowards! Speak if you have a voice, or once and for all get away from me!" And then I knew, though how I knew I can't tell you, that they could hear me, and they could answer me if they chose. And I knew that what I had always heard was the irrepressible evidence of their proximity and their intensity which they couldn't disguise. But their thoughts they could cloak, and they had. I mean, they had intellect, and they had words. I let out a long, low breath. I was stung by their silence, but I was stung 1,000 times more by what had just happened, and as I'd done so many times in the past, I turned my back on them. They followed me. This time they followed, and no matter how swiftly I moved, they came on. And I did not lose that strange, toneless shimmer of them until I reached the Place de Grève and went into the Cathedral of Notre Dame. I spent the remainder of the night in the cathedral, huddled in a shadowy place by the right wall. I hungered for the blood I'd lost, and each time a mortal drew near, I felt a strong pulling and tingling where the wounds had been. But I waited. And when a young beggar woman with a little child approached, I knew the moment had come. She saw the dried blood and became frantic to get me to the nearby hospital, the Hôtel Dieu. Her face was thin with hunger, but she tried to lift me herself with her little arms. I looked into her eyes until I saw them glaze over. I felt the heat of her breasts swelling beneath her rags. Her soft, succulent body tumbled against me, giving itself to me, as I nestled her in all the blood-stained brocade and lace. I kissed her, feeding on her heat as I pushed the dirty cloth away from her throat, and I bent for the drink so skillfully that the sleepy child never saw it. Then I opened, with careful, trembling fingers, the child's ragged shirt. This was mine too, this little neck. There weren't any words for the rapture. Before I'd had all the ecstasy that rape could give, but these victims had been taken in the perfect semblance of love. The very blood seemed warmer with their innocence, richer with their goodness. I looked at them afterwards as they slept together in death. They had found no sanctuary in the cathedral on this night, and I knew my vision of the garden of savage beauty had been a true vision. There was meaning in the world, yes, and laws and inevitability, but they had only to do with the aesthetic. And in this savage garden, these innocent ones belonged in the vampire's arms. 1,000 other things can be said about the world, but only aesthetic principles can be verified. And these things alone remain the same. I was now ready to go home. And as I went out in the early morning, I knew that the last barrier between my appetite and the world had been dissolved. No one was safe from me now, no matter how innocent. And that included my dear friends at Renault's, and it included my beloved Nicky. Chapter 13. I wanted them gone from Paris. I wanted the playbills down, the doors shut. I wanted silence and darkness in the little rat-trap theater where I had known the greatest and most sustained happiness of my mortal life. Not a dozen innocent victims a night could make me stop thinking about them, could make this ache in me dissolve. Every street in Paris led to their door, and an ugly shame came over me when I thought of my frightening them. How could I have done that to them? Why did I need to prove to myself with such violence that I could never be part of them again? No. I'd bought Renault's, I'd turned it into the showcase of the boulevard, now I would close it down. It was not that they suspected anything, however. They believed the simple, stupid excuses Roger gave them, that I was just back from the heat of the tropical colonies, that the good Paris wine had gone right to my head, plenty of money again to repair the damage. God only knows what they really thought. The fact was, they went back to regular performances the following evening, and the jaded crowds of the Boulevard du Temple undoubtedly put upon the mayhem a dozen sensible explanations. There was a queue under the chestnut trees. Only Nicky was having none of it. He had taken to heavy drinking and refused to return to the theatre or study his music any more. He insulted Roger when he came to call. To the worst cafes and taverns he went, and wandered alone through the dangerous nighttime streets. Well, we have that in common, I thought. All this Roger told me as I paced the floor a good distance from the candle on his table, my face a mask of my true thoughts. "Money doesn't mean very much to the young man, monsieur," he said. "The young man has had plenty of money in his life, he reminds me. He says things that disturb me, monsieur. I don't like the sound of them." Roger looked like a nursery rhyme figure in his flannel cap and gown, legs and feet naked because I had roused him again in the middle of the night and given him no time to put on his slippers even or to comb his hair. "What does he say?" I demanded. "He talks about sorcery, monsieur. He says that you possess unusual powers. He speaks of La Voisin and the Chambre Ardente, an old case of sorcery under the Sun King, the witch who made charms and poisons for members of the court." Who would believe that trash now? I affected absolute bewilderment. The truth was, the hair was standing up on the back of my neck. "Monsieur, he says bitter things," he went on, "that your kind, as he puts it, has always had access to great secrets. He keeps speaking of some place in your town called the Witch's Place." "My kind?" "That you are an aristocrat, monsieur," Roger said. He was a little embarrassed. "When a man is as angry as Monsieur de l'Enfant is angry, these things come to be important. But he doesn't whisper his suspicions to the others. He tells only me. He says that you will understand why he despises you. You have refused to share with him your discoveries." "Yes, monsieur, your discoveries." He goes on about La Voisin, about things between heaven and earth for which there are no rational explanations. He says he knows now why you cried at the Witch's Place. I couldn't look at Roger for a moment. It was such a lovely perversion of everything. And yet it hit right at the truth. How gorgeous, and how perfectly irrelevant. In his own way, Nicky was right. "Monsieur, you are the kindest man," Roger said. "Spare me, please. But Monsieur de l'Enfant says fantastical things. Things he should not say, even in this day and age. That he saw a bullet pass through your body that should have killed you." "The bullet missed me," I said. "Roger, don't go on with it. Get them out of Paris, all of them." "Get them out?" he asked. "But you've put so much money into this little enterprise." "So what? Who gives a damn?" I said. "Send them to London, to Drury Lane. Offer Renaud enough for his own London theatre. From there they might go to America. Saint-Domingue, New Orleans, New York. Do it, monsieur. I don't care what it takes. Close up my theatre and get them gone. And then the ache will be gone, won't it? I'll stop seeing them gathered around me in the wings, stop thinking about Lelio, the boy from the provinces who emptied their slop buckets and loved it." Roger looked so profoundly timid. "What is it like, working for a well-dressed lunatic who pays you triple what anyone else would pay you to forget your better judgment? I'll never know. I'll never know what it is like to be human in any way, shape, or form again. As for Nicolas," I said, "you're going to persuade him to go to Italy, and I'll tell you how." "Monsieur, even persuading him to change his clothes would take some doing." "This will be easier. You know how ill my mother is. Well, get him to take her to Italy. It's the perfect thing. He can very well study music at the conservatories in Naples, and that is exactly where my mother should go. He does write to her, is very fond of her. Precisely. Convince him she'll never make the journey without him. Make all the arrangements for him. Monsieur, you must accomplish this. He must leave Paris. I give you till the end of the week, and then I'll be back for the news that he's gone. It was asking a lot of Roger, of course, but I could think of no other way. Nobody would believe Nicky's ideas about sorcery, that was no worry, but I knew now that if Nicky didn't leave Paris, he would be driven slowly out of his mind. As the nights passed, I fought with myself every waking hour not to seek him out, not to risk one last exchange. I just waited, knowing full well that I was losing him forever and that he would never know the reasons for anything that had come to pass. I, who had once railed against the meaninglessness of our existence, was driving him off without explanation, an injustice that might torment him to the end of his days. Better that than the truth, Nicky. Maybe I understand all illusions a little better now. And if you can only get my mother to go to Italy, if there is only time for my mother still. Meantime, I could see for myself that Renaud's house of thespians was closed down. In the nearby cafe, I heard talk of the troup's departure for England. So that much of the plan had been accomplished. It was near dawn on the 8th night when I finally wandered up to Roger's door and pulled the bell. He answered sooner than I expected, looking befuddled and anxious in the usual white flannel nightshirt. "I'm getting to like that garb of yours, monsieur," I said wearily. "I don't think I'd trust you half as much if you wore a shirt and breeches and a coat." "Monsieur," he interrupted me, "something quite unexpected." "Answer me first. Renaud and the others went happily to England?" "Yes, monsieur. They're in London by now. But, and Nicky? Gone to my mother in the Auvergne? Tell me I'm right. It's done." "But, monsieur," he said, and then he stopped, and quite unexpectedly I saw the image of my mother in his mind. Had I been thinking, I would have known what it meant. This man had never, to my knowledge, laid eyes upon my mother, so how could he picture her in his thoughts? But I wasn't using my reason. In fact, my reason had flown. "She hasn't. You're not telling me that it's too late," I said. "Monsieur, let me get my coat," he said inexplicably. He reached for the bell. And there it was, her image again, her face drawn and white and all too vivid for me to stand it. I took Roger by the shoulders. "You've seen her. She's here." "Yes, monsieur. She's in Paris. I'll take you to her now. Young de l'Enfant told me she was coming. But I couldn't reach you, monsieur. I never know where to reach you, and yesterday she arrived." I was too stunned to answer. I sank down into the chair, and my own images of her blazed hot enough to eclipse everything that was emanating from him. She was alive, and she was in Paris. And Nicky was still here, and he was with her. Roger came close to me, reached out as if he wanted to touch me. "Monsieur, you go ahead while I dress. She is in the Ile Saint-Louis, 3 doors to the right of Monsieur Nicolas. You must go at once." I looked up at him stupidly. I couldn't even really see him. I was seeing her. There was less than an hour before sunrise, and it would take me 3/4 of that time to reach the tower. Tomorrow night," I think I stammered. That line came back to me from Shakespeare's Macbeth. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. "Monsieur, you don't understand. There will be no trips to Italy for your mother. She has made her last journey in coming here to see you." When I didn't answer, he grabbed hold of me and tried to shake me. I'd never seen him like this before. I was a boy to him, and he was the man who had to bring me to my senses. "I've gotten lodgings for her," he said. "Nurses, doctors, all that you could wish. But they aren't keeping her alive. You are keeping her alive, monsieur. She must see you before she closes her eyes. Now forget the hour and go to her. Even a will as strong as hers can't work miracles. I couldn't answer. I couldn't form a coherent thought. I stood up and went to the door, pulling him along with me. "Go to her now," I said, "and tell her I'll be there tomorrow night." He shook his head. He was angry and disgusted, and he tried to turn his back on me. I wouldn't let him. "You go there at once, Roger," I said. "Sit with her all day. Do you understand? And see that she waits for me to come. Watch her if she sleeps. Wake her and talk to her if she starts to go. But don't let her die before I get there." Part 3. Viaticum for the Marquise. Chapter 1. In vampire parlance, I am an early riser. I rise when the sun has just sunk below the horizon and there is still red light in the sky. Many vampires don't rise until there is full darkness, and so I have a tremendous advantage in this, and in that they must return to the grave a full hour or more before I do. I haven't mentioned it before because I didn't know it then, and it didn't come to matter until much later. But the next night, I was on the road to Paris when the sky was on fire. I'd clothed myself in the most respectable garments I possessed before I slipped into the sarcophagus, and I was chasing the sun west into Paris. It looked like the city was burning, so bright was the light to me and so terrifying, until finally I came pounding over the bridge behind Notre Dame into the Ile Saint-Louis. I didn't think about what I would do or say, or how I might conceal myself from her. I knew only I had to see her and hold her and be with her while there was still time. I couldn't truly think of her death. It had the fullness of catastrophe and belonged to the burning sky. And maybe I was being the common mortal, believing if I could grant her last wish, then somehow the horror was under my command. Dusk was just bleeding the light away when I found her house on the quay. It was a stylish enough mansion. Roger had done well, and a clerk was at the door waiting to direct me up the stairs. 2 maids and a nurse were in the parlour of the flat when I came in. "Monsieur de l'Enfant is with her, monsieur," the nurse said. "She insisted on getting dressed to see you. She wanted to sit in the window and look at the towers of the cathedral, monsieur. She saw you ride over the bridge." "Put out the candles in the room, except for one," I said, "and tell Monsieur de l'Enfant and my lawyer to come out." Roger came out at once, and then Nicolas appeared. He, too, had dressed for her, all in brilliant red velvet, with his old fancy linen and his white gloves. The recent drinking had left him thinner, almost haggard, yet it made his beauty all the more vivid. When our eyes met, the malice leapt out of him, scorching my heart. "The Marquise is a little stronger today, monsieur," Roger said, "but she's hemorrhaging badly. The doctor says she will not—" He stopped and glanced back at the bedroom. I got it clear from his thought. She won't last through the night. "Get her back to bed, monsieur, as fast as you can." "For what purpose do I get her back to bed?" I said. My voice was dull, a murmur. "Maybe she wants to die at the damned window. Why the hell not?" "Monsieur," Roger implored me softly. I wanted to tell him to leave with Nicky. But something was happening to me. I went into the hall and looked towards the bedroom. She was in there. I felt a dramatic physical change in myself. I couldn't move or speak. She was in there, and she was really dying. All the little sounds of the flat became a hum. I saw a lovely bedroom through the double doors, a white-painted bed with gold hangings, and the windows draped in the same gold, and the sky and the high panes of the windows with only the faintest wisps of gold cloud. But all this was indistinct and faintly horrible, the luxury I'd wanted to give her, and she about to feel her body collapse beneath her. I wondered if it maddened her, made her laugh. The doctor appeared. The nurse came to tell me only 1 candle remained, as I had ordered. The smell of medicines intruded and mingled with a rose perfume, and I realized I was hearing her thoughts. It was the dull throb of her mind as she waited, her bones aching in her emaciated flesh, so that to sit at the window, even in the soft velvet chair with the comforter surrounding her, was almost unendurable pain. But what was she thinking beneath her desperate anticipation? Lestat, Lestat, and Lestat, I could hear that, but beneath it, let the pain get worse, because only when the pain is really dreadful do I want to die. If the pain would just get bad enough so that I'd be glad to die and I wouldn't be so frightened. I want it to be so terrible that I'm not frightened. Monsieur, the doctor touched my arm. She will not have the priest come. No, she wouldn't. She had turned her head towards the door. If I didn't come in now, she would get up, no matter how it hurt her, and come to me. It seemed I couldn't move. And yet I pushed past the doctor and the nurse, and I went into the room and closed the doors. Blood scent. In the pale violet light of the window she sat, beautifully dressed in dark blue taffeta, her hand in her lap and the other on the arm of the chair, her thick yellow hair gathered behind her ears so that the curls spilled over her shoulders from the pink ribbons. There was the faintest bit of rouge on her cheeks. For one eerie moment she looked to me as she had when I was a little boy, so pretty. The symmetry of her face was unchanged by time or illness, and so was her hair, and a heart-breaking happiness came over me, a warm delusion that I was mortal again, and innocent again, and with her, and everything was all right, really, truly all right. There was no death and no terror, just she and I in her bedroom, and she would take me in her arms. I stopped. I'd come very close to her, and she was crying as she looked up. The girdle of the Paris dress bound her too tightly, and her skin was so thin and colourless over her throat and her hands that I couldn't bear to look at them, and her eyes looked up at me from flesh that was almost bruised. I could smell death on her. I could smell decay. But she was radiant, and she was mine. She was as she'd always been, and I told her so, silently, with all my power, that she was as lovely as my earliest memory of her, when she had her old fancied clothes still, and she would dress up so carefully and carry me on her lap in the carriage to church. And in this strange moment, when I gave her to know this, how much I cherished her, I realized she heard me, and she answered me that she loved me and always had. It was the answer to a question I hadn't even asked. And she knew the importance of it. Her eyes were clear, unentranced. If she realized the oddity of this, that we could talk to each other without words, she gave no clue. Surely she didn't grasp it fully. She must have felt only an outpouring of love. "Come here, so I can see you," she said, "as you are now." The candle was by her arm on the window-sill, and quite deliberately I pinched it out. I saw her frown, a tightening of her blonde brows, and her blue eyes grew just a little larger as she looked at me, at the bright silk brocade and the usual lace I'd chosen to wear for her, and the sword on my hip with its rather imposing jeweled hilt. "Why don't you want me to see you?" she asked. "I came to Paris to see you." Light the candle again. But there was no real chastisement in the words. I was here with her, and that was enough. I knelt down before her. I had some mortal conversation in mind, that she should go to Italy with Nicky, and quite distinctly, before I could speak, she said, "Too late, my darling. I could never finish the journey. I've come far enough." A clamp of pain stopped her, circling her waist where the girdle bound it, and to hide it from me she made her face very blank. She looked like a girl when she did this, and again I smelt the sickness in her, the decay in her lungs, and the clots of blood. Her mind became a riot of fear. She wanted to scream out to me that she was afraid. She wanted to beg me to hold on to her and remain with her until it was finished, but she couldn't do this, and to my astonishment I realized she thought I would refuse her, that I was too young and too thoughtless to ever understand. This was agony. I wasn't even conscious of moving away from her, but I'd walked across the room. Stupid little details embedded themselves in my consciousness, nymphs playing on the painted ceiling, the high gilt door handles, and the melted wax and brittle stalactites on the white candles that I wanted to break off and crumple in my hand. The place looked hideous, overdressed. Did she hate it? Did she want those barren stone rooms again? I was thinking about her as if there were tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. I looked back at her stately figure holding to the windowsill. The sky had deepened behind her, and a new light, the light of house lamps and passing carriages and nearby windows, gently touched the small inverted triangle of her thin face. "Can't you talk to me?" she said softly. "Can't you tell me how it's come about? You've brought such happiness to all of us." Even talking hurt her. "But how does it go with you? With you?" I think I was on the verge of deceiving her, of creating some strong emanation of contentment with all the powers I had. I'd tell mortal lies with immortal skill. I'd start talking and testing my every word to make it perfect. But something happened in the silence. I don't think I stood still more than a moment, but something changed inside of me. An awesome shift took place. In one instant I saw a vast and terrifying possibility, and in that same instant, without question, I made up my mind. It had no words to it, or scheme, or plan, and I would have denied it had anyone questioned me at that moment. I would have said, "No, never, farthest from my thoughts. What do you think I am? What sort of monster?" And yet the choice had been made. I understood something absolute. Her words had completely died away. She was afraid again, and in pain again, and in spite of the pain she rose from her chair. I saw the comforter slip away from her, and I knew she was coming towards me, and that I should stop her, but I didn't do it. I saw her hands close to me, reaching for me, and the next thing I knew she had leapt backwards, as if blown by a mighty wind. She had scuffed backwards across the carpet and fallen past the chair against the wall. But she grew very still quickly, as though she willed it, and there wasn't fear in her face, even though her heart was racing. Rather, there was wonder, and then a baffled calm. If I had thoughts at that moment, I don't know what they were. I came towards her, just as steadily as she had come towards me. Gauging her every reaction, I drew closer, until we were as near to each other as we had been when she leapt away. She was staring at my skin and my eyes, and quite suddenly she reached out and touched my face. Not alive. That was the horrifying perception that came from her silently. Changed into something, but not alive. Quietly, I said, "No, that was not right." And I sent a cool torrent of images to her, a procession of glimpses of what my existence had become. Bits, pieces of the fabric of the nighttime Paris, the sense of a blade cutting through the world soundlessly. With a little hiss, she let out her breath. The pain balled its fist in her, opened its claw. She swallowed, sealing her lips against it, her eyes veritably burning into me. She knew now these were not sensations, these communications, but that they were thoughts. "How, then?" she demanded. And without questioning what I meant to do, I gave her the tale, link by link, the shattered window through which I'd been torn by the ghostly figure who had stalked me at the theatre, the tower, and the exchange of blood. I revealed to her the crypt in which I slept, and its treasure, my wanderings, my powers, and above all, the nature of the thirst, the taste of blood, and the feel of blood, and what it meant for all passion, all greed, to be sharpened in that one desire, and that one desire to be satisfied over and over with the feeding and the death. The pain ate at her, but she no longer felt it. Her eyes were all that was left of her as she stared at me. And though I didn't mean to reveal all these things, I found I had taken hold of her and was turning so that the light of the carriages crashing along the quay below fell full on my face. Without taking my eyes from her, I reached for the silver candelabra on the window-sill, and lifting it, I slowly bent the metal, working it with my fingers into loops and twists. The candles fell to the floor. Her eyes rolled up into her head. She slipped backwards and away from me, and as she caught the curtains of the bed in her left hand, the blood came up out of her mouth. It was coming from her lungs in a great silent cough. She was slipping down on her knees, and the blood was all over the side of the draped bed. I looked at the twisted silver thing in my hands, the idiotic loops that meant nothing, and I let it drop. And I stared at her struggling against unconsciousness and pain, and wiping her mouth suddenly in sluggish gestures like a vomiting drunk on the bedclothes, as she sank, unable to support herself, to the floor. I was standing over her. I was watching her, and her momentary pain meant nothing in light of the vow that I was speaking to her now. No words again, just the silent thrust of it, and the question, more immense than could ever be put into words. Do you want to come with me now? Do you want to come with me into this now? I hide nothing from you. Not my ignorance, not my fear, not the simple terror that if I try I might fail. I do not even know if it is mine to give more than once, or what is the price of giving it, but I will risk this for you, and we will discover it together, whatever the mystery and the terror, just as I've discovered alone all else. With her whole being, she said, "Yes." "Yes!" She screamed aloud suddenly, drunkenly, the voice maybe that had always been her voice, yet one that I had never heard. Her eyes closed and tightened, and her head turned from the left and to the right. "Yes." I leant forward and kissed the blood on her open lips. It sent a zinging through all my limbs, and the thirst leapt out for her and tried to transform her into mere flesh. My arms slipped around her light little form, and I lifted her up and up until I was standing with her against the window, and her hair was falling down behind her, and the blood came up in her out of her lungs again, but it didn't matter now. All the memories of my life with her surrounded us. They wove their shroud around us, and closed us off from the world, the soft poems and songs of childhood, and the sense of her before words, when there had only been the flicker of the light on the ceiling above her pillows, and the smell of her all around me, and her voice silencing my crying, and then the hatred of her, and the need of her, and the losing of her behind 1,000 closed doors and cruel answers, and the terror of her, and her complexity, and her indifference, and her indefinable strength. And jetting up into the current came the thirst, not obliterating but heating every concept of her, until she was flesh and blood and mother and lover, and all things beneath the cruel pressure of my fingers and my lips, everything I had ever desired. I drove my teeth into her, feeling her stiffen and gasp, and I felt my mouth grow wide to catch the hot flood when it came. Her heart and soul split open. There was no age to her, no single moment. My knowledge dimmed and flickered, and there was no mother any more, no petty need and petty terror. She was simply who she was. She was Gabrielle. And all her life, came to her defense, the years and years of suffering and loneliness, the waste in those damp, hollow chambers to which she'd been condemned, and the books that were her solace, and the children who devoured her and abandoned her, and the pain and disease, her final enemy, which had, in promising release, pretended to be her friend. Beyond words and images, there came the secret thudding of her passion, her seeming madness, her refusal to despair. I was holding her off her feet, my arms crossed behind her narrow back, my hand cradling her limp head, and I was groaning so loud against her with the pumping of the blood that it was a song in time with her heart. But the heart was slowing too quickly. Her death was coming, and with all her will she pumped against it, and in a final burst of denial I pushed her away from me and held her still. I was almost swooning. The thirst wanted her heart. It was no alchemist, the thirst, and I was standing there with my lips parted and my eyes glazed, and I held her far, far away from me, as if I were two beings, the one wanting to crush her and the other to bring her to me. Her eyes were open and seemingly blind. For a moment she was in some place beyond all suffering, where there was nothing but sweetness, and even something that might be understanding. But then I heard her calling to me by name. I lifted my right wrist to my mouth and slashed the vein and pushed it against her lips. She didn't move as the blood spilled over her tongue. "Mother, drink," I said frantically, and pushed it harder. But some change had already commenced. Her lips quivered, and her mouth locked to me, and the pain whipped through me suddenly, encircling my heart. Her body lengthened, tensed, her left hand rising to grasp my wrist as she swallowed the first spurt. And the pain grew stronger and stronger, so that I almost cried out. I could see it as if it were molten metal coursing through my vessels, branching through every sinew and limb. Yet it was only her pulling, her sucking, her taking the blood out of me that I had taken from her. She was standing now on her own feet, her head barely leaning against my chest. And a numbness crept over me with the pulling, burning through the numbness, and my heart thundered against it, feeding the pain as it fed her pulling with every beat. Harder and harder she drew, and faster, and I felt her grip tighten and her body grow hard. I wanted to force her away, but I would not do it, and when my legs gave under me it was she who held me up. I was swaying, and the room was tilting, but she went on with it, and a vast silence stretched out in all directions from me. And then, without will or conviction, I thrust her backwards away. She stumbled and stood before the window, her long fingers pressed flat against her open mouth. And before I turned and collapsed into the nearby chair, I looked full at her white face for an instant, and her form, swelling, it seemed, under the thin peeling of dark blue taffeta, her eyes like two crystal orbs gathering the light. I think I said, "Mother," in that instant, like some stupid mortal. And I closed my eyes. Chapter 2. I was sitting in the chair. It seemed I'd been asleep forever, but I hadn't been asleep at all. I was home in my father's house. I looked around for the fire poker and my dogs and to see if there was any wine left, and then I saw the gold drapery around the windows and the back of Notre Dame against the evening stars, and I saw her there. We were in Paris, and we were going to live forever. She had something in her hands, another candelabra, a tinder box. She stood very straight and her movements were quick. She made a spark and touched it to the candles one by one, and the little flames rose, and the painted flowers on the walls rolled up to the ceiling, and the dancers on the ceiling moved for one moment and then were frozen in their circle again. She was standing in front of me, the candelabra to the right of her, and her face was white and perfectly smooth. The dark bruises under her eyes had gone away. In fact, every blemish or flaw she had ever had gone away, though what those flaws had been I couldn't have told you. She was perfect now. And the lines given her by age had been reduced and curiously deepened, so that there were tiny laugh lines at the edge of each eye and a very tiny crease on either side of her mouth. The barest fold of extra flesh remained to each eyelid, heightening her symmetry, the sense of triangles in her face, and her lips were the softest shade of pink. She looked delicate, as a diamond can look delicate when preyed upon by the light. I closed my eyes and opened them again and saw it was no delusion, any more than her silence was a delusion. And I saw that her body was even more profoundly changed. She had the fullness of young womanhood again, the breasts that the illness had withered away. They were swelling above the dark blue taffeta of her corset, the pale pink tint of her flesh, so subtle it might have been reflected light. But her hair was even more astonishing, because it appeared to be alive. So much color moved in it that the hair itself appeared to be writhing, billions of tiny strands stirring around the flawless white face and throat. The wounds on her throat were gone. Now nothing remained but the final act of courage. Look into her eyes. Look with these vampire eyes at another being like yourself for the first time since Magnus leapt into the fire. I must have made some sound, because she responded ever so slightly, as if I had. Gabrielle. That was the only name I could ever call her now. Gabrielle, I said to her, never having called her that except in some very private thoughts, and I saw her almost smile. I looked down at my wrist. The wound was gone, but the thirst gnashed in me. My veins spoke to me as if I had spoken to them. And I stared at her and saw her lips move in a tiny gesture of hunger. And she gave me a strange, meaningful expression, as if to say, "Don't you understand?" But I heard nothing from her. Silence. Only the beauty of her eyes looking full at me, and the love, perhaps, with which we saw each other, but silence stretching in all directions, ratifying nothing. I couldn't fathom it. Was she closing her mind? I asked her silently, and she didn't appear to comprehend. "Now," she said, and her voice startled me. It was softer, more resonant than before. For one moment we were in Auvergne, the snow was falling and she was singing to me, and it was echoing as if in a great cave. But that was finished. She said, "Go. Done with all of this quickly now." She nodded to coax me, and she came closer and she tugged at my hand. "Look at yourself in the mirror," she whispered. But I knew. I had given her more blood than I had taken from her. I was starved. I hadn't even fed before I came to her. But I was so taken with the sound of the syllables, and that glimpse of snow falling, and the memory of the singing, that for a moment I didn't respond. I looked at her fingers, touching mine. I saw our flesh was the same. I rose up out of the chair and held her two hands, and then I felt of her arms and her face. It was done, and I was alive still. She was with me now. She had come through that awful solitude, and she was with me, and I could think of nothing suddenly except holding her, crushing her to me, never letting her go. I lifted her off her feet. I swung her up in my arms, and we turned round and round. She threw back her head, and her laughter shook loose from her, growing louder and louder, until I put my hand over her mouth. "You can shatter all the glass in the room with your voice," I whispered. I glanced towards the doors. Nicky and Roger were out there. "Then let me shatter it," she said, and there was nothing playful in her expression. I set her on her feet. I think we embraced again and again, almost foolishly. I couldn't keep myself from it. But other mortals were moving in the flat, the doctor and the nurses thinking that they should come in. I saw her look to the door. She was hearing them too. But why wasn't I hearing her? She broke away from me, eyes darting from one object to another. She snatched up the candles again and brought them to the mirror where she looked at her face. I understood what was happening to her. She needed time to see and to measure with her new vision. But we had to get out of the flat. I could hear Nicky's voice through the wall, urging the doctor to knock on the door. How was I to get her out of here, get rid of them? "No, not that way," she said when she saw me look at the door. She was looking at the bed. She went to the bed and took her jewels from under the pillow. She examined them and put them back into the worn velvet purse. Then she fastened the purse to her skirt so that it was lost in the folds of cloth. There was an air of importance to these little gestures. I knew, even though her mind was giving me nothing, that this was all she wanted from this room. She was taking leave of things. The clothes she'd brought with her, her ancient silver brush and comb, and the tattered books that lay on the table by the bed. There was knocking at the door. "Why not this way?" she asked, and turning to the window she threw open the glass. The breeze gusted into the gold draperies and lifted her hair off the back of her neck, and when she turned I shivered at the sight of her hair tangling around her face, and her eyes wide and filled with myriad fragments of color and an almost tragic light. She was afraid of nothing. I took hold of her, and for a moment wouldn't let her go. I nestled my face into her hair, and all I could think again was that we were together, and nothing was ever going to separate us now. I didn't understand her silence, why I couldn't hear her, but I knew it wasn't her doing, and perhaps I believed it would pass. She was with me. That was the world. Death was my commander, and I gave him 1,000 victims, but I'd snatched her right out of his hand. I said it aloud. I said other desperate and nonsensical things. We were the same terrible and deadly beings, the two of us. We were wandering in the savage garden, and I tried to make it real for her with images, the meaning of the savage garden, but it didn't matter if she didn't understand. "The savage garden," she repeated the words reverently, her lips making a soft smile. It was pounding in my head. I felt her kissing me and making some little whisper as if in accompaniment to her thoughts. She said, "But help me now. I want to see you do it now, and we have forever to hold to each other. Come." Thirst. I should have been burning. I positively required the blood, and she wanted the taste. I knew she did, because I remembered that I had wanted it that very first night. It struck me then that the pain of her physical death, the fluids leaving her, might be lessened if she could first drink. The knocking came again. The door wasn't locked. I stepped up on the sill of the window and reached for her, and immediately she was in my arms. She weighed nothing, but I could feel her power, the tenacity of her grip. Yet when she saw the alley below, the top of the wall, and the quay beyond, she seemed for a moment to doubt. "Put your arms around my neck," I said, "and hold tight." I climbed up the stones, carrying her with her feet dangling, her face turned upwards to me, until we had reached the slippery slates of the roof. Then I took her hand and pulled her after me, running faster and faster over the gutters and the chimney pots, leaping across the narrow alleys until we had reached the other side of the island. I'd been ready any moment for her to cry out or cling to me. But she wasn't afraid. She stood silent, looking over the rooftops of the left bank, and down at the river crowded with thousands of dark little boats full of ragged beings, and she seemed for the moment simply to feel the wind unraveling her hair. I could have fallen in a stupor looking at her, studying her, all the aspects of the transformation. But there was an immense excitement in me to take her through the entire city, to reveal all things to her, to teach her everything I'd learned. She knew nothing of physical exhaustion now any more than I did, and she wasn't stunned by any horror such as I had been when Magnus went into the fire. A carriage came speeding along the quay below, listing badly towards the river, the driver hunched over, trying to keep his balance on the high bench. I pointed to it as it drew near, and I clasped her hand. We leapt as it came beneath us, landing soundlessly on the leather top. The busy driver never looked around. I held tight to her, steadying her, until we were both riding easily, ready to jump off the vehicle when we chose. It was indescribably thrilling, doing this with her.
This ends Disc 6. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 7.
We were thundering over the bridge and past the cathedral and on through the crowds on the Pont Neuf. I heard her laughter again. I wondered what those in the high windows saw when they looked down on us, two gaily dressed figures clinging to the unsteady roof of the carriage like mischievous children as if it were a raft. The carriage swerved. We were racing towards Saint-Germain-des-Prés, scattering the crowds before us and roaring past the intolerable stench of the cemetery of Les Innocents as towering tenements closed in. For 1 second, I felt the shimmer of the presence, but it was gone so quickly I doubted myself. I looked back and could catch no glimmer of it, and I realized with extraordinary vividness that Gabrielle and I would talk about the presence together, that we would talk about everything together, and approach all things together. This night was as cataclysmic in its own way as the night Magnus had changed me, and this night had only begun. The neighborhood was perfect now. I took her hand again and pulled her after me, off the carriage, down into the street. She stared, dazed at the spinning wheels, but they were immediately gone. She didn't even look disheveled, so much as she looked impossible, a woman torn out of time and place, clad only in slippers and dress, no chains on her, free to soar. We entered a narrow alleyway and ran together, arms around each other, and now and then I looked down to see her eyes sweeping the walls above us, the scores of shuttered windows with their little streaks of escaping light. I knew what she was seeing. I knew the sounds that pressed in on her. But still I could hear nothing from her, and this frightened me a little, to think maybe she was deliberately shutting me out. But she had stopped. She was having the first spasm of her death. I could see it in her face. I reassured her and reminded her in quick words of the vision I'd given her before. This is brief pain. Nothing compared to what you've known. It will be gone in a matter of hours, maybe less if we drink now. She nodded, more impatient with it than afraid. We came out into a little square. In the gateway to an old house, a young man stood, as if waiting for someone, the collar of his grey cloak up to shield his face. Was she strong enough to take him? Was she as strong as I? This was the time to find out. If the thirst doesn't carry you into it, then it's too soon, I told her. I glanced at her, and a coldness crept over me. Her look of concentration was almost purely human, so intent was it, so fixed, and her eyes were shadowed with that same sense of tragedy I'd glimpsed before. Nothing was lost on her. But when she moved towards the man, she wasn't human at all. She had become a pure predator, as only a beast can be a predator, and yet she was a woman, walking slowly towards a man, a lady, in fact, stranded here without cape or hat or companions, and approaching a gentleman as if to beg for his aid. She was all that. It was ghastly to watch it. The way that she moved over the stones as if she did not even touch them, and the way that everything, even the wisps of her hair, blown this way and that by the breeze, seemed somehow under her command. She could have moved through the wall itself with that relentless step. I drew back into the shadows. The man quickened, turned to her with the faint grind of his boot heel on the stones, and she rose on tiptoe as if to whisper in his ear. I think for one moment she hesitated. Perhaps she was faintly horrified. If she was, then the thirst had not had time enough to grow strong. But if she did question it, it was for no more than that second. She was taking him, and he was powerless, and I was too fascinated to do anything but watch. But it came to me quite unexpectedly that I hadn't warned her about the heart. How could I have forgotten such a thing? I rushed towards her, but she had already let him go, and he had crumpled against the wall, his head to one side, his hat fallen at his feet. He was dead. She stood looking down at him, and I saw the blood working in her, heating her and deepening her color and the red of her lips. Her eyes were a flash of violet when she glanced at me, almost exactly the color the sky had been when I'd come into her bedroom. I was silent, watching her, as she looked down at the victim with a curious amazement, as if she did not completely accept what she saw. Her hair was tangled again, and I lifted it back for her. She slipped into my arms. I guided her away from the victim. She glanced back once or twice, then looked straight forward. "It's enough for this night. We should go home to the tower," I said. I wanted to show her the treasure, and just to be with her in that safe place, to hold her and comfort her if she began to go mad over it all. She was feeling the death spasms again. There she could rest by the fire. "No, I don't want to go yet. The pain won't go on long. You promised it wouldn't. I want it to pass and then to be here." She looked up at me, and she smiled. "I came to Paris to die, didn't I?" she whispered. Everything was distracting her. The dead man back there, slumped in his grey cape, the sky shimmering on the surface of a puddle of water, a cat streaking atop a nearby wall. The blood was hot in her, moving in her. I clasped her hand and urged her to follow me. "I have to drink," I said. "Yes, I see it," she whispered. "You should have taken him. I should have thought. And you are the gentleman even still." "The starving gentleman," I smiled. "Let's not stumble over ourselves devising an etiquette for monsters." I laughed. I would have kissed her, but I was suddenly distracted. I squeezed her hand too tightly. Far away, from the direction of Les Innocents, I heard the presence, as strongly as ever before. She stood as still as I was, and inclining her head slowly to one side, moved the hair back from her ear. "Do you hear it?" I asked. She looked up at me. "Is it another one?" She narrowed her eyes and glanced again in the direction from which the emanation had come. "Outlaw," she said aloud. "What?" "Outlaw. Outlaw. Outlaw." I felt a wave of light-headedness, something of a dream remembered, fragment of a dream. But I couldn't think. I'd been damaged by doing it to her. I had to drink. "It called us outlaws," she said. "Didn't you hear it?" And she listened again, but it was gone, and neither of us heard it. And I couldn't be certain that I had received that clear pulse, outlaw, but it seemed I had. "Never mind it, whatever it is," I said. "It never comes any closer than that." But even as I spoke, I knew it had been more virulent this time. I wanted to get away from Les Innocents. "It lives in graveyards," I murmured. "It may not be able to live elsewhere for very long." But before I finished speaking, I felt it again, and it seemed to expand and to exude the strongest malevolence I'd received from it yet. "It's laughing," she whispered. I studied her. Without doubt she was hearing it more clearly than I. "Challenge it," I said. "Call it a coward. Tell it to come out." She gave me an amazed look. "Is that really what you want to do?" she questioned me under her breath. She was trembling slightly, and I steadied her. She put her arm around her waist, as if one of the spasms had come again. "Not now, then," I said. "This isn't the time, and we'll hear it again, just when we've forgotten all about it." "It's gone," she said. "But it hates us, this thing." "Let's get away from it," I said contemptuously, and putting my arm around her, I hurried her along. I didn't tell her what I was thinking, what weighed on me far more than the presence and its usual tricks. If she could hear the presence as well as I could, better, in fact, then she had all my powers, including the ability to send and hear images and thoughts. Yet we could no longer hear each other. Chapter 3. I found a victim as soon as we had crossed the river, and as soon as I spotted the man there came the deepening awareness that everything I had done alone I would now do with her. She would watch this act, learn from it. I think the intimacy of it made the blood rush to my face. And as I lured the victim out of the tavern, as I teased him, maddened him, and then took him, I knew I was showing off for her, making it a little crueler, more playful. And when the kill came, it had an intensity to it that left me spent afterwards. She loved it. She watched everything as if she could suck up the very vision as she sucked blood. We came together again, and I took her in my arms, and I felt her heat, and she felt my heat. The blood was flooding my brain. And we just held each other, even the thin covering of our garments seeming alien, two burning statues in the dark. After that, the night lost all ordinary dimensions. In fact, it remains one of the longest nights I have ever endured in my immortal life. It was endless, and fathomless, and dizzying, and there were times when I wanted some defense against its pleasures and its surprises, and I had none. And though I said her name over and over to make it natural, she wasn't really Gabrielle yet to me. She was simply she, the one I had needed all of my life with all of my being, the only woman I had ever loved. Her actual death didn't take long. We sought out an empty cellar room where we remained until it was finished. And there I held on to her and talked to her as it went on. I told her everything that had happened to me again, in words this time. I told her all about the tower. I told everything that Magnus had said. I explained all the occurrences of the presence, and how I had become almost used to it, and contemptuous of it, and not willing to chase it down. Over and over again I tried to send her images, but it was useless. I didn't say anything about it. Neither did she. But she listened very attentively. I talked to her about Nicky's suspicions, which of course we had not mentioned to her at all, and I explained that I feared for him even more now. Another open window, another empty room, and this time witnesses to verify the strangeness of it all. But never mind. I should tell Roger some story that would make it plausible. I should find some means to do right by Nicky, to break the chain of suspicions that was binding him to me. She seemed dimly fascinated by all of this, but it didn't really matter to her. What mattered to her was what lay before her now. And when her death was finished, she was unstoppable. There was no wall that she could not climb, no door she wouldn't enter, no rooftop terrain too steep. It was as if she did not believe she would live forever. Rather, she thought she had been granted this one night of supernatural vitality, and all things must be known and accomplished before death would come for her at dawn. Many times I tried to persuade her to go home to the tower. As the hours passed, the spiritual exhaustion came over me. I needed to be quiet there, to think on what had happened. I'd open my eyes and see only blackness for it. But she wanted only experiment, adventure. She proposed that we enter the private dwellings of mortals now to search for the clothes she needed. She laughed when I said that I always purchased my clothes in the proper way. "We can hear if a house is empty," she said, moving swiftly through the streets, her eyes on the windows of the darkened mansions. "We can hear if the servants are asleep." It made perfect sense, though I'd never attempted such a thing. And I was soon following her up narrow back stairs and down carpeted corridors, amazed at the ease of it all, and fascinated by the details of the informal chambers in which mortals lived. I found I liked to touch personal things, fans, snuff-boxes, the newspaper the master of the house had been reading, his boots on the hearth. It was as much fun as peering into windows. But she had her purpose. In a lady's dressing room in a large Saint-Germain house, she found a fortune in lavish clothes to fit her new and fuller form. I helped to peel off the old taffeta and to dress her up in pink velvet, gathering her hair in tidy curls under an ostrich plume hat. I was shocked again by the sight of her, and the strange, eerie feeling of wandering with her through this over-furnished house full of mortal scents. She gathered objects from the dressing table, a vial of perfume, a small gold pair of scissors. She looked at herself in the glass. I went to kiss her again, and she didn't stop me. We were lovers kissing, and that was the picture we made together, white-faced lovers, as we rushed down the servants' stairs and out into the late evening streets. We wandered in and out of the opera and the Comédie before they closed, then through the ball in the Palais Royal. It delighted her the way mortals saw us, but did not see us, how they were drawn to us and completely deceived. We heard the presence very sharply after that, as we explored the churches. Then again it was gone. We climbed belfries to survey our kingdom, and afterwards huddled in crowded coffee-houses for a little while, merely to feel and smell the mortals around us, to exchange secret glances, to laugh softly, tete-a-tete. She fell into dream states, looking at the steam rising from the mug of coffee, at the layers of cigarette smoke hovering around the lamps. She loved the dark, empty streets and the fresh air more than anything else. She wanted to climb up into the limbs of the trees and onto the rooftops again. She marveled that I didn't always travel through the city by means of the rooftops, or ride about atop carriages as we... Sometime after midnight, we were in the deserted market, just walking, hand in hand. We had just heard the presence again, but neither of us could discern a disposition in it as we had before. It was puzzling me. But everything around us was astonishing her still. The refuse, the cats that chased the vermin, the bizarre stillness, the way that the darkest corners of the metropolis held no danger for us. She remarked on that. Perhaps it was that which enchanted her most of all, that we could slip past the dens of thieves unheard, that we could easily defeat anyone who should be fool enough to trouble us, that we were both visible and invisible, palpable and utterly unaccountable. I didn't rush her or question her. I was merely borne along with her, and content, and sometimes lost in my own thoughts about this unfamiliar content. And when a handsome, slightly built young man came riding through the darkened stalls, I watched him as if he were an apparition, something coming from the land of the living into the land of the dead. He reminded me of Nicola, because of his dark hair and dark eyes, and something innocent yet brooding in the face. He shouldn't have been in the market alone. He was younger than Nicky, and very foolish indeed. But just how foolish he was I didn't realize until she moved forward like a great pink feline and brought him down almost silently from the horse. I was shaken. The innocence of her victims didn't trouble her. She didn't fight my moral battles. But then I didn't fight them any more either, so why should I judge her? Yet the ease with which she slew the young man, gracefully breaking his neck when the little drink she took was not enough to kill him, angered me, though it had been extremely exciting to watch. She was colder than I. She was better at all of it, I thought. Magnus had said, "Show no mercy," but had he meant us to kill when we did not have to kill? It came clear in an instant why she'd done it. She tore off the pink velvet girdle and skirts right there and put on the boy's clothes. She'd chosen him for the fit of the clothes. And to describe it more truly, as she put on his garments, she became the boy. She put on his cream silk stockings and scarlet breeches, the lace shirt and the yellow waistcoat, and then the scarlet frock coat, and even took the scarlet ribbon from the boy's hair. Something in me rebelled against the charm of it, her standing so boldly in these new garments, with all her hair still full over her shoulders, looking more the lion's mane now than the lovely mass of woman's tresses it had been moments before. Then I wanted to ravage her. I closed my eyes. When I looked at her again, my head was swimming with all that we'd seen and done together. I couldn't endure being so near to the dead boy. She tied all of her blonde hair together with the scarlet ribbon and let the long locks hang down her back. She laid the pink dress over the body of the boy to cover him, and she buckled on his sword and drew it once and sheathed it again, and took his cream-colored roquelaure. "Let's go then, darling," she said, and she kissed me. I couldn't move. I wanted to go back to the tower and just be close to her. She looked at me and pressed my hand to spur me on, and she was almost immediately running ahead. She had to feel the freedom of her limbs, and I found myself pounding after her, having to exert myself to catch up. That had never happened with me and any mortal, of course. She seemed to be flying, and the sight of her flashing through the boarded-up stalls and the heaps of garbage made me almost lose my balance. Again I stopped. She came back to me and kissed me. "But there's no real reason for me to dress that way any more, is there?" she asked. She might have been talking to a child. "No, of course there isn't," I said. Maybe it was a blessing that she couldn't read my thoughts. I couldn't stop looking at her legs, so perfect in the cream-colored stockings, and the way that the frock-coat gathered at her small waist. Her face was like a flame. Remember, in those times you never saw a woman's legs like that, or the silk of breeches tight over her small belly or thighs. But she was not really a woman now, was she? Any more than I was a man. For one silent second, the horror of it all bled through. "Come, I want to take to the roofs again," she said. "I want to go to the Boulevard du Temple. I should like to see the theatre, the one that you purchased and then shut up. Will you show that to me?" She was studying me as she asked this. "Of course," I said. "Why not?" We had 2 hours left of the endless night when we finally returned to the Ile Saint-Louis and stood on the moonlit quay. Far down the paved street I saw my mare tethered where I'd left her. Perhaps she had gone unnoticed in the confusion that must have followed our departure. We listened carefully for any sign of Nicky or Roger, but the house appeared deserted and dark. "They are near, however," she whispered. "I think somewhere further down." "Nicky's flat," I said, and from Nicky's flat someone could be watching the mare, a servant posted to watch in case we came back. "Better to leave the horse and steal another," she said. "No, it's mine," I said, but I felt her grip on my hand tighten. Our old friend again, the presence, and this time it was moving along the Seine on the other side of the island and towards the left bank. "Gone," she said. "Let's go. We can steal another mount." "Wait. I'm going to try to get her to come to me, to break the tether." "Can you do that?" "We'll see." I concentrated all my will on the mare, telling her silently to back up, to pull loose from the bond holding her, and come. In a second the horse was prancing, jerking at the leather. Then she reared, and the tether broke. She came clattering towards us over the stones, and we were on her immediately, Gabrielle leaping up first and I right behind her, gathering up what was left of the rein as I urged the horse to go into a dead run. As we crossed the bridge I felt something behind us, a commotion, the tumult of mortal minds. But we were lost in the black echo chamber of the Ile de la Cité. When we reached the tower, I lighted the resin torch and took her down with me into the dungeon. There was no time now to show her the upper chamber. Her eyes were glassy, and she looked about herself sluggishly as we descended the screw stairs. Her scarlet clothes gleamed against the dark stones. Ever so slightly she recoiled from the dampness. The stench from the lower prison cells disturbed her, but I told her gently it was nothing to do with us. And once we had entered the huge burial crypt, The smell was shut out by the heavy iron-studded door. The torchlight spread out to reveal the low arches of the ceiling, the 3 great sarcophagi with their deeply graven images. She did not seem afraid. I told her that she must see if she could lift the stone lid of the one she chose for herself. I might have to do it for her. She studied the 3 carved figures, and after a moment's reflection she chose not the woman's sarcophagus, but the one with the knight in armor carved on the top of it, and slowly she pushed the stone lid out of place so she could look into the space within. Not as much strength as I possessed, but strong enough. "Don't be frightened," I said. "No, you mustn't ever worry on that account," she answered softly. Her voice had a lovely, frayed sound to it, a faint timbre of sadness. She appeared to be dreaming as she ran her hands over the stone. "By this hour," she said, "she might have already been laid out, your mother, and the room would be full of evil smells and the smoke of hundreds of candles. Think how humiliating it is, death. Strangers would have taken off her clothes, bathed her, dressed her. Strangers seen her emaciated and defenseless in the final sleep. And those whispering in the corridors would have talked of their good health, and how they have never had the slightest illness in their families. No consumption in their families. The poor marquise, they would have said. They would have been wondering, did she have any money of her own? Did she leave it to her sons? And the old woman, when she came to collect the soiled sheets, she would have stolen one of the rings off the dead woman's hand. I nodded. "And so we stand in this dungeon crypt," I wanted to say, "and we prepare to lie down on stone beds with only rats to keep us company. But it's infinitely better than that, isn't it? It has its dark splendor. To walk the nightmare terrain forever." She looked wan, cold all over. Sleepily she drew something out of her pocket. It was the golden scissors she'd taken from the ladies' table in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, sparkling in the light of the torch like a bauble. "No, Mother," I said. My own voice startled me. It leapt out, echoing too sharply under the arched ceiling. The figures on the other sarcophagi seemed merciless witnesses. The hurt in my heart stunned me. Evil sound, the snipping, the shearing. Her hair fell down in great, long locks on the floor. "Oh, Mother!" She looked down at it, scattering it silently with the tip of her boot, and then she looked up at me. And she was a young man now, certainly, the short hair curling against her cheek. But her eyes were closing. She reached out to me, and the scissors fell out of her hands. "Rest now," she whispered. "It's only the rising sun," I said to reassure her. She was weakening sooner than I did. She turned away from me and moved towards the coffin. I lifted her, and her eyes shut. Pushing the lid of the sarcophagus even farther to the right, I laid her down inside, letting her pliant limbs arrange themselves naturally and gracefully. Her face had already smoothed itself into sleep, her hair framing her face with a young boy's locks. Dead she seemed, and gone. The magic undone. I kept looking at her. I let my teeth cut into the tip of my tongue until I felt the pain and tasted the hot blood there. Then, bending low, I let the blood fall in tiny, shining droplets on her lips. Her eyes opened. Violet blue and glittering, they stared up at me. The blood flowed into her opening mouth, and slowly she lifted her head to meet my kiss. My tongue passed into her. Her lips were cold. My lips were cold. But the blood was hot, and it flowed between us. "Good night, my darling one," I said. "My dark angel Gabrielle. She sank back into stillness as I let her go. I closed the stone over her. Chapter 4. I did not like rising in the black underground crypt. I didn't like the chill in the air, and that faint stench from the prison below, the feeling that this was where all the dead things lay. A fear overcame me. What if she didn't rise? What if her eyes never opened again? What did I know of what I'd done? Yet it seemed an arrogant thing, an obscene thing, to move the lid of the coffin again and gaze at her in her sleep as I had done last night. A mortal shame came over me. At home I would never have dared to open her door without knocking, never dared to draw back the curtains of her bed. She would rise. She had to. And better that she should lift the stone for herself, know how to rise, and that the thirst should drive her to it at the proper moment as it had driven me. I lighted the torch on the wall for her, and went out for a moment to breathe the fresh air. Then, leaving gates and doors unlocked behind me, I went up into Magnus's cell to watch the twilight melt from the sky. I'd hear her, I thought, when she awakened. An hour must have passed. The azure light faded, the stars rose, and the distant city of Paris lighted its myriad tiny beacons. I left the windowsill where I had sat against the iron bars, and I went to the chest and began to select jewels for her. Jewels she still loved. She had taken her old keepsakes with her when we left her room. I lighted the candles to help me see, though I didn't really need them. The illumination was beautiful to me, beautiful on the jewels. And I found very delicate and lovely things for her, pearl-studded pins that she might wear in the lapels of her mannish little coat, and rings that would look masculine on her small hands if that was what she wanted. I listened now and then for her, and this chill would clutch my heart. What if she did not rise? What if there had been only that one night for her? Horror thudding in me. And the sea of jewels and the chest, the candlelight dancing in the faceted stones, the gold settings, it meant nothing. But I didn't hear her. I heard the wind outside, the great soft rustle of the trees, the faint distant whistling of the stable boy as he moved about the barn, the neighing of my horses. Far off a village church bell rang. Then very suddenly there came over me the feeling that someone was watching me. This was so unfamiliar to me that I panicked. I turned, almost stumbling, into the chest, and stared at the mouth of the secret tunnel. No one there. No one in this small, empty sanctum with the candlelight playing on the stones and Magnus's grim countenance on the sarcophagus. Then I looked straight in front of me at the barred window, and I saw her looking back at me. Floating in the air she seemed to be, holding to the bars with both hands, and she was smiling. I almost cried out. I backed up, and the sweat broke out all over my body. I was embarrassed suddenly to be caught off guard, to be so obviously startled. But she remained motionless, smiling still, her expression gradually changing from serenity to mischievousness. The candlelight made her eyes too brilliant. "It's not very nice to frighten other immortals like that," I said. She laughed more freely and easily than she ever had when she was alive. Relief coursed through me as she moved, made sounds. I knew I was blushing. "How did you get there?" I said. I went to the window and reached through the bars and clasped both her wrists. Her little mouth was all sweetness and laughter. Her hair was a great shimmering mane around her face. "I climbed the wall, of course," she said. "How do you think I got here?" "Well, go down. You can't come through the bars. I'll go to meet you." "You're very right about that," she said. "I've been to all the windows. Meet me on the battlements above. It's faster." She started climbing, hooking her boots easily into the bars. Then she vanished. She was all exuberance, as she'd been the night before as we came down the stairs together. "Why are we lingering here?" she said. "Why don't we go on now to Paris?" Something was wrong with her. Lovely as she was, something not right. What was it? She didn't want kisses now, or even talk, really, and that had a little sting to it. "I want to show you the inner room," I said, "and the jewels." "The jewels?" she asked. She hadn't seen them from the window. The cover of the chest had blocked her view. She walked ahead of me into the room where Magnus had burned, and then she lay down to crawl through the tunnel. As soon as she saw the chest, she was shocked by it. She tossed her hair a little impatiently over her shoulder and bent to study the brooches, the rings, the small ornaments so like those heirlooms she'd had to sell long ago, one by one. "Why, he must have been collecting them for centuries," she said. "And such exquisite things. He chose what he would take, didn't he? What a creature he must have been." Again, almost angrily, she pushed her hair out of the way. It seemed paler, more luminous, fuller, a glorious thing. "The pearls, look at them," I said, "and these rings." I showed her the ones I'd already chosen for her. I took her hand and slipped the rings on her fingers. Her fingers moved as if they had life of their own, could feel delight. And again she laughed. "Ah, but we are splendid devils, aren't we? Hunters of the savage garden," I said. "Then let's go into Paris," she said, faint touch of pain in her face, the thirst. She ran her tongue over her lips. Was I half as fascinating to her as she was to me? She raked her hair back from her forehead, and her eyes darkened with the intensity of her words. "I want to feed quickly tonight," she said, "then go out of the city, into the woods. Go where there are no men and women about. Go where there is only the wind and the dark trees and the stars overhead. Blessed silence." She went to the window again. Her back was narrow and straight, and her hands at her sides, alive with the jeweled rings. And coming as they did out of the thick cuffs of the man's coat, her hands looked all the more slender and exquisite. She must have been looking at the high, dim clouds, the stars that burned through the purple layer of evening mist. "I have to go to Roger," I said under my breath. "I have to take care of Nicky, tell them some lie about what's happened to you." She turned, and her face looked small and cold suddenly, the way it could at home when she was disapproving. But she'd never really look that way again. "Why tell them anything about me?" she asked. "Why ever even bother with them again?" I was shocked by this. But it wasn't a complete surprise to me. Perhaps I'd been waiting for it. Perhaps I'd sensed it in her all along, the unspoken questions. I wanted to say, "Nicky sat by your bed when you were dying. Does that mean nothing?" But how sentimental, how mortal that sounded, how positively foolish. Yet it wasn't foolish. "I don't mean to judge you," she said. She folded her arms and leaned against the window. "I simply don't understand. Why did you write to us? Why did you send us all the gifts? Why didn't you take this white fire from the moon and go where you wanted with it? But where should I want to go? Away from all those I'd known and loved? I did not want to stop thinking of you, of Nicky, even of my father and my brothers. I did what I wanted." "Then conscience played no role in it?" "If you follow your conscience, you do what you want," I said. But it was simpler than that. I wanted you to have the wealth I gave you. I wanted you to be happy. She reflected for a long time. "Would you have had me forget you?" I demanded. It sounded spiteful, angry. She didn't answer immediately. "No, of course not," she said. "And had it been the other way around, I would never have forgotten you either. I'm sure of it. But the rest of them? I don't give a damn about them. I shall never exchange words with them again. I shall never lay eyes on them." I nodded, but I hated what she was saying. She frightened me. "I cannot overcome this notion that I've died," she said, that I am utterly cut off from all living creatures. I can taste, I can see, I can feel, I can drink blood. But I am like something that cannot be seen, cannot affect things. It's not so, I said. And how long do you think it will sustain you, feeling and seeing and touching and tasting, if there is no love, no one with you? The same uncomprehending expression. Oh, why do I bother to tell you this? I said, I am with you, we are together. You don't know what it was like when I was alone. You can't imagine it. I trouble you, and I don't mean to, she said. Tell them what you will. Maybe you can somehow make up a palatable story. I don't know. If you want me to go with you, I'll go. I'll do what you ask of me. But I have one more question for you. She dropped her voice. Surely you don't mean to share this power with them? No, never. I shook my head as if to say the thought was incredible. I was looking at the jewels, thinking of all the gifts I'd sent, thinking of the dollhouse. I had sent them a dollhouse. I thought of Renault's players safely across the channel. Not even with Nicolas. No, God, no. I looked at her. She nodded slightly as if she approved of this answer. Then she pushed at her hair again in a distracted way. Why not with Nicolas? She asked. I wanted this to stop. Because he's young, I said, and he has life before him. He's not on the brink of death. Now I was more than uneasy. I was miserable. In time he'll forget about us. I wanted to say, about our conversation. He could die tomorrow, she said. A carriage could crush him in the streets. Do you want me to do it? I glared at her. No, I don't want you to do it. But who am I to tell you what to do? I am trying to understand you. Her long, heavy hair had slipped over her shoulders again, and exasperated she took hold of it in both hands. Then suddenly she made a low, hissing sound, and her body went rigid. She was holding her long tresses and staring at them. My God, she whispered. And then in a spasm she let go of her hair and screamed. The sound paralyzed me. It sent a flash of white pain through my head. I had never heard her scream, and she screamed again as if she were on fire. She had fallen back against the window, and she was screaming louder as she looked at her hair. She went to touch it, and then pulled her fingers back from it as if it were blazing, and she struggled against the window, screaming and twisting from side to side, as if she were trying to get away from her own hair. "Stop it!" I shouted. I grabbed hold of her shoulders and shook her. She was gasping. I realized instantly what it was. Her hair had grown back. It had grown back as she slept until it was as long as it had been before, and it was thicker even, more lustrous. That is what was wrong with the way she looked, what I had noticed and not noticed, and what she herself had just seen. "Stop it now!" I shouted louder, her body shaking so violently I could hardly keep her in my arms. "It's grown back, that's all," I insisted. "It's natural to you, don't you see? It's nothing." She was choking, trying to calm herself, touching it and then screaming as if her fingertips were blistered. She tried to get away from me and then ripped at her hair in pure terror. I shook her hard this time. "Gabrielle," I said, "do you understand me? It's grown back, and it will every time you cut it. There's no horror in it. For the love of hell, stop!" I thought if she didn't stop, I'd start to rave myself. I was trembling as badly as she was. She stopped screaming, and she was giving little gasps. I'd never seen her like this, not in all the years and years in Auvergne. She let me guide her towards the bench by the hearth where I made her sit down. She put her hands to her temples and tried to catch her breath, her body rocking back and forth slowly. I looked about for a scissors. I had none. The little gold scissors had fallen on the floor of the crypt below. I took out my knife. She was sobbing softly in her hands. "Do you want me to cut it off again?" I asked. She didn't answer. "Gabrielle, listen to me." I took her hands from her face. "I'll cut it again if you like. Each night, cut it and burn it. That's all." She stared at me in such perfect stillness suddenly that I didn't know what to do. Her face was smeared with blood from her tears, and there was blood on her linen, blood all over her linen. "Shall I cut it?" I asked her again. She looked exactly as if someone had hit her and made her bleed. Her eyes were wide and wondering, the blood tears seeping out of them down her smooth cheeks. And as I watched, the flow stopped, and the tears darkened and dried to a crust on her white skin. I wiped her face carefully with my lace handkerchief. I went to the clothing I kept in the tower, the garments made for me in Paris that I'd brought back and kept here now. I took off her coat. She made no move to help me or stop me, and I unhooked the linen shirt that she wore. I saw her breasts, and they were perfectly white, except for the palest pink tint to the small nipples. Trying not to look at them, I put the fresh shirt on her and buttoned it quickly. Then I brushed her hair, brushed it, and not wanting to hack at it with the knife, I braided it for her in one long plait, and I put her coat back on her. I could feel her composure and her strength coming back. She didn't seem ashamed of what had happened, and I didn't want her to be. She was merely considering things. But she didn't speak. She didn't move. I started talking to her. "When I was little, you used to tell me about all the places you'd been. You showed me pictures of Naples and Venice. Remember those old books? And you had things, little keepsakes from London and St. Petersburg, all the places you'd been." She didn't answer. "I want us to go to all those places. I want to see them now. I want to see them and live in them. I want to go farther even, places I never dreamed of seeing when I was alive." Something changed in her face. "Did you know it would grow back?" she asked in a whisper. "No. Yes. I didn't think I should have known it would do that." For a long time she stared at me again in that same still, listless fashion. "Does nothing about it all ever frighten you?" she asked. Her voice was guttural and unfamiliar. "Does nothing ever stop you?" she asked. Her mouth was open and perfect, and looked like a human mouth. "I don't know," I whispered helplessly. "I don't see the point," I said. But I felt confused now. Again I told her to cut it each night and to burn it. Simple. "Yes, burn it," she sighed. "Otherwise it should fill all the rooms of the tower in time, shouldn't it? It would be like Rapunzel's hair in the fairy tale. It would be like the gold that the miller's daughter had to spin from straw in the fairy tale of the mean dwarf Rumpelstiltskin." "We write our own fairy tales, my love," I said. "The lesson in this is that nothing can destroy what you are now. Every wound will heal. You are a goddess. And the goddess thirsts," she said. Hours later, as we walked arm in arm like two students through the boulevard crowds, it was already forgotten. Our faces were ruddy, our skin warm. But I did not leave her to go to my lawyer, and she did not seek the quiet, open country as she had wanted to do. We stayed close to each other, the faintest shimmer of the presence now and then making us turn our heads. Chapter 5. By the hour of 3, when we reached the livery stables, we knew we were being stalked by the presence. For half an hour, 45 minutes at a time, we wouldn't hear it. Then the dull hum would come again. It was maddening me. And though we tried hard to hear some intelligible thoughts from it, all we could discern was malice and an occasional tumult, like the spectacle of dry leaves disintegrated in the roar of the blaze. She was glad that we were riding home. It wasn't that the thing annoyed her. It was only what she had said earlier. She wanted the emptiness of the country, the quiet. When the open land broke before us, we were going so fast that the wind was the only sound, and I think I heard her laughing, but I wasn't sure. She loved the feel of the wind as I did. She loved the new brilliance of the stars over the darkened hills, but I wondered if there had been moments tonight when she had wept inwardly and I had not known. There had been times when she was obscure and silent, and her eyes quivered as if they were crying, but there were absolutely no tears. I was deep into thoughts of that, I think, when we neared a dense wood that grew along the banks of a shallow stream, and quite suddenly the mare reared and lurched to the side. I was almost thrown, it was so unexpected. Gabrielle held on tight to my right arm. Every night I rode into this little glade, crashing over the narrow wooden bridge above the water. I loved the sound of the horses' hooves on the wood and the climb up the sloping bank, and my mare knew the path, but now she would have none of it. Shying, threatening to rear again, she turned of her own and galloped back towards Paris, until with all the power of my will I commanded her, reining her in. Gabrielle was staring back at the thick copse, the great mass of dark swaying branches that concealed the stream. And there came over the thin howling of the wind and that soft volume of rustling leaves the definite pulse of the presence in the trees. We heard it at the same moment, surely, because I tightened my arm around Gabrielle as she nodded, gripping my hand. "It's stronger," she said to me quickly, "and it is not one alone." "Yes," I said, enraged, "and it stands between me and my lair." I drew my sword, bracing Gabrielle in my left arm. "You're not riding into it," she cried out. "The hell I'm not," I said, trying to steady the horse. "We don't have 2 hours before sunrise. Draw your sword." She tried to turn to speak to me, but I was already driving the horse forward, and she drew her sword as I'd told her to do, her little hand knotted around it as firmly as that of a man. Of course the thing would flee as soon as we reached the copse, I was sure of that. I mean, the damned thing had never done anything but turn tail and run, and I was furious that it had frightened my mount, and that it was frightening Gabrielle. With a sharp kick, and the full force of my mental persuasion, I sent the horse racing straight ahead to the bridge. I locked my hand to the weapon. I bent low, with Gabrielle beneath me. I was breathing rage as if I were a dragon, and when the mare's hooves hit the hollow wood over the water, I saw them, the demons, for the first time. White faces and white arms above us, glimpsed for no more than a second, and out of their mouths the most horrid shrieking as they shook the branches, sending down on us a shower of leaves. "Damn you, you pack of harpies!" I shouted as we reached the sloping bank on the other side, but Gabrielle had let out a scream. Something had landed on the horse behind me, and the horse was slipping in the damp earth, and the thing had hold of my shoulder and the arm with which I tried to swing the sword. Whipping the sword over Gabrielle's head and down past my left arm, I chopped at the creature furiously, and saw it fly off, a white blur in the darkness, while another one sprang at us with hands like claws. Gabrielle's blade sliced right through its outstretched arm. I saw the arm go up into the air, the blood spurting as if from a fountain. The screams became a searing wail. I wanted to slash every one of them to pieces. I turned the horse back too sharply so that it reared and almost fell. But Gabrielle had hold of the horse's mane, and she drove it again towards the open road. As we raced for the tower, we could hear them screaming as they came on, and when the mare gave out, we abandoned her and ran, hand in hand, towards the gates. I knew we had to get through the secret passage to the inner chamber before they climbed the outside wall. They must not see us take that stone out of place. And locking the gates and doors behind me as fast as I could, I carried Gabrielle up the stairs. By the time we reached the secret room and pushed the stone into place again, I heard their howling and shrieking below, and their first scraping against the walls. I snatched up an armful of firewood and threw it beneath the window. "Hurry, the kindling," I said. But there were 6 white faces already at the bars. Their shrieks echoed monstrously in the little cell. For one moment I could only stare at them as I backed away. They clung to the iron grating like so many bats. But they weren't bats. They were vampires. and vampires as we were vampires, in human form. Dark eyes peered at us from under mops of filthy hair, howls growing louder and fiercer, the fingers that clung to the grating caked with filth. Such clothing as I could see was no more than colourless rags, and the stench coming from them was the graveyard stench. Gabrielle pitched the kindling at the wall, and she jumped away as they reached to catch hold of her. They bared their fangs. They screeched. Hands struggled to pick up the firewood and throw it back at us. All together they pulled at the grating as if they might free it from the stone. "Get the tinderbox!" I shouted. I grabbed up one of the stouter pieces of wood and thrust it right at the closest face, easily flinging the creature out and off the wall. Weak things. I heard it scream as it fell, but the others had clamped their hands on the wood, and they struggled with me now as I dislodged another dirty little demon. But by this time Gabrielle had lighted the kindling. The flame shot upwards. The howling stopped in a frenzy of ordinary speech. "It's fire! Get back! Get down! Get out of the way, you idiots! Down! Down! The bars are hot! Move away, quickly!" Perfectly regular French. In fact, an ever-increasing flood of pretty vernacular curse words. I burst out laughing, stomping my foot and pointing to them as I looked at Gabrielle. "A curse on you, blasphemer!" one of them screamed. Then the fire licked at his hands and he howled, falling backwards. "A curse on the profaners, the outlaws!" came screams from below. It caught on quickly and became a regular chorus. "A curse on the outlaws who dared to enter the house of God!" But they were scrambling down to the ground. The heavy timbers were catching, and the fire was roaring to the ceiling. "Go back to the graveyard where you came from, you pack of pranksters," I said. I would have thrown the fire down on them if I could have gotten near the window. Gabrielle stood still with her eyes narrow, obviously listening. Cries and howls continued from below. A new anthem of curses upon those who broke the sacred laws, blasphemed, provoked the wrath of God and Satan. They were pulling on the gates and lower windows. They were doing stupid things like throwing rocks at the wall. "They can't get in," Gabrielle said in a low monotone, her head still cocked attentively. "They can't break the gate." I wasn't so certain. The gate was rusted, very old, nothing to do but wait. I collapsed on the floor, leaning against the side of the sarcophagus, my arms around my chest and my back bent. I wasn't even laughing anymore. She, too, sat down against the wall with her legs sprawled out before her. Her chest heaved a little, and her hair was coming loose from the braid. It was a cobra's hood around her face, loose strands clinging to her white cheeks. Soot clung to her garments. The heat of the fire was crushing. The airless room shimmered with vapors, and the flames rose to shut out the night. But we could breathe the little air that was there. We suffered nothing except the heat and the exhaustion. And gradually I realized she was right about the gate. They hadn't managed to break it down. I could hear them drawing away. "May the wrath of God punish the profane!" There was some faint commotion near the stables. I saw in my mind my poor half-witted mortal stable boy, dragged in terror from his hiding place, and my rage was redoubled. They were sending me images of it from their thoughts, the murder of that poor boy. Damn them! "Be still," Gabrielle said. "It's too late." Her eyes widened, and then grew small again as she listened. He was dead, the poor miserable creature. I felt the death just as if I had seen a small dark bird suddenly rising from the stables. And she sat forward as though seeing it too, and then settled back as if she had lost consciousness, though she had not. She murmured, and it sounded like red velvet. But it was under her breath, and I didn't catch the words. "I'll punish you for this, you gang of ruffians," I said aloud. I sent it out towards them. "You trouble my house. I swear you'll pay for this." But my limbs were getting heavier and heavier. The heat of the fire was almost drugging. All the night's strange happenings were taking their toll. In my exhaustion and in the glare of the fire I could not guess the hour. I think I fell to dreaming for an instant and woke myself with a shiver, unsure of how much time had passed. I looked up and saw the figure of an unearthly young boy, an exquisite young boy, pacing the floor of the chamber. Of course it was only Gabrielle. Chapter 6. She gave the impression of almost rampant strength as she walked back and forth. Yet all of it was contained in an unbroken grace. She kicked at the timbers and watched the blackened ruin of the fire flare for a moment before settling into itself again. I could see the sky. An hour perhaps remained. "But who are they?" she asked. She stood over me, her legs apart, her hands in two liquid, summoning gestures. "Why do they call us outlaws and blasphemers?" "I've told you everything I know," I confessed. "Until tonight I didn't think they possessed faces or limbs or real voices." I climbed to my feet and brushed off my clothes. "They damned us for entering the churches. Did you catch it, those images coming from them? And they don't know how we managed to do it. They themselves would not dare." For the first time I observed that she was trembling. There were other small signs of alarm, the way the flesh quivered around her eyes, the way that she kept pushing the loose strands of her hair out of her eyes again. "Gabrielle," I said. I tried to make my tone authoritative, reassuring. "The important thing is to get out of here now. We don't know how early those creatures rise or how soon after sunset they'll return. We have to discover another hiding place." "The dungeon crypt," she said. "A worse trap than this," I said, "if they break through the gate." I glanced at the sky again. I pulled the stone out of the low passage. "Come on," I said. "But where are we going?" she asked. For the first time tonight she looked almost fragile. "To a village east of here," I said. "It's perfectly obvious that the safest place is within the village church itself." "Would you do that?" she asked. "In the church?" "Of course I would. As you just said, the little beasts would never dare to enter, and the crypts under the altar will be as deep and dark as any grave." "But Lestat, to rest under the very altar—" "Mother, you astonish me," I said. "I have taken victims under the very roof of Notre Dame." But another little idea came to me. I went to Magnus's chest and started picking at the heap of treasure. I pulled out 2 rosaries, one of pearls, another of emeralds, both having the usual small crucifix. She watched me, her face white, pinched. "Here, you take this one," I said, giving her the emerald rosary. "Keep it on you. If and when we do meet with them, show them the crucifix. If I'm right, they'll run from it." "But what happens if we don't find a safe place in the church?" "How the hell should I know? We'll come back here." I could feel a fear collecting in her and radiating from her as she hesitated, looking through the window at the fading stars. She had passed through the veil into the promise of eternity, and now she was in danger again. Quickly I took the rosary from her and kissed her and slipped the rosary into the pocket of her frock coat. "Emeralds mean eternal life, Mother," I said. She appeared the boy standing there again, the last glow of the fire just tracing the line of her cheek and mouth. "It's as I said before," she whispered. "You aren't afraid of anything, are you?" "What does it matter if I am or not?" I shrugged. I took her arm and drew her to the passage. "We are the things that others fear," I said. "Remember that." When we reached the stable, I saw the boy had been hideously murdered. His broken body lay twisted on the hay-strewn floor as if it had been flung there by a titan. The back of his head was shattered. And to mock him, it seemed, or to mock me, they had dressed him in a gentleman's fancy velvet frock coat. Red velvet. Those were the words she'd murmured when they had done the crime. I'd seen only the death. I looked away now in disgust. All the horses were gone. "They'll pay for that," I said. I took her hand, but she stared at the miserable boy's body as if it drew her against her will. She glanced at me. "I feel cold," she whispered. "I'm losing the strength in my limbs. I must get to where it's dark. I can feel it." I led her fast over the rise of the nearby hill and towards the road. There were no howling little monsters hidden in this village churchyard, of course. I didn't think there would be. The earth hadn't been turned up on the old graves in a long time. Gabrielle was past conferring with me on this. I half carried her to the side door of the church and quietly broke the latch. "I'm cold all over. My eyes are burning," she said again under her breath. "Someplace dark." But as I started to take her in, she stopped. "What if they're right?" she said, "and we don't belong in the house of God?" "Gibberish and nonsense. God isn't in the house of God." "Don't," she moaned. I pulled her through the sacristy and out before the altar. She covered her face, and when she looked up it was at the crucifix over the tabernacle. She let out a long, low gasp. But it was from the stained glass windows that she shielded her eyes, turning her head towards me. The rising sun that I could not even feel yet was already burning her. I picked her up as I had done last night. I had to find an old burial crypt, one that hadn't been used in years. I hurried toward the Blessed Virgin's altar, where the inscriptions were almost worn away, and kneeling I hooked my fingernails around a slab and quickly lifted it to reveal a deep sepulchre with a single rotted coffin. I pulled her down into the sepulchre with me and moved the slab back into place. Inky blackness, and the coffin splintering under me so that my right hand closed on a crumbling skull. I felt the sharpness of other bones under my chest. Gabrielle spoke as if in a trance. "Yes, away from the light." "We're safe," I whispered. I pushed the bones out of the way, making a nest of the rotted wood and the dust that was too old to contain any smell of human decay. But I did not fall into the sleep for perhaps an hour or more. I kept thinking over and over of the stable boy, mangled and thrown there in that fancy red velvet frock coat. I had seen that coat before, and I couldn't remember where I had seen it. Had it been one of my own? Had they gotten into the tower? No, that was not possible. They couldn't have gotten in. Had they had a coat made up identical to one of my own? Gone to such lengths to mock me? No. How could such creatures do a thing like that? But still, that particular coat, something about it.
This ends Disc 7. The Vampire Lestat, Disc 8.
Chapter 7. I heard the softest, loveliest singing when I opened my eyes, and as sound can often do, even in the most precious fragments. It took me back to childhood, to some night in winter when all my family had gone down to the church in our village and stood for hours among the blazing candles, breathing the heavy, sensual smell of the incense as the priest walked in procession with the monstrance lifted high. I remembered the sight of the round white host behind the thick glass, the starburst of gold and jewels surrounding it, and overhead the embroidered canopy, swaying dangerously as the altar boys in their lace surplices tried to steady it as they moved on. 1,000 benedictions after that one had engraved into my mind the words of the old hymn, O salutaris hostia, que celi pandis ostiam, bella premunt hostilia, darobur fer auxilium. And as I lay in the remains of this broken coffin under the white marble slab at the side altar in this large country church, Gabrielle clinging to me still in the paralysis of sleep, I realized, very slowly, that above me were hundreds upon hundreds of humans who were singing this very hymn right now. The church was full of people, and we could not get out of this damned nest of bones until all of them went away. Around me in the dark I could feel creatures moving. I could smell the shattered, crumbling skeleton on which I lay. I could smell the earth, too, and feel dampness and the harshness of the cold. Gabrielle's hands were dead hands holding to me. Her face was as inflexible as bone. I tried not to brood on this, but to lie perfectly still. Hundreds of humans breathed and sighed above, perhaps 1,000 of them. And now they moved on into the second hymn. What comes now, I thought dismally, the litany, the blessings? On this of all nights I had no time to lie here musing. I must get out. The image of that red velvet coat came to me again with an irrational sense of urgency and a flash of equally inexplicable pain. And quite suddenly, it seemed, Gabrielle opened her eyes. Of course I didn't see it. It was utterly black here. I felt it. I felt her limbs come to life. And no sooner had she moved than she grew positively rigid with alarm. I slipped my hand over her mouth. "Be still," I whispered. But I could feel her panic. All the horrors of the preceding night must be coming back to her, that she was now in a sepulchre with a broken skeleton, that she lay beneath a stone she could hardly lift. "We're in the church," I whispered, "and we're safe." The singing surged on. Tantum ergo sacramentum veneremur cernui. "No, it's a benediction," Gabrielle gasped. She was trying to lie still, but abruptly she lost the struggle, and I had to grip her firmly in both arms. "We must get out," she whispered. "Lestat, the Blessed Sacrament is on the altar, for the love of God." The remains of the wooden coffin clattered and creaked against the stone beneath it, causing me to roll over on top of her and force her flat with my weight. "Now lie still, do you hear me?" I said. "We have no choice but to wait." But her panic was infecting me. I felt the fragments of bone crunching beneath my knees and smelled the rotting cloth. It seemed the death stench was penetrating the walls of the sepulchre, and I knew I could not bear to be shut up with that stench. "We can't," she gasped. "We can't remain here. I have to get out." She was almost whimpering. "Lestat, I can't." She was feeling the walls with both hands, and then the stone above us. I heard a pure, toneless sound of terror issue from her lips. Above, the hymn had stopped. The priest would go up the altar steps, lift the monstrance in both hands. He would turn to the congregation and raise the sacred host in blessing. Gabrielle knew that, of course, and Gabrielle suddenly went mad, writhing under me, almost heaving me to the side. "All right, listen to me," I hissed. I could control this no longer. "We are going out, but we shall do it like proper vampires, do you hear? There are 1,000 people in the church, and we are going to scare them to death. I will lift the stone, and we will rise up together, and when we do, raise your arms and make the most horrible face you can muster, and cry out if you can. That will make them fall back instead of pouncing upon us and dragging us off to prison, and then we'll rush to the door." She couldn't even stop to answer. She was already struggling, slamming the rotted boards with her heels. I rose up, giving the marble slab a great shove with both hands, and leapt out of the vault, just as I had said I would do, pulling my cloak up in a giant arc. I landed upon the floor of the choir in a blaze of candlelight, letting out the most powerful cry I could make. Hundreds rose to their feet before me, hundreds of mouths opening to scream. Giving another shout, I grabbed Gabrielle's hand and lunged towards them, leaping over the communion rail. She gave a lovely, high-pitched wail, her left hand raised as a claw as I pulled her down the aisle. Everywhere there was panic, men and women clutching for children, shrieking and falling backwards. The heavy doors gave at once on the black sky and the gusting breeze. I threw Gabrielle ahead of me and, turning back, made the loudest shriek that I could. I bared my fangs at the writhing, screaming congregation, and, unable to tell whether some pursued or merely fell towards me in panic, I reached to my pockets and showered the marble floor with gold coins. "The devil throws money!" someone screeched. We tore through the cemetery and across the fields. Within seconds we had gained the woods, and I could smell the stables of a large house that lay ahead of us beyond the trees. I stood still, bent almost double in concentration, and summoned the horses. and we ran towards them, hearing the dull thunder of their hooves against the stalls. Bolting over the low hedge with Gabriel beside me, I pulled the door off its hinges just as a fine gelding raced out of his broken stall, and we sprang onto his back, Gabriel scrambling into place before me as I threw my arm around her. I dug my heels into the animal and rode south into the woods and towards Paris. Chapter 8.